سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون حين نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون تشهد الأيام عنا والسنون فاسألوا الأكوان عنا من نكون تشهد الأيام عنا والسنون فاسألوا الأكوان عنا من نكون لا لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا فإذا البرق تجلى فارقبوا شمس النهار واركبوا الرايات تصلى برياح الانتصار فإذا البرق تجلى فارقبوا شمس النهار واركبوا الرايات تصلى برياح الانتصار مسلم جاء كبرق أزرق يسبي العيون بأسه حل بكفر إننا منتصرون مسلم جاء كبرق أزرق يسبي العيون بأسه حل بكفر إننا منتصرون لا لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا فإلى الله مضينا عن حمى الدين نذود أبى العز أبينا هكذا طبع الأسود فإلى الله مضينا عن حمى الدين نذود أبى العز أبينا هكذا طبع الأسود سوف نبقى بثبات تقتدي به الجبال يطرد اليأس ذليلا من عزائم الرجال سوف نبقى بثبات تقتدي به الجبال يطرد اليأس ذليلا من عزائم الرجال من عزائم الرجال لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا حين نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون حين نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to day 2 of our Islamic Oasis conference, Shariah as a Solution. Inshallah, today we'll begin with Quran recitation, the last 3 ayahs of Surah Al-Baqarah, followed with a translation of those ayahs, inshallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم أو تخفوه يحاسبكم به الله فيغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in these last 3 ayahs of Surah Al-Baqarah, to Allah belongs all that is in the heavens and all that is on the earth. And whether you disclose what is in yourselves or whether you conceal it, Allah will call you to account for it. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgives who He wills, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala punishes who He wills. And Allah is able to do all things. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam believes in what has been sent down to him from the Lord Allah, and so do the believers. Each one believes in Allah, His angels, His books, and His messengers. They say, we make no distinction between one another of His messengers. And they say, we hear and we obey. We seek your forgiveness, our Lord Allah, and to you is the return of all things. Allah burdens not a person beyond his scope. He gets reward for that good which he has earned, and he is punished for the evil which he has earned. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala then says, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the rest of this ayah, the believers say, our Lord, punish us not if we forgot or fall into error. Our Lord, Allah, lay not on us a burden like that which you did lay on those before us, the Jews and the Christians. Our Lord, put not on us a burden greater than we have strength to bear. Pardon us and grant us forgiveness. Have mercy on us. You are our Mawla, our supporter, our patron, and our protector. And give victory to us over the disbelieving people. Sadaqallahu al-Aliyyul Azim. Inshallah, we will now be joined by Sheikh Shirazi, who will give you a recap or a summary of the rest of the talk today, inshallah. Jazakallahu khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون تشهد الأيام عنا والسنون.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Just a minor change today, inshallah. Dr. Abu Talha was supposed to be here. Due to some timing issues, we had to. He's going to be here today, later on today, inshallah, and then he will be back tomorrow. Where he will be discussing the Islamic economics, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. But today he will be here with Sister Sarah, who will be talking about women in Islam. So he will cover that topic with her, with the questions and answers, inshallah, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. We switched it, just we had to cover this hour. So we decided that we are going to talk about Shirkmas. I like that. Somebody the other day gave us this idea. I was going to do a topic on this anyway, and I was going to give a khutbah on it, if not a lecture on it. But we thought it's a good idea to, if we had an hour before Sheikh Asim, Kazi will be here regarding the ruling system in Islam. We will have Brother Khalil, who will be talking about minorities, يعني أهل الذمة, and what we will be, what their roles are in the community and society as non-Muslims in Islamic State. Then we will be talking about social justice with Sheikh Muhammad Ukkashah. He was here once before, so we have a long day and night. A lot of scholars, both from overseas and local, who will be here joining us. So please make sure to join us and ask questions and utilize this time to learn. So what we're going to do, inshallah, is brothers and sisters, as we know today, a lot of people are celebrating Shirkmas, and this is subhanallah, brothers and sisters, it's amazing that one of the reasons why we even decided, or at least I decided, to make sure that I go over this topic is because many questions were coming in throughout the week, even week before. People were asking, are we allowed to say Merry Christmas, for instance? Are we allowed to just kind of enjoy these days in a sense, meaning if somebody greets you, how can we greet them back, and all of these different questions regarding just the days that we are passing. So what I would like to do is I would like to discuss some of the last, especially the last 2 or 3 surahs of the Quran, and how important Tawheed and the belief in Tawheed is, brothers and sisters. After all, this ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was given honor and dignity due to its belief in Tawheed, our aqidah, which is La ilaha illallah. This is the reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent messengers. This is the reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent Musa, Isa, Ayub, Salih, whoever you can think of, any Nabi of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that you can think of. The only reason they came on this earth was to give one message only, La ilaha illallah. There is no one worthy of worship but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then there is this confusion, with the ayah of Surah Al-Kafirun. People sometimes when they say lakum dinukum waliya din, and they said, brother, this is their religion and their religion is with them and our religion with us. Inshallah, in the next 20-30 minutes that I have, I would like to clarify this matter of what lakum dinukum waliya din actually means. What's amazing about the Quran, dear brothers, it follows. The surahs are there to explain certain things, and then the next surah comes sometimes explaining what the last surah was saying, to continue in that rhythm, to continue in that, in explaining what maybe a surah before was explaining. So for instance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if you look at Surah Al-Kafirun, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he first of all clarifies who the kuffar are. Even though, we sometimes people, brothers and sisters, I mentioned this yesterday in the khutbah also. Someone called me and they were telling me, brother, we would like you to come and do a fundraising, but can you not use the word kafir in your khutbah? This was an amazing. This is the first time ever somebody asked me this thing. And these are sometimes major organizations that are working in major conferences. And this person calls me and says, can you not use that word, because supposedly some organizations have decided that they will not use this word, but they will use words like future Muslim, or somebody who may have the potential Muslim. Yeah, exactly. This was the word that was used, was potential Muslim. Brothers and sisters, we have to understand something, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He uses His words in the Quran, He uses them precisely. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not have to be told what words should be used, how He should use His words, subhanallah. The whole point of the Quran, that it is a miracle itself, is that how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the grammar of the Quran, the language of the Quran, the presentation of the Quran, this is exactly what makes this miracle a miracle. Precise usage of words, precise usage of grammar, precise in a way that no human being can use, period. And now we are going to come and we are going to say in such ways that somehow, A'udhu billah nakuna min al-jahilin, that we think that we can use better words than what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala used to describe a Muslim or a kafir or a munafiq or a liar. So that's one thing that we have to keep in mind. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ, we have to say قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ. The moment we try to play with the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, now we are playing with fire here. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ لا أعبد ما تعبدون ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد ولا أنا عابد ما عبدتم ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد لكم دينكم ولي دين. What's amazing about this surah, dear brothers and sisters, is you never see, there is no mention of the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this whole surah. You don't see where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you don't see it. It's addressing the kuffar, and it's addressing, look, the whole time, wama, abiduna ma a'bud. Why is that? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that you have no idea about the greatness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which you make shirk with. Even though the Quraysh of the time, they when you ask them, who do you worship? When you get in trouble, who do you call upon? They said, oh, Allah, the Creator. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted to make sure that He clarifies that the idea that you have of who Allah is, or who God is, who the Creator is incorrect completely. It has no connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the real Creator, who is Wahidul Ahad. So this is one thing that we see. قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ لَا أَعْبُدُ مَا تَعْبُدُونَ. This is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and he's being told, who? قُلْ, O Muhammad, say to them. And then, لَكُمْ دِينُكُمْ وَلِيَ دِينِ. It ends with لَكُمْ دِينُكُمْ وَلِيَ دِينِ, that with you is your deen. But this لَكُمْ دِينُكُمْ وَلِيَ دِينِ, brothers and sisters, also comes with, it's almost a warning in a sense that for now, continue saying what you want to say. You've been given this time, but that doesn't mean that we will allow this shirk to continue. And this is the matter. This is why if you look at the surah right after that, it actually makes us understand what lakum dinakum waliyadin means, and that is إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحِ. إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحِ. When you see, when the victory of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes, then you will know what it means. What happens? إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحِ. This إِذَا جَاءَ وَجَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَضَحَقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. All of this, right? إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحِ وَرَأَيْتَ النَّاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. You will see that when the victory of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes, and you will see the masses that will be entering Islam in mass, in afwaj. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminds that to fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and make tawbah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then, إِنَّهُ كَانَ تَوَّابًا, and make istighfar. And of course, He's the one who forgives. He's the one who repents. So keep that in mind, dear brothers and sisters, when we are saying what we are saying, that this is قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ. We don't just mean to say, okay, yeah, what you are doing is correct, continue doing, be and live in your jahiliyyah and die in your jahiliyyah, and continue saying, and we are okay with you and you are okay. This is not the point at all. The point at the end is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to give His deen victory. And it will be so amazing that you will see masses, afwaj, armies will be entering Islam in ways that you couldn't even imagine. And that is when the victory of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes. And right after that, if you look at the surah, right after, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, تَبَّتْ يَدَا أَبِي لَهَبٍ وَتَبٍّ مَا أَغْنَ عَنْهُ مَالُهُ وَمَا كَسَبَ. Look, brothers, the first surah, قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ. Second surah, what is going to happen to the kuffar, and the kuffar better understand that there is victory coming. إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحِ. Third, the surah says, تَبَّتْ يَدَا أَبِي لَهَبٍ وَتَبٍ. And this, Allah didn't say to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, قُلْ يَا مُحَمَّدْ تَبَّتْ يَدَا أَبِي لَهَبٍ وَتَبٍ. No. تَبَّتْ يَدَا أَبِي لَهَبٍ وَتَبٍ. Directly speaking to Abu Lahab, said, تَبَّتْ يَدَا. This Abu Lahab, who was doing everything possible to become a hurdle for the message to be given, anything that he was trying every possible way to make sure that he becomes a thorn in the way of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Every single time the Prophet sallallahu would speak, he would come and he would intervene and he say, "Oh, are we going to listen to him?" and this and that. And he was somebody you couldn't even avoid, because he was the neighbor of the Prophet sallallahu. He was literally next door. He used to live right there. You couldn't even avoid him. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to the Prophet sallallahu, "Qul ya," he doesn't even say "Qul." He says, "Ya Muhammad, I will take care of him. That's me and him. He's gone, finished." تبت يدا أبي لهب وتب ما أغنى عنه ماله وما كسب سيصلى نارا ذات لهب. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already puts his destination where it's going to go. And subhanallah, one of the miracles of the surah is that if Abu Lahab wanted to, he could have came back and he could have said things like, "Oh, khalas, if the surah was just revealed talking about me, saying that I'm going to hellfire, but oh look Muhammad, now if I accept Islam, what happens?" And subhanallah, he was destined to the fire. And the miracle of the Quran, that till the day he died, this man did not come and say, "I want to accept Islam." Nothing, finished. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala showed him his destination on earth. Why? Because he came in the way of Tawheed. He came in the way of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He came in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He came in the way of to be source of misguidance for the masses. So the people, we have to understand, brothers and sisters, that when we start saying, and those ulama, I saw some alim from Azhar, may Allah guide him, saying that, oh, it is okay to say supposedly Merry Christmas, and to the point he said the people are rewarded. What Quran do these people read? What language do they speak? Where did they come from? Right? These are what Quran do you not read? Qul hu Allahu ahad. So this is the thing, is that now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala he tells this man who is becoming a hurdle in the path, from people to understand the message of Islam. Tabbat yada abi lahabin wa tab ma aghna anhu maluhu ma kasab. Then comes Qul hu Allahu ahad. And brothers and sisters, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he starts the Quran with Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. And Allah Azza wa Jal describes, we know who He is. Right when the Quran begins, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. That He is the Lord of the universe. He introduces Himself this way. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rabb, He's Rabb, He's the one who's the maintainer, He's the one who takes care of things, He's the one who's maintaining you and I, He's the one who's in control. He is Rabbul Alameen. Everything that you think of that is happening on this earth, in this universe, is happening by Allah, Rabbul Alameen. He is the Rabb of Jesus, He's the Rabb of Musa, He's the Rabb of Isa, He's the Rabb of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, He's the Rabb of Yaqub and Yunus, and every single one on every single thing on this earth, and everything what we know of, what we don't know of. He is Rabbul Alameen. He is Rabb, the Lord, the legislator, the lawgiver. He says what's good and what's bad, what's halal and what's haram, what you have the right to do and what you're not allowed to do, who has the right to exist and who does not have the right to exist. This is why we say, La ma'budu haqqan ila Allah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there's no one worthy of worship except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then when he says Qul hu Allahu ahad, now you want to know Allah, you want to know who Allah is, read this surah. Qul, say, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what? Allahu ahad. Now we're finding directly about Allah, Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, that He is independent. He doesn't need anything, He doesn't have anything, He is the creator, He creates, He maintains. He is not in need of anything. He is not dependent on anything. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He said, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. He is أحد واحد. No one. هُوَ اللَّهُ الَّذِي لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا هُوَ هُوَ الْأَوَّلُ وَالْآخِرُ. He is the big. He has no beginning and He has no end. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continues that He did not take for Himself a child. لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ. Lam noon here. Right? Not possible. It's impossible that the creator himself becomes like his creation. Then what makes him a creator anymore? لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ وَهُوَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. So this is something that we have to understand and clarify to ourselves and to our children, dear brothers and sisters, because sometimes in the emotions of things and days that we are passing by and time that we are in, sometimes we forget the importance of Tawheed. And here's the thing, you know, the last 7 surahs before this surah, all of those surahs are actually description, yani it's about the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ. Right, it's actually talking about the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, who Abu Lahab is, how the kuffar of Quraysh were dealt with, and what happened, and how the Nasr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will come, and how we will deal with the people of kuffar of Quraysh. All of that was happening. It's actually the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ being described in the last 7 surahs before this. Now here, as they say sometimes, that when you all of this thing is going on, do not forget the actual reason why we sent you, O Muhammad. هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره المشرك ولو كره الكافرون. So clear that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that at the end of the day, the whole point of this message and sending the messengers and revealing this Quran and revealing the 3 other books before, the whole point, the whole intent, the whole objective is that what? Tawheed. La ilaha illallah. La ma'budu haqqan illallah. That is the whole point of our existence. تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور. Clarifying, that's the whole point of Tawheed. And this is why the brothers and sisters, the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, the Prophet ﷺ, he said he said the mountains, the day of judgment will not occur until if there is someone, a muwahhid, somebody continues to say La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, there will be the day of judgment will not come until there is no one that is saying La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Once there is no one who believes in this Tawheed, then there is no one, they have been finished, then know that the day of judgment is coming, finished. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not want to bring this heavy day, such a day of punishment upon the mu'mineen, upon those who believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Tawheed of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions another ayah in the Quran when he says, that may the mountains crush, may the skies, cut in, open, and the earth crack. And he's talking about complete destruction. All of this happen. What is it that they come from their mouth? What is it that they say, subhanallah? What are they're uttering from their mouths, that God has taken for himself a son? You would rather see that all of this creation shatter into pieces than to have such things come out and be said from the tongues of humanity, subhanallah. So dear brothers and sisters, this is very important that we understand Tawheed, that we understand the whole purpose of La ilaha, Islam, and what La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah means. The moment we forget that this is the intent, this is why we live, this is why we human beings were sent, we live on this earth, the moment we forget that objective, then subhanallah, then it's all over. We should fear. We should really have this fear in our hearts when people ask questions like, can we say Merry Christmas? What are we saying against Allah? So it's an offense against Allah. It's blasphemy. It's like, subhanallah. Can you imagine offense against Allah? People get offended. When we say, if somebody says something about someone that is not true, people get offended. They say, what are you saying, akhi? This is not who I am. What kind of nonsense are you saying? Do you not know enough? Why do you open your mouth on something you don't know? Now imagine that's a human being that gets angry when something wrong is being said about that. Imagine Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Rabbul Izzati wal Jalal. Somebody comes and says something like this against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we who claim to believe in Allah, we don't say anything. We should use this time and these moments to actually invite the kuffar to Islam, to Tawheed, to La ilaha illallah, to the mercy of Islam, to understanding of Islam. Brothers and sisters, believe me, when I heard in this newspaper the other day, it's called The Telegraph, it's an English newspaper, it was amazing. It said that 50% of the English, the people in England, these people who are Christian, they call themselves Christian atheists. Christian atheist. And imagine they are saying things like, oh yeah, we take some, we don't believe in the core message of Christianity, but some values are good, but we are atheists, a'udhu billah. Well, the same thing we are seeing now with the same kind of things with the Muslims. We have now Muslim atheists. We have ex-Muslims. Why is this happening? Why? Because the message of Islam was not clear to them. We ourselves did not do the work to say to the Muslims that, look, who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is. And imagine the people, many of those who claim, they say, oh, religion does not make sense. Yes, it's true. 1 + 1 + 1 is 3, not 1. Anybody that has a mind will not understand, will say, yes, it does not make sense. And many of those people, they leave because of this. And they say it makes no sense, it's irrational, it's nonsense because it doesn't make sense to me. But us, the Muslims, instead of us giving da'wah and say, that's true, this is why we say Allah is one, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, and call them to Islam and bring them to Islam and give them the guidance of Islam and remove the people out of darkness, says, يُخْرِجُونَ مِنَ الظُّلُمَاتِ إِلَى النُّورِ. That's what we should be doing. And rather than that, we ourselves with both of our hands shove our own children towards this kufr and this nonsense. So I am now, if there are questions, that I would love to take those questions, inshallah. Please forward those questions to me and go ahead. What is the meaning of Christmas and why is it wrong to celebrate it? And Christmas itself, they say this is the day where Jesus was born, Son of God was born. A'udhu billah ana kullu min al-jahil. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us from saying things like this even. But this is what people say, right? These, you have people who claim, okay, imagine, brothers and sisters, somebody coming and saying God was born today. What you see, this is the problem here, is that when we claim things like this, right? Why, sometimes you ask, why is it that you have so many people on earth today? They're leaving and they want to do nothing with religion. They're saying that, look, man, fine, these are just stories, this and that and the other, and the reason why is because what we are trying to do is something that is nonsensical. Nonsense meaning something my senses say I don't accept it, I can't believe it. How is it 1 + 1 + 1 is 1? How? It doesn't make any sense at all, period. But then this is being shoved down. People say, no, just believe it. Just be blind and believe it. No. And Aqidah, as you know, brothers and sisters, as Muslims, Aqidah, we don't make taqleed in Aqidah. You have to know why you're Muslim. So when somebody comes and claims things like this, and they have a whole day of celebration for such things, we have to be careful. And we have to be responsible as Muslims. We have to be the da'wah carriers Allah sent us for. A responsibility of the Anbiya have been given to us as Muslims. That what is the responsibility of us? Now we, the Muslim Ummah, are playing the role of the role of the Anbiya. They came, they did their work, and they transferred their responsibility to the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to the rest of us, saying now it's your responsibility to continuously discuss and ask and be the reasons to call people to the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is our job. There's a question. Go ahead. To discuss the children. We did this already. There was a note passed to me, Khalil, he said, what do we do with Christmas gifts? What do we do with Christmas gifts? Why did you take them in the first place? That's the first question, right? Why did you take them? This is a question that you have to ask yourself. Was it even allowed for you to take a gift like this? If I were you, go give it back to them, saying, look, first of all, I don't celebrate these things because this is an actual offense against God. And return it to them in a nice way and call them, give them, say, I have a gift, here's the Quran. Here is the book on Tawheed. Here is the time, let's use this time. Thank you for, you being nice. It's not an issue. But here's the thing, let's learn from this incident. What do we need to do? What should be the gift? The real gift is giving the gifts of Tawheed. Brothers and sisters, look, Surah Al-Ikhlas has many names. 20 different names were given. And and the Arab, they have this thing where anything that they love, They give it a nickname. It's something that's known. So the Qul Huwallahu Ahad has many names. For instance, Surah Al-Ikhlas, Surah Al-Ma'arafah, meaning something that if you want to know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is the surah that gives you, explains to you who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is. Another one is known as the surah, this surah and actually even Surah Al-Kafirun are a surah that says, one of the names is the dispeller of disease. What disease is that? The disease of shirk. It removes that disease of shirk from the hearts, and this is one of the names of the surah. Right? Then there are many, Surah Tawheed. This is many names that have been given. Another one, the thing that explains everything and puts it in its place. Different names were given to this surah. And the whole idea was so the people know, and this is one of the surahs, and it was easy on the tongue, and people memorized it, and things like this. So, when you teach your children, what we need to do is we need to teach our children this surah. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. And we need to explain to them in every possible way. Wallahi, dear brothers and sisters, if just this surah itself is explained well, and the sweetness of Tawheed enters in the heart of our children. Believe me, yes, we are not perfect. We may go right, left, and center sometimes. But when Tawheed is clear in the hearts of the people, no matter what happens, they will always come back to the straight path. So the children, this time that you're talking about gifts, wallahi, brothers and sisters, it's a problem that you took the gifts even. Because now your children will say, why did you take gifts? We are teaching our children it's okay to take gifts. No, it's not okay to take gifts. This is not a time to take gifts. Gifts for what? Offending Allah. Yani subhanallah, look what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, brothers. Yani the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that the day of judgment will not come until that there is no more people who have Tawheed on earth. So if we are pushing our children towards shirk and kufr, which means the signs are already appearing that people of Tawheed even will have their children going towards such things. So inshallah, if you took those gifts, give them back, apologize, and give them the best gift there is, and that is the Quran, and use this time to give da'wah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. La ma'budu haqqan ila Allah. Any other question? Next question. What about Muslims wishing Christmas? I answered this already. This is haram. Actually, it's kufr. In this, because look, this is not even issue of being makruh is disliked. It's not the issue of because Christmas has a specific meaning, and that is that the day is a celebration of supposed celebration of the birth of the Son of God. A'udhu billah. And dear brothers and sisters, we know that this all came from Greek mythology, right? And if you look, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says if there was more than one God, what would happen? There would be clash, there will be destruction, there will be people there will be no organized anything, because this one will say one thing and this one will say something. And if you look at Greek mythology, this is what came from them. That's why you see a hero who is son of this god, Zeus, and such and such and such and such. Why? And what happens? Gods are fighting each other. Subhanallah. This is the kind of nonsense that takes place. So can you say that? No. Because understand, that is a kalima of shirk. May Allah protect us from this. And if you didn't know, you didn't know. Because sometimes, especially people who are coming to the US and others, sometimes they don't know. So if we don't know, we need to learn. We have to learn. Yani as'alu ahla dhikri in kuntum la ta'lamun. Allah Azza wa Jalla said, if you don't know, ask the people of dhikr. Yani who scholars? That I don't know, what does this mean? What does this term mean? Just like we learn everything else, you have to learn, because the moment we forget where we are, brothers and sisters. You see, as I said, thousands of, like now they said that 128 or so churches in England have been turned. Are no longer in use. So alhamdulillah, the Muslims are taking them over. But the moment we start assimilating with kufr without taking a stand saying what is right and what is kufr and what is iman, and we don't have that clarity, وَجَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَضَحَقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. If we don't have that clarity, what's going to happen? you're going to fall in kufr. And next thing you know, if not next generation or the following generation, as they say here they have studies. They say that, look, usually the third generation is nothing like the first or second. It's over. Third generation usually is gone. So if we from now on start assimilating and if start following, what is going to happen to our children and their children? So may Allah protect us from this. And so yes, we cannot say Merry Christmas. Can Muslims eat food prepared for Christmas celebrations? Brothers and sisters, same thing. It's a celebration, right? It goes back to the same root. What is the celebration for? It is a celebration that is saying, so are we going to go and eat and celebrate kufr? Is that what we're going to do? Are we going to celebrate kufr? And not only celebrate kufr, but eat and drink and do everything else with that? Because that's the day of Eid for them. Meaning you're enjoying it. And when you're enjoying it and when you're eating with them, which means you're also okay with them. You're saying, I'm okay with this. So rather than saying, no, I'm not okay with this. And it's the same thing. Brothers, think about this for a second. Can we eat animals that are slaughtered in the name of anything other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Yani, for instance, can you go and eat a lamb that was slaughtered in front of an idol? Like they do that in India, for instance. They'll take a cow, of course, that's a different issue. But then you have goats and lambs. For some reason they're not equal. Cows, lambs, and cows, different issue here. Cows, lamb, goats, different issue. Camels. Now think about this for a second. Now, can we eat that? No, we can't eat that. Why? Because it was slaughtered for a reason other than it's not halal. Now here you're going to eat and celebrate what? That everybody's happy, that people are making shirk? May Allah protect us from these things. Go on. For those families with in-laws, parents that aren't Muslims, they are pushed to take part in Christmas because both religions need to be respected. How would the advice and wisdom handle this? Look, brothers and sisters, we have to understand, and I understand, obviously we live in a non-Muslim societies and many people are accepting Islam and sometimes parents are not Muslims and children are Muslim, and sometimes children are Muslim and parents are not Muslim. I understand that, but look, some things have to be very clear. Some things have to be very clear. I mean, if you look at, and it's not like this is a new thing, right? You look at the Sahaba were young. You have 8-year-olds, Ali radiallahu anh, you have 19-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 24 years old, 40 years old, 62 years old. Look at the Sahaba. What did they do when it came to these type of things? They said, they were very clear. I'm not asking you to be rude. I'm not asking you to to be obnoxious and violent. That's not what I'm asking. But there has to be a stand that must be taken on what is right and what is wrong. Yani, for instance, if you have, it was the mother of, I think it was Musab ibn Umar, for instance. When he became Muslim, his mother came and she said, look, because she was a very rich woman, she gave him a lot of money and things like this. And it's amazing that she said to him that, I will stop eating, for instance, as long as you keep saying La ilaha Muhammad Rasulullah, I will stop eating. And did Musab ibn Umar come and say, okay, no, I think it was also same thing with Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas, for instance, same thing. Actually, Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas was hanged upside down by his uncle because he was saying, and then they put fire underneath him and they were trying to torture him in such a way. And what did he say? Did he say, okay, no, your family, I'm going to accept, I'm going to be nice here? No. Yani Abu Hurairah radiallahu anh used to carry his mother on his back and he would go to the Prophet ﷺ and say, Ya Rasulullah, make dua for my mother that she becomes Muslim because I don't like what she is. I don't want her to die on this belief. So no, it's not, no one is forced to do anything, brothers and sisters. First of all, that itself is a problem. No one is forced to do anything. There are stands that must be taken. We have to take our stands. I didn't go, believe me, brothers and sisters, you might say, it's not just the issue of Christians and somebody, I didn't go to some of the weddings for my own families because they were mixed. If I saw my own families, sometimes if I saw that, this was mixed and this is haram, and it's haram. I said, no, I'm not coming to such places, such things where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is disobeyed. No, Allah is being disobeyed. It's not about you and me. I don't care about you offending me. If it was me, my issue, okay, I'll take it easy. I'll say, okay, it's my problem. We can. But the problem, brothers and sisters, is you have to understand, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is being offended here. So you have to be very clear at the stand that you take. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions that in the Quran too. Look, we have to obey them. Don't even say uff. But when they call you to kufr, you're supposed to say no. No, I cannot obey. We don't obey in these things. And especially in these issues, you have a right to say no. You have to take a stand and say, I'm sorry, I don't believe. I'll come next week and we'll have the best dinner ever possible. No problem. I'm not telling you to abandon your parents and children. No. But I'm saying that when it comes to Tawheed, there has to be a stand taken and say, this is haqq and this is batil. There has to be that stand. If not, neither are you giving them da'wah, and your children will fall in a trap that, subhanallah, it could go reverse, where the children, you became Muslim, but your children or their children will become kafir. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us from us. So we have to take a stand, especially in this country where 90% of the people around you are calling for all kinds of nonsense. This is the way to protect our own children. Jazakallah khair. Finish? I'm sorry. So we have 10 minutes. Okay. If there are any other questions, please ask. If there are no other questions, then I'll continue with the topic. One of the things that I was told, brothers and sisters, is that, especially to discuss on the issue of children, brothers and sisters, keep something in mind. Children, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu qu anfusakum wa ahlikum nara waquduha an-nas wal hijara. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned that, O you who believe, protect yourself and your children from the hellfire, which is full of an-nas, people, and hijar, meaning stones. Brothers and sisters, you know the word an-nas, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala used two things here. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, usually this means that this surah or this ayah, this was revealed in Medina. Because most of the time that we see anything other than Medina, like if it's a Makki surah, usually we see Ya ayyuhan nas, Ya ayyuhan nas, Ya ayyuhan nas. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking to regular people in general, saying, O people, come to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right? We actually went over Tabbat yada Abi Lahabin wa tab also. Imagine, brother and sister, whoever asked that question before on the issue of families, think about this. This Abu Jahl was an uncle, or Abu Lahab. These were all the uncles or the family of Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Keep that in mind. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself had to deal with this issue of family. He was taking a stand against his own family. The families were coming to him and said, they were telling other people in the family, saying, explain to him, make him understand that if he continues with what he's talking about, then the whole Quraysh will fall apart. All these people respect us, and they come and they give us money and they give us their idols, and they depending on how much money you give, they put that idol. The distance from the Kaaba would be dependent on how much money that those tribes would give. So this is the way they used to play, and that was his family. I mean, when we are talking about Abu Lahab, that was literally his neighbor, and he was his uncle. And when the Prophet ﷺ lost his sons, he used to laugh and say, oh look, now you are without sons and you have no children and this and that and the other. This is his family. Do you see the Prophet ﷺ letting go of Tawheed and saying, okay, well, we are family and things like this? So one of the best things we can do, brothers and sisters, Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas rahimahullah or radiallahu anhu, he used to say, teach your children maghazi, yani teach your children seerah the way you teach your children the Quran. Why? Because you have to know the seerah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so you know the struggles that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself went through. So when we are going through that struggle, it's not foreign to us. Sometimes we think that, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not live in society like we did, or no, brothers and sisters, keep something in mind. The Sahaba in Battle of Badr, Abu Ubaidah killed his own father. Just imagine the kind of struggle that is, when he saw his own father was fighting against him in the Battle of Badr, and Abu Ubaidah was fighting his own father. Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anh, his son came to Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anh after he became Muslim. He had told him that, look, in the battle of Badr I saw you many times and I just avoided you because I didn't want to kill you. And Abu Bakr said, if I would have seen you, I would have killed you. Because it's a battle. You're in the battlefield. There was no more about family, because the belief, Tawheed, is above everything and anything. La ilaha illallah that's it. That is our key to Jannah, brothers and sisters. That is our key to avoiding hellfire. It's very, very important. Tawheed is the reason everything exists. La ilaha illallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The moment if we are happy with disobeying Allah and offending Allah Azza wa Jalla and saying things where Allah hates, Allah said, I will forgive everything except shirk. Everything Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, anything and everything, if first people make, Allah Azza wa Jalla said, forgiveness is there for them. Don't think that, don't get have this thing that Allah may not forgive you, except shirk. There's no mercy for shirk, subhanAllah. So brothers and sisters, we have to do everything possible to make sure that our children understand Tawheed and they understand the value of this Tawheed and understand the value of believing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to take a stand on it and to be firm on it. And in order for you, for your children and for our children to be firm, we have to be firm on certain things. It has to be clear. And this is why I read that ayah, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu qu anfusakum wa ahlikum nara, or you who believe, because it's usually after you come to believe the testing time comes. Everybody will come and say something to you. You did all of that work, learning and understanding to understand what Tawheed is. You did all that research to come to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah guided you to the haqq. And now instead of guiding others and seeing the subhanallah, the beauty of this Islam and the gift of this Islam, we should be using that to bringing people out of darkness. Says, look, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, look what he said. يُخْرِجُونَ مِنَ الظُّلُمَاتِ إِلَى النُّورِ. When he came to kufr, he said, is zulumat. Zulumat, it's not just one singular. Zulumat. Because this shirk is the darkness, it goes one darkness into another darkness. Imagine, look where we started. It started from this shirk. Then the worshipping of animals, then and statues. Then after that it continued. Now today, dear brothers and sisters, subhanallah, people are not even sure if they are a man or a woman. Some people are confused. They're both. One day he calls himself a he, another day he calls himself a she. Our children are being asked, what are your what do they call them? What are your what? Pronouns. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a child, 10-year-old, 11-year-old? The confusion is to this level. The same people who are using these holidays just to do nothing but make money and create industries that just make money over the masses and the stupidity of the masses. Other than that, and then the same people 2 days later come to you, oh okay, good, we got that down. You believed in somebody that came from North Pole and gave you these things, good, okay. Grown men. Then on the top of that, you have children, families who don't know if, think about this. Parents confused. He, she, they. Are we going to follow? This is why Allah calls it zulumat. Our job, oh brothers and sisters, is to remove the people from the zulumat into nur, to light. And look what light, singular. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says nur. Because there is no other haqq other than Islam, other than Tawheed, other than La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. So we have about 1 minute and 27 seconds left. If you have any questions, go ahead. If there's any other questions before we go to the next topic, Bismillah. Okay, you see, now you said, so is it a sin for families to gather on these days off? Days off is days off. Fine, go and meet with your families and meet. There's a difference here, just brothers and sisters. If people are calling you saying that, look, we are having a Christmas party and we are having a Christmas gathering and such nonsense, then you say, no, we don't attend these things and we don't believe in these things. It's very clear. We don't attend these things because we don't believe in these things. We don't celebrate these things. It's a sin. Why am I going to celebrate sin? Right? What's the point of you're celebrating what, brothers and sisters? celebrating sin, celebrating shirk, celebrating offending Allah Azza wa Jal, celebrating everything every messenger came for and stood against, but we want to celebrate them. غَيْرِ الْمَغْضُوبِ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا الضَّالِّينَ, Allah said about them. There are people who went, Allah's ghadab was on them. Ghadab, yani Allah's curse came on them. Allah punished them. And then we want to go and celebrate. Celebrate what? So that's one thing. Second, Allah said, look, يُخَادِعُونَ اللَّهَ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَمَا يَخْدَعُونَ إِلَّا أَنفُسَهُمْ وَمَا يَشْعُرُونَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ فَزَادَهُمُ اللَّهُ مَرَضًا وَلَهُمْ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ بِمَا كَانُوا يَكْذِبُونَ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, look, we can't play games with Allah Azza wa Jal. We can't deceive Allah Azza wa Jal. So this is between us and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If people are gathering just because it's days off, people are coming together, days off, everybody's off, okay, we come together to have, no problem. That's not, I said that in the beginning. No, there's no problem with that. But coming together on these specific reasons, Christmas, this, that, and the other, no. Because we don't celebrate those things. We don't celebrate shirk. It is the reason why people will end up in Jahannam. Period. Any other questions? Okay, all right, brothers and sisters. So I think we got the point across, inshallah. So please go over with your children. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. Inshallah, in a few minutes we will be back. We are starting, inshallah, with Sheikh Asim Kazi will be on soon, talking about the ruling system of Islam. Just a few minutes and we'll be right back. Keep us in your dua and ask Allah protects us from shirk and mushrikeen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
رتل وزيد من منهل القرآن واقرأ وحرك نشوة الإيمان وعي القلوب بقول بارئها الذي يجلو القلوب برحمة الرحمن رتل وزيد من منهل القرآن واقرأ وحرك نشوة الإيمان وعي القلوب بقول بارئها الذي يجلو القلوب برحمة الرحمن واحفظ من القرآن في أجزائه وابرز وكن من حامل القرآن هم في الأناس مثالهم أترجة فلنفسهم خير وللإخوان وهم البدور إذا ادلهمت ظلمة إشعاعهم متجدد اللمعان ما خاب من كان الكتاب إمامه نبراسه الهادي إلى الديان سبحان منزله بليلة قدره درب الهداية واضح التبيان يتلوه أحمد للدنا وهي التي عطشت لقطر هداية هتان سبحان منزله بليلة قدره درب الهداية واضح
See, they are sitting under the shade of the tree in 21st century. Can you believe it? They have 150 students here. This is where they teach, under the shade of trees. And then you see the wind is blowing, it goes to go to their eyes and all that. You can see the students, none of them has any, bench table where you can put your notebook on it and write your lesson. They have to do it this way. So I am appealing on you, my brothers and sisters, if Allah bless you, you can come to the rescue of the Muslim children so they can have access to this basic life necessity. It's called knowledge. Say that these are Muslim kids. These are Muslim kids. They have the same rights on us like our own children has over us. See under which condition they are learning their deen. We want to be able to give them Islamic knowledge. And he said that these parents love Islam, they want Islam for their kids, that's why they are sacrificing the luxury of their kids. If you go there, you will see the government school is built nice and everything, but they teach everything there except Islam. So these people, they do not want that for their kids. So they rather have their kids to sit under the shade of the tree. Sometimes the sunlight hits them on the eyes, but despite of all that, if they can learn Islam, that's good enough for them. So the matter is up to you now. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, you can help us. By doing that, you secure yourself a room or spot or house in Jannah. I encourage you to do it. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum. And oh Allah, we beg you to nice brother so that we build some nice classes so we can learn our deen and become a Muslim. Amen. Amen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا وآتوا اليتامى أموالهم ولا تتبدلوا الخبيث بالطيب ولا تأكلوا أموالهم إلى أموالكم إنه كان حوبا كبيرا وإن خفتم ألا تقسطوا في اليتامى فانكحوا ما طاب لكم من النساء مثنى وثلاث ورباع فإن خفتم ألا تعدلوا فواحدة أو ما ملكت أيمانكم ذلك أدنى ألا تعولوا وآتوا النساء صدقاتهن نحلة فإن طبن لكم عن شيء منه نفسا فكلوه هنيئا مريئا ولا تؤتوا السفهاء أموالكم التي جعل الله لكم قياما وارزقوهم فيها واكسوهم وقولوا لهم قولا معروفا وابتلوا اليتامى حتى إذا بلغوا النكاح فإن آنستم منهم رشدا فادفعوا إليهم أموالهم
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran saying إِلَى الْحُكْمُ إِلَّا لِلَّهِ, that the ruling belongs only to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah Azza wa Jal, another surah he mentioned هُوَ الَّذِي أَرْسَلَ رَسُولَهُ بِالْهُدَى وَدِينِ الْحَقِّ لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ. Many ayat, many surahs revealed in the Quran clarifying the reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed this book. Why did he send the messengers? What was the purpose? And also clarifying the purpose of those who follow this huda, this guidance. So one of the ways that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes sure that humanity is guided is through the system that he revealed to humanity. That this is the way that not only after the messenger is gone, this is a system, this is this infrastructure that has been given to us, that once when it is implemented, that this will be the reason why humanity will be guided. And this is why we mentioned in the other session, إِذَا جَاءَ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ وَالْفَتْحِ. And that actually means the ruling of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When it comes, when it's been implemented, then you will see that people in masses will be guided. So inshallah, to discuss this topic, bi'iznillahi ta'ala, we have no other than Sheikh Asim Kazi, hafidhahullah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect him and preserve him. A scholar, a teacher, and an IT professional. I just have to mention that because he is an all-rounder, mashallah, tabarakallah. Sheikh, ahlan wa sahlan, jazakallah khair for coming, and it's an honor to have you here, wallah.
وَإِيَّاكُمْ وَعَلَيْكُمْ السَّلَامُ وَرَحْمَةُ اللَّهِ وَبَرَكَاتُهُ.
So let's begin this discussion, Sheikh. You know, a lot of times when people talk about ruling system, you know, especially if you want just to kind of give us a description of what the ruling system means in the beginning, and then we will follow with many questions that already have come in regarding this, by the way. So,
SubhanAllah. Alhamdulillah, nahmadu wa nasta'inu wa nastaghfiruh. Inshallah, we'll try to talk about the ruling system in Islam today.
if you can be a little bit louder, Sheikh, please.
I think I'm having a problem here with my mic. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. It's just that if you could be louder, then no problem.
The thing is, I'm used to the different system here, and I'm working on a different one.
Okay, inshallah.
Hold on, give me 1 second. There is a problem with my mic. Let me bring that closer. Is that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu wa salam ala Rasulullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. First of all, Jazakallah khair for inviting me for one of the most important subjects that is needed for the Ummah today. And when we talk about the ruling system in Islam, or any ruling system, I think I'd like to take a step back and talk a little bit about why do we need a system in the first place. The reason I want to take it back to that subject is we have to look at from an angle of as a human beings. No matter we live in the East or the West, Muslims or non-Muslims, we need a system of life. And we live by, we have the sense Allah Azza wa Jal has created in us, which is the sense of right and wrong. And whenever we are undertaking an action, we tend to think that what is the right way to do it and what is the wrong way to do it. And now, because of that, we decide the right and wrong by different means. It can be either from the Creator, the one who has created all of us, or by the creation of the Creator, meaning it could be either divine or man-made. Now, as I mentioned, that we need this system of life because of the sense that we have of right and wrong is one aspect of it. Second is, when we are undertaking any action in our lives, we are doing that for the sake of fulfillment of our needs and desires. And when we interact with each other, we have to make sure that we are not being unjust or we are taking over other people's rights. Hence, the laws are made. Hence, a ruling system is placed so people do not take the rights of each other. This is why if we understand that, then we also understand that to make a rule to be just for all the people, it has to be made with keeping in mind the needs and instincts of all the people for whom the law has been made. The law is not made for two people or one person. Rather, it is made for all and applies to all. Hence, the needs and instincts of all have to be known to come to a just rule or a just system to be ruled over the people by.
And subhanAllah, Sheikh, just so when we're talking about Islam or some of the things that you mentioned, so those are this is how it details that we have to be, and when we look at what the purpose of any ruling system is. Because at the end of the day, I'm just summarizing so I also understand clearly that the point is that the system is there to take care of the needs of the people. And in order for the needs to be taken care of, the human being himself has, or him or her has to be understood.
Yes. So that's a basics we have to go back to. See, a lot of time people jump from this basic and they just dive into the issue of a system or a ruling system, and they forget that why they are coming up with this ruling system in the first place. Second, that helps us to understand who can really provide us the just system. If you don't have this understanding correctly, then anybody will think of it that he is able to do that. While when we understand this aspect of the system, to where it's coming from and what it's coming from for, then automatically we deduce this idea to the creator to provide us this just system. So this is why it is a crucial thing to understand, and it is connected to the very aqidah of Islam. And if we are not taking the ruling system of Islam, we are not actually even justifying to the aqidah of Islam. This is connected to the very aqidah of Islam. This is connected to our, when we talk from Islamic perspective, it is connected to our Jannah and Nar. Because at the end of the day, we are accountable in front of Allah Azza wa Jal. Yes.
Can you do me a favor and just clarify a little bit more, Sheikh? When you say, because here's what happens. So people, if you can clarify how the ruling system is connected to the aqidah, and at the same, because the question comes in is that, are we calling for dictatorship? Are we saying that because because that's how people look at it. Oh, the Khalifa is only one. Isn't this dictatorship? And isn't this? Can you connect that the aqidah issue that you just said, that this has to and the role of the ruling system, if you can, please. That when we say this is coming from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, and what a ruler actually does, and how it's not dictatorship. I know it's a big question, but if you can.
So, as you, Jazakallah khair, for the way you started the introduction of the subject, even mentioned that Allah Azza wa Jal says in actually 3 places with the same wordings in al-hukmu illa lillah, that hukum belongs to only Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, meaning the ruling belongs to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala only. And that itself tells us that it is, as a Muslim, so when we are looking from the angle of a Muslim, it has been commanded by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that we only rule by Islam alone, which comes from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And hence it is an obligation on us to rule over the people by the command of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, by the ruling of Islam. Yeah. So I forgot the other part of the question.
The second point was, Sheikh, is that a lot of the times this is whether it's in the West or the East, usually when people think about a ruling system, right? So the first thing that comes out of their minds is that democracy, many of these things comes right in their minds, that okay, will there be a parliament? Will there be a House of Representatives? Things like this. And second, they say because it's democracy, the people are ruling. And then when they look at Islam, they might say, there's one person, he's given life term and he's ruling. Isn't that dictatorship?
Okay. So in Islam, I think let's make it clear, first of all, when people say what is dictatorship, and we say rule by Islam. So in the case of a dictatorship, there is it's an authoritarian rule to a single person, and he dictates his will over the people. While in the case of Islam, when we talk about Islam, person who is a Khalifa, who is implementing the rules of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, he's not implementing his own rule, rather he is implementing the commands of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Hence he himself is bound by the commands of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and he is accountable as well. So he is not the one who will be just coming up with anything that benefits him or to just protect his ruling. Rather, he is just a person. This is why we actually call him the Khalifa. Khalifa means he is a successor, and Allah Azza wa Jalla actually refers to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam at the time of his creation, as Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says, وَإِذْ الْمَلَائِكَةُ, when Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says in the
إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً.
Yes, so Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says that we are going to create a Khalifa on the earth. So Allah Subhanahu wa Taala referred to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam as the Khalifa on the earth, meaning he is the one who will be you will be living and implementing the rules of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the earth. So that's the purpose of our creation is linked with that part. So, the Khalifa is different than a dictator in that sense. He is actually the one who is implementing the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and he is also bound by the rules of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well.
So the role of the Khalifa is that that ruling system, let's put it this way, the ruling system has just appointed this person who just makes sure that the laws of Allah are implemented, period. That's it.
That is correct.
That's it. Okay.
That is correct.
Sheikh, what is the difference between, when we say ruling system, a lot of the Muslims, they don't look at Islam this way, right? So a lot of times people, when they look at Islam, the only thing that usually comes to their minds are few traditional things, and then maybe some madhahib, and that's it. It doesn't go further than this. So when you say ruling system, for many, many Muslims, it's actually a foreign idea. Islam has a ruling system, is especially for this generation.
Mm-hmm.
How can you address that?
Yeah. So remember, let's go back to the basics first, as I mentioned to you before also, right? The purpose of the ruling system to understand, number one, and then go back to what Islam tells us about the ruling system. And as one of the hadith reported by Imam Muslim that talks about the Bani Israel, actually, it starts with Bani Israel, and then goes on to all the prophets and to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam as well. And the hadith is a very important hadith that actually talks about that the siyasa or the taking care of the affairs of the people was taken care by the prophets. As the hadith says, كانت بنو إسرائيل تسوسهم الأنبياء كلما هلك نبي خلفه نبي. That means is the Bani Israel was ruled by, the word used is tasusuhum. Tasusuhum is a word from the very same word that we use today for siyasa. And siyasa means politics, yeah, or taking care of the affairs of the people. As it is also used for siyasatul hisan, meaning the taking care of the horses, as when we talk about the people, is the same term is used, siyasa. And the very same word is used here in this hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he is reporting us, telling us that the Bani Israel, the children of Israel, were ruled by the prophets. And one prophet used to die and the next would take over and he will continue to rule over them. So this was the job of the prophet. And not only the jobs of the prophet, and the hadith continues on, and that says that وَإِنَّهُ لَا نَبِيَّ بَعْدِي, and there is no prophet after me, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then it says وَسَتَكُونُ خُلَفَاءُ فَتَكْثُرُ, and then the hadith says there will be prophets, there will be khulafa, there will be the successor of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they will be in number. Meaning, this is the job Islam has assigned. In the beginning, it was given to the prophets. After the prophet, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the last prophet, and then it was passed on to Muslimin that to choose their leader to rule by Islam. They were referred as the khulafa. And then after Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu an, who was referred as the Khalifatul Rasul, and the name was changed to Amirul Mu'mineen in the time of Umar al-Khattab radiallahu an, because then it would have been Khalifatul Rasul, and then the third one will be Khalifatul Rasul, and on and on and on, and that would have become a very long title to be carried on to the coming khulafa or the coming rulers of the Islamic State. Hence, the title of Amirul Mu'mineen was chosen among the Sahaba, as one of the Sahabi called Umar al-Khattab radiallahu as Amir al-Mu'mineen. And Umar bin Khattab, he liked that title, and it was continued on like that because it was really the Amir of the Mu'mineen, meaning he was the leader of the believers. Hence, he was referred as Amir al-Mu'mineen, and now we keep the title. So now, what I'm trying to say here is, as you said, it has become an alien idea to the Muslims today, unfortunately, because of we have not ruled by Islam for over 100 years now. And hence, generations have passed, and we have not seen that in practice, and it has become more of a part of the history. And inshallah, that part of the history will come back in life again, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised to us.
Sheikh, the question a lot of times comes up is that, did the Prophet ﷺ, did he, when the Prophet ﷺ passed away, do we see that kind of urgency amongst the Sahaba that they wanted to make sure that there's a ruling system or something like this? And people, because is there a hadith like this? Is there something that we understand that, the Sahaba were in such an urgency that they wanted to make sure, or was it that they were trying to take care of the dead body of the Prophet ﷺ? I mean, do we see that sense of urgency?
Yes, you see in the sense of urgency among the Sahaba as well as later fuqaha. They discussed this from the angle of, very same angle, that what the Sahaba do at the time of the passing away of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when after he passed away. And what we see there is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam passed away in the day on Monday, and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was buried on Wednesday night. And we know from the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it is the ikram of the mayyit to be buried as soon as possible. This is
from
something
the hadith
as
of
a
the
Muslim,
Prophet.
we are all very well aware of it, that we bury any Muslim who passes away as soon as possible. And now here, the best of the creation, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, passed away the day of Monday, and his burial was delayed until Wednesday night. Why was it that? And when we look at
so 3 days, the Prophet ﷺ, 3 days, his body was not buried?
It's not the 3 days. It was actually from Monday before Dhuhr time, Rasulullah passed away, and he was buried Wednesday night. When we say Wednesday night, it's the whole day of the Monday night passed, Tuesday day, the Tuesday night, sorry, and then Tuesday day, and then the Wednesday night starts. You have to remember that in Islam, when we say night, so Wednesday night will be after the sunset on Tuesday. That's considered as the Wednesday night. So it's about 2 days. 2 days passed, and the second night was going on. So it's about 2 days and 2 nights after that Rasulullah was buried, because of they were busy in selecting or electing the Khalifa of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was the ruler after Rasulullah passed away, and they understood this is a very important subject. Hence, they even delayed the burial of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Sheikh, how do we take that in usul matters? And now, let's say for the Muslims now, are we supposed to have the same type of urgency, or is it no? That's only the Sahaba. And how is it? Yani from Dalil perspective, from usuli perspective, how do we, the following generations, how do we take this? How do we understand it?
Look, the obligation continues to be on the neck of the Muslimin, that they still have to have a leader who will implement the rule of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We have delayed that, hence we are under the sin, that we are not fulfilling an obligation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it's an obligation that for which the prophets were sent. That was a purpose of sending the prophets of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the earth, to remind them that they have to be ruled by, they have to live by the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They have to worship Allah alone. See, so that obligation is still there. We cannot say that the obligation was only for the Sahaba. The obligation continued on even in the time of Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anh, when he was on his deathbed, when he was stabbed, and he knew that this is the time for him to go now, and because of the way he was stabbed, no food was coming in, and everything was coming out, whatever he was eating or drinking. Hence, he actually selected 6 of the Sahaba at that time, even though he did not want to select by himself. He wanted to leave it to the Ummah to elect their leader, because this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained on us, that this authority belongs to the people to choose their leaders. But upon the insistence of the Sahaba, he elected 6. He selected 6 of them, and he said to choose among these 6. And the only reason he said 6 were because they were from the Ashra Mubashara. These are the 6 who were left from the 10 that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam gave the glad tidings of the Jannah. So that obligation continues on until today. But Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anh, what he did at that time was he commanded actually that if these 3 do not agree, or these 6 do not agree on one, the one who are not agreeing on who would be the next leader, he told them they should be killed. then that's a very big thing. Such a big obligation that he commanded even the Sahaba from the Ashra Mubashara can be killed if they do not agree on the matter of appointing a Khalifa within 3 days.
Okay, now there's two things I want to come to, but one, I'm going to come to this too, but second, the first thing, what is the relationship between ruling and ibadah, Sheikh? Because you mentioned something, you said, this is the way we worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I mean, worshipping Allah Azza wa Jal, Muslims pray today, they fast, they go to make Hajj and Umrah. Nowadays, Malik Salman is even providing entertainment an hour later. Yani, that I just had to mention, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us. But what does that ruling have to do? I mean, subhanAllah, I mean, think about it. There are ulama who are saying that, look, you can go and make Hajj and you can go and make Umrah, and that's your ibadah. Don't talk about the ruling. But so how is that related, Sheikh? If you can...
Look, first, let's understand the purpose of our creation. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. We have not created ins and the jinn kind for any purpose but to worship me, worship Allah Azza wa Jal. Yeah? That's what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us. That's the sole purpose of our creation. Now, when we take that aspect of creation, that this is why we are created for, which is worship, then we have to go back to the example that Allah Azza wa Jal has commanded to follow, which is Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And he showed us that how to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If he would have showed us that worship is only linked to the ibadat, so-called, which is direct relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then yes, we would have been doing that thing. But what we see in his life is, because Allah created us for only one purpose, which is to worship. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was not doing only praying, fasting, zakah 24/7. We see that he has a life besides that, which is he was living as a husband, as a father, as a ruler, as a judge, and as a friend to others. And then as a ruler, not only he was ruling over the people, but also he was working towards taking the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to the rest of the world as well, because he was sent to the whole mankind. That he was sent as a rahmah for the whole mankind. So now from that, what we see is the ibadah, the way Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam lived his life was not limited to the ritualistic ibadat. Rather, the ibadah includes all aspects of our lives. That includes our relationship to ourselves, our relationship with Allah, our relationship with the others as well. So every action that we are undertaking is part of the ibadah. Hence, when we talk about that this way, everything that we do that includes the ruling is part of the ibadah. Yes.
So this is, because people say, okay, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said the only reason we created you is that you worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And sometimes people ask this question that, you only pray 5 times a day and things like this, and that takes only maybe half an hour of your day. So how is it 24 hours? So this means that every single aspect of our life, the affairs, whether it's marriage, whether it's business, whether it's transaction, whether it's buying, selling, travel, every single aspect is actually controlled by the hukum shar'i, the ruling of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is why we say that every aspect, the whole point is to worship Allah. And as long as when you take the actions according to the deen of Allah Azza wa Jal, that's worship.
That is correct. And look, that we are seeing the other way around. We have to pay attention to that as well, right? Yes, when we go back to Islam, that's the only definition that we see of the ibadah. That all our actions have to be according to commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, including, as you mentioned, financial transactions, ruling transactions, whether it's politics, it's ruling, it's economics, it's social, it's education, or whatsoever we do, it all has to be linked back to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants from us. Now, why is it that Muslims do not think this way today? It is part of what's happening across the world. Today, the secularism is the thing which is implemented all across the world, including on the Muslim lands. As you mentioned about people are doing the Hajj or the Umrah now, then they can go to the concert at the same time, at the same place, not too far away from there. Yeah. So that is part of secularization of the mind that has been done over the Muslims over past 100 or 200 years, and people have been taking this idea of that Islam is limited to my individual being, and that's linked to my ibadat, or it's linked to some of my personal rules and regulations that can come from the religion. But when it comes to the way of life, or in general, the public life, that will be done by or ruled by the people by themselves, and they will make the laws, and we will abide by those laws. That's the secularization of the mind that has happened and has resulted into the way we are thinking this way. It's not coming from Islam. It is a mentality that have been created among the Muslims that have caused us to think this way.
Okay, Sheikh, question. When you talk about secularization, I mean, my question was, but there's another question to this. Secularization meaning, there's when it came to colonization, right? Colonialism, when it came to the Muslim world, the Muslims fought it tooth and nail. There were all kinds of resistance movements all over the Muslim world, whether it was Umar Mukhtar rahmahullah here and many different places in Libya and other. But why is it that the secularization of the Muslims, which is in some ways worse than even what happened with colonialism? Because now it's coming to a point where we are being told that, look, put Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala aside. So if you can delve into that a little bit, that what happened then, why were there struggles, why were there resistance, but today we don't even see any type of resistance or any type of reaction to where people, over 200, 300,000 people are dancing an hour away from the Kaaba.
See, I would not say that there is no resistance.
Okay.
I say there is resistance among the Muslims, and this is something we have to pay attention to. That the number one thing is that what happened to the Muslims, it was not, as you mentioned, some of the resistance that happened in the beginning. Yeah, that resistance was much bigger. And I can give you the example of Indian subcontinent, for example. There were thousands and thousands of scholars who were hanged actually by the Britishers to stop the resistance that was coming from the Muslims solely actually when it comes to Indian subcontinent. The others were not the one they had any worries about, because Muslims were the one from whom they took the ruling from, and they understood well, not only in the Indian subcontinent, but they had the history from the rest of the Europe and the Asia and in Africa as well, how they dealt with the Muslims there. So, so there was a huge struggle at that time, and until today, the very same struggle is going on. And the Muslim Ummah is continuously rejecting secularism, but there are rulers on top of us. They are imposing secularism over the people, not that Muslims have accepted. As a matter of fact, in the world today, Islam is the only way of life that is challenging this secular way of life. The rest, whether it was Christianity, whether it was Judaism, whether it was any other kind of ism, or whether it was communism or socialism, they have nailed down to secularism or the capitalism, which is another, if you want to call it, illegitimate child of the secularism, and they are abiding by that. When it comes to Muslims and Islam, of course, Islam always rejected, but even the Muslims, they are continuously rejecting that, and the work has been done by the rulers, which are the agents of these colonialists that still exist over the Muslim lands, and they are imposing these secular ideas over the Muslims. And so far, they have the biggest loudspeaker, so they show as if the Muslim Ummah have accepted these thoughts. But we know an example of that can be seen in Afghanistan recently. So that's a very clear example of the Ummah still loves Islam, they still want Islam to be implemented, and they are rejecting these secular ideas. So there is a war of winning the hearts and minds of the Muslim is going on all across the world. They have understood that by force it cannot be done. But so I disagree a bit, but at the same time, because the people who have power, the one who are controlling all sorts of media outlets, they are making sure that the Muslims start thinking this way, as if this idea is something belongs to Islam, as some of the scholars are trying to convey this idea as if secularization of the mind or to go by democracy or to go by secularism, it is part of Islam. But as an ummah, ummah is continuously rejecting this idea.
No, I agree with you, but I guess what I'm asking is that, why is there I mean, here, I mean, I don't want you to sit there and do analysis here, but why Saudi Arabia? Why in such a holy place to the Muslims? Why do such a thing? I mean, is there a point that is being made here? Are they trying to make a point here? What are they trying to do here? I mean, the rulers of Saudi Arabia, may Allah remove them soon, inshallah, Rabbul Alameen. What is it that they are? What is the point being made here to the Muslims? Because they could have done it in any other place, but to push this kind of thought process and this type of with both hands in this land, especially Makkah, Medina, what is being told here? What are we trying?
So I'm not going to go into the whole issue of the political analysis as you mentioned already. It's more of the issue of that if you look at Saudi, for example, which is the land of Hijaz and the Najd, what we see there is these rulers, the Al Saud that exist over there, they were secular from the beginning. It's not that this is something new that has happened that suddenly when the MBS came they have become secularized, and before that they were not. They were already secular. They already had this thing of, okay, the Al Saud will be the one who will be running the political affairs, and the others, which are, I'm not going to give names here, but when it comes to religious affairs, it's been handed over to some scholars who will continue to keep the religion separate from the life affairs. So the secularization was from the beginning of this Al Saud. They were ruling over the land of the two holy masajid of Islam. Now, why are they doing this today like this? It's not only there, rather it's been going on for many of the Muslim lands in parallel, whether it's Turkey, whether it's Pakistan, whether it's Saudi, that they are trying to show that it's more of putting a stamp on that secularism is something which is legitimate in Islam. So when this call comes from the land of Haramain, then it becomes more of a simplistic people. They think of it that may trigger that they will start accepting this idea as a norm. So they're trying to normalize the secularization of the mind. But as we can see, this is not going to happen. But we have seen many other things as well at the same time. That whenever the haram and these kind of things have been introduced, people never accepted it. And over the time, generations pass, and they start thinking of it, this is a norm and is allowed. Let's take an example of voting for a kufr system. In my own life, I can see that in the West, from early 90s, that it was rejected by the Muslims in general. Nobody accepted that it is allowed in Islam. As a matter of fact, they considered that this is haram to participate in the kufr system. Then it turned into, okay, it's just the issue of let's do the block voting and get rid of one of the bad side or the lesser of the evil. And then it continued on, and they say this will benefit the ummah, we can get some of the things done for us. And now today, I hear many of the masajid in the West, or the scholars, they are calling up as if it is an obligation. And not only obligation, they are taking to extreme of, if you don't participate, you're committing a haram. See that within the last 30 years or so, how one idea have changed in a manner, something was considered haram, into something that if you don't do it, you are committing a haram. So
I had somebody quote Plato to me to say why this must be done.
Okay. Go ahead.
I said, قال الله قال رسول, where did Plato come from? But when we talk about secularization of Muslim minds, that Sheikh, let me ask you, there's a question here. It says, how feasible is an Islamic ruling system in the world today? How will it survive? I mean, and they're talking about, for instance, I don't want to go to the issue of Taliban, but this is a question that how feasible is an Islamic ruling system today?
To come back?
To come back, how feasible is it? Can it come back? What do we have to do to bring it back? I mean, is it actually feasible? Is it workable?
Look, And subhanallah, I see you may feel like I'm going back to the very first part of my talk again and again. It is important to understand that when we say the ruling from Islam or ruling system of Islam, we are talking about a system ordained by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator of the heavens and the earth, who is independent of all sorts of needs. He's unbiased and he is just. So what it came from him was good for 1400 years ago, and it was implemented for about 13 plus centuries.
Yeah,
And hence it will continue to be applicable because it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's the key thing. See, if we disconnect that, if we start thinking of it, oh, it's a Muslim ruling system. No, it's not the issue of Muslim ruling system. It is a system from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Because some people think just because a Muslim is a president or whatever it is Muslim's ruling system, Islamic ruling system.
Exactly. So that's the fallacy here. Yeah. So it's not the issue of the Muslim is ruling. The Muslim ruling, we have 55 plus states already out there who are Muslims, who are ruling over the Muslims, but they are ruling by kufr. Yeah. So I'm not going to go into this detail of, there could be maybe some of them are not even Muslims, the one who are ruling. But in general, they are Muslims, so we are considering them as Muslim at this point, unless there is a kufr bawah is coming out of them. Clearly they are rejecting the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's a different story. But Muslims are ruling, but they are ruling by kufr, which is the current situation today. Now, when it talks about is it valid today, as I already mentioned, it's coming from Allah. It is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it is valid until the day of judgment, and it has all the capabilities of solving the problems of the mankind as it has solved in the past, and it is still solving whatever part of Islam people are applying in their lives. But it will really show when we implement that as a ruling system that it has the capability, because from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, will solve the problems in the best possible manner.
So, Sheikh, I mean, is the system, when we're talking about the ruling system, is it, it's a question, so I'm just putting it out. Is it Republican system? Is it, the question they have, is it, federal one? How are you saying that there's a system, but, people want to know, what do you mean by this system? Is that, what is the...
Yeah. So, when we talk about the ruling system in Islam, to be very clear and blunt, it is not a federal system, it is not a parliamentarian system, it is not a kingdomship, it is not a dictatorship. It is a system from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, a unique system. It's a unique
so the people
system.
have no rule, people cannot, are they enough? Who's an authority? Who?
So it's a unique system in which that we extract the rule, or rule comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and hukm belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. And in Islam, this system, which is considered, we call the Khilafah system, or the system of Islam, that is implemented over the people. People are the one who will be ruling by what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained on Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He revealed on Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then now from that we extract the rules and implement the rules over the people. But now for that, there has to be a leader on the people, and that leader is called the Khalifa. He's the one who implements the rules of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala over the people. And this system is unique, as I said, compared to all other man-made systems which are out there. So we should not get confused or try to get legitimacy from the others by trying to say Islam is same as democracy, or Islam is same as republican system, or federal system, or feudal system, or this system or that system. Rather, it is a unique system. Why do we have to even depend on others? Why do we have to borrow certain terminologies from other systems that already have different meanings? And as a matter of fact, it is not allowed for us to borrow those terminologies and try to Islamize those terminologies.
Okay, interesting. I mean, do you have an example of that? I mean, is this that we are seeing today, where people are trying to Islamicize in order to, do you have an example of this?
I mean, there are many examples out there. For example, I'll give you an example of Pakistan, so simply. Pakistan is
And
called,
because people consider lot of still there's a lot of people out there who consider Saudi Arabia to be this.
I'm not sure who are those a lot now after seeing
That's true. That's true. The people. I mean, there are those. You know, there are ulama who are
That
backing
will
them
be
for.
very sad if people can still think the same way.
صح. صح.
But may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us all.
Guide us.
That's all I can say, if there are people who can think this way. But let's take the example of Pakistan from that angle. Pakistan is actually, if you know the name of Pakistan, is called Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Yeah, and when you say Islamic, or like your Islamic State, forget about Republic of Pakistan, you just call it Islamic State. In that case, sovereignty belongs to the Sharia or the Sharia, as the whole topic of this conference is. So the sovereignty belongs to the Sharia here, yeah, which comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. While when you talk about republic, in the case of republic, which is a form of the democratic rule, where people are the one who are sovereign, they are the one who decide whether whatever they call it, the majority decides or whatsoever, they decide what is right and what is wrong. So right and wrong criterion come from them. They are the one who decide what is the ruling system over the people, whatever all the rulings are. And hence, here you make the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is humans here, as the one who will be coming up with the ahkam. In the case of Islam, in the case of Islamic State, it is only from the Sharia, which is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hence, look at this terminology. When somebody says Islamic Republic, these are very oxymoron ideas. To put these two things together, you're saying Allah is sovereign, and then you right away you say, no, the creation of Allah is sovereign. So this is an oxymoron idea. It is no different than if a person says something like this, or person A is a Muslim, kafir. That doesn't sound right. To say a person can be a Muslim and kafir at the same time. Exact same things have been applied to the Muslim Ummah nowadays. Many of the Muslim countries are referred as, the names are like this: Islamic Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and on and on and on. That's a simplistic example that I can show you where these ideas contradict to each other.
Where do we have to? Is there? We will start taking questions directly. Hold on. Just before that, though.
For some reason, your voice is breaking for me. I'm not sure if it's.
Can you hear me now?
Your side. Yes.
Okay. So the thing is, you are mentioning a lot of things, a lot of terminologies, a lot of concepts here. Is there anything that people can refer to? Can you give us some maybe names of the books, things that they can refer to in order to to educate themselves? By the way, I just want to let you know there are people watching these conferences in some of the masajid in New York. Allah barak fikum, jazakumullah khairan to the brothers. They've actually done something where people are bought lunch and they're serving lunch, and people are watching this live in the masajid in certain places. So there's a lot of people watching this. I just want so they are asking. One of the brothers was asking me to make sure to ask you that too. So give us, if you have some any sources to go back.
So that is one of the books I really want people to look into. I don't know if you can see this book.
Okay.
Can you see that? The title of the book is Institutions of State in the Khilafah and Ruling and Administration, which is أجهزة دولة الخلافة في الحكم والإدارة. So this is a very good book. Anybody who would like to learn in detail.
Can you show that one more time? They're asking me to put that up one more time, please.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I think there you go. Okay, mashallah. So this actually talks about the institutions of the state. Mashallah. Okay, so there are resources out there. So
it goes into the good part about that is it goes into every part of the all the institutions that exist in Islam, and gives you evidence for each one of them, back to back. It's not just fictation of somebody's mind he came up with and just start putting the labels of Islam on top of it. Rather, it gives the detail of it. Okay, we are saying that this is what Islam says, and whatever, for example, it talks about there has to be a Khalifa. You can have mu'awinin. You can have the mu'awinin means the assistance of the Khalifa. They can have two different types. One is execution, one is delegation. Then you can have governors, which is the valis of different provinces of Islam state. The judges, as the brother was talking yesterday, different kinds of judges that exist in Islam. Then when it comes to the mayors, for example, or in different smaller cities. So where are the evidences in Islam, or even for example, the police in a state? So what is the evidence in Islam that shows that these are the offices that exist in an Islamic state? So it gives all the evidences to make it clear, because I have heard, unfortunately, things like this. Oh, when we talk about the state in the time of Rasulullah, it was just Medina, a very small state, and there was nothing there. It was in a very initial stages. You can find the details there. And then, of course, we understand that when we talk about the evidences for extracting the rules of Islam is Quran, Sunnah, Ijma, Sahaba, and the Qiyas, which is the consensus of the Sahaba as well, which can be seen from the lives of the Sahaba later on after Rasulullah as well. That where Sahaba as a group, they agreed upon something that becomes a source. And we see that in the time of Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anh, and Umar al-Khattab and Uthman and Ali, the Islamic State expanded tremendously at a very fast pace. As some of the historians talk like this, that it was spreading at the speed of whatever speed of traveling was existed at that time, by the horses, by the camels. So that spread that speed, subhanallah. And hence we see that such a big state was governed by Islam at that time. So we can see all the rules and regulations of running the state. And this book is I consider that it's a treasure for anybody who's looking into this kind of stuff. He will find very good, authentic information.
What we'll do is also, maybe we can put that book name up. I don't know if it's possible. Okay, so we're going to take some questions, Sheikh. We're going to go directly to questions. There is a question by Ad Sultan of the Bricks. He's saying, is the ulama part, or the ulama system, part of the ruling system? What is ulama system? Well,
I'm not sure. It's a very confusing question.
Yeah, ulama system means what? I guess are the ulama how are the ulama part of the ruling system?
I'm not sure. Maybe that's what he meant, or I'll try to cover both ways, whichever way I'm thinking what he meant. That when somebody is saying ulama is part of the ruling system, as if the ulama are the source of the ruling system, that's not correct. Yeah, for us, when we talk about ahkam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, ahkam comes from the sources of Islam, which I mentioned. The sources are Quran, Sunnah, Ijma, Sahaba, and Qiyas. Qiyas is the analogy. And these terminologies were discussed in previous talks as well. So I would suggest the brothers to go back to listen to other talks as well for the completeness. Otherwise, we'll be sitting and repeating many of the things in this talk as well. Okay, so now the ulama are ulama is a treasure for the ummah. Remember that. So let's not misunderstand that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given a lot of high regards to the scholars, because they are the one who carry the knowledge. They are the inheritors of the prophets. And as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ ulama, that the ulama are the one who fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, meaning they are the one, because they really have the information that came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the wahi that was revealed to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and passed on, and they ulama, they carry it, they understand it, and they can help us to know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants from us. So from that perspective, ulama are needed, of course, to understand what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants from us, but they are not the source of saying what is right and wrong.
Okay.
That's it. I want to make sure that this is understood that way, not other way down, as if ulama can just decide whatever is right.
The next question is, what is unique about the ruling system of Islam? That is, what are principles upon which the system is built? This person wants a whole another lecture.
Yeah, this is gonna go into another whole lecture. But when we talk about the principles, it goes back to, look, the system of Islam, as I said, is unique from all other systems that exist out there. Yeah, system of Islam that came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, meaning that we extract that from the sources of Islam. It is not from the mind. There are ahkam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we extract from there, and these are the rules that are implemented by the Khalifa, because Khalifa is the one who is responsible for implementing the rules of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And yes, then he can have all the institutions in place to make sure that the system of Islam have been implemented, have been applied over the people, and and if there is any other need, for example, besides when you talk about the ruling system, is one aspect of it, and the other aspect of it is, of course, because sometimes people get confused about, well, yes, you're saying that all the rules have to come from Islam, but what about the other administrative things? For example, well, how about the traffic lights, for example? Yeah. So they say, well, this is also rules. So somebody is making these rules and regulations. So these are the rules and regulations which are from the administrative part of the ruling, and these are the things which are used as the means to apply the rules from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The ruling system tells us what is halal and haram, while there are things that can be used from the administrative system to apply those rules.
Okay, and there's one more question, but before I go to, there's another question here also. Okay, let me ask the question on the screen. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This is from Kwame. Brother Kwame said there are people who say there is nothing called the Islamic State. What do you say to this? Also, they say Maulana Maududi and the revivalist movements deviated. Can you answer this?
Look, there are many evidences from the Quran, from the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that leads us to understand that the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have to be implemented. Okay, like one of the examples, the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that I quoted earlier about Bani Israel, that they were ruled by the Anbiya, and one used to die, the next would take over, and then Rasulullah was the last messenger, and there will be khulafa. So now, who are these khulafa? What was the purpose of those khulafa? We know from the history, the Muslims ruled by Islam until the demise of Khilafah Uthmaniyya. So there was a state that was continuing on. To say that there is no such thing like that, it is rejecting the reality that existed. Right? And we can see in the ahadith and the ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that talks about not only that existed, it talks about even the stages that it existed. Meaning, one of the hadith of Rasulullah says that the prophethood will stay among you as long as Allah wishes, and Allah will take it away. And then they will be ruling like the kings, and they will stay among you as long as Allah wishes, and they will take it away. And then there will be dictatorship over you, and that will stay over you as long as Allah wishes. And then, actually, I missed one stage. After the prophethood, there's a stage of Khulafai Rashidin, the rightly guided Khulafa. And then the kingship, and then the dictatorship. And then the hadith says, then there will be the Khilafah ala minhaj al-Nabuwa that will come back again. And then after the Rasulullah stayed silent. So even the hadith of Rasulullah, even with the wordings of al-Khilafah ala minhaj al-Nabuwa been used in the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So to say that any of them who says this, I think this is pretty naive, and they have to go back and check their facts and figures from the perspective of the Quran and Sunnah, and we find otherwise than what they are trying to say.
Sheikh, this whole issue of deviation that people always, anytime, whenever there are Muslims who are trying to, revive, come back, bring back the real discussions to the Muslims, talk about the real issues that are taking place, then those usually, it seems like those movements or whatever, they get labeled deviated, things like this. Can you, what is, in your perspective here, why do you think that is? I mean, it seems that's very, it's a very common thing. You see, they're speaking the truth, they're quoting Quran, Hadith, all of that, and then, okay, that's it, deviate. And this has been a trend only from certain, parts of the world.
Yeah. Look, I think in my opinion, the reason these kind of terminologies are used or thrown at the people is they're trying to. Obviously, I'm not going to say anything about what's in the hearts of the people, but the result of that is, in general, is we find that the people, there's a lot of ignorance among the ummah nowadays, and hence it becomes very easy for just throw a term like deviation, or their aqidah is not right, or this is not right, and on and on, and the people get confused, and they just want to, the idea of this whole thing about blindly following the ulama has prevailed among the ummah. Because of that, they just try to keep the people away from this idea of implementing the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Unfortunately, some of them probably knowingly and others are unknowingly just repeating what they have heard from their scholars. Besides that, I cannot think of anything else why they are doing that. I can say that some people are knowingly they're trying to stop this revival, and others.
And by the way, brothers and sisters, those who are watching, Sheikh Asim, he's a scholar. He himself, he's a scholar who has done classical studies. So this is not. So we're not talking to somebody who's just speaking for the sake of speaking. He has the background. He understands the Islamic system. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen, has been teaching it probably for more than 20 years that I know him, and has the qualifications to say what he's saying. So you are speaking to an alim, you are watching an alim speak regarding these matters. So when someone comes and says deviation and things like this, I think it would be important to actually quote something or say something from the book so that Sheikh can actually answer that. That would be a good way to also engage in this discussion, and we have no problem with that, inshallah. The next question.
Yeah, and that's I just want to make sure about the continuation of the previous part of it, which is when you say that the issue of deviation, at the same time, we should also give the benefit of doubt as, okay, if somebody does bring up an issue that there is a deviation, and we are open for all the time. If anybody can point out to us that whatever has been said is wrong or can be looked into in another way, we are more open for this, of course. And as a Muslim, we should always be helping each other out. If there is a mistake, we are not none of us, there is no more prophethood among us. All we have is the revelation, the wahi from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is preserved by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's not going anywhere. We can make mistakes sometimes to understand the wahi. And if there is a mistake being done, yes, we should help each other out, and we should be open for this kind of a criticism. Hence, anybody who says there's a deviation, he has to bring the proof to say that this is something is deviated. And this is why I mentioned the book that I mentioned, that it has the evidences for all the things that they are talking about there, right? So hence, look into those evidences and say, okay, yes, this is deviation, let's talk about it. Let's fix it. It's not for one person or one specific group of the Muslim Ummah. What we're discussing here is for the Ummah at large. And not only for the Ummah, this is beneficial for the Muslims and non-Muslims alike. Because when the rule of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator of the heavens and the earth, is in place, that will benefit everyone. Because this is from Allah, the creator. It is unbiased, it is unjust, it's not for the people fitting the pockets of some few corporate owners and the billionaires and trillionaires nowadays who will be making the benefits out of these rules. This is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that provides justice to all, inshallah.
All right, next question. Is it Jalal Ansari? Brother Kwame, inshallah, I'll just send you the picture of the book of that, so he will know who the author is. Okay, we have to. Is there any other questions? Okay, we have to stop it because of the next person coming in. Okay. But Sheikh Asim, wallahi, Jazakallah khair. It's always a pleasure having you here. And as I always say, this is not the last time, inshallah, you'll be asked to come on the show over and over and over, because there's a lot of educating that needs to be done, and who else will do this other than the scholars? Because even yesterday somebody asked a lot of the brothers that they're asking questions that why aren't these things taught? Why don't we have classes on this? Why aren't the books regarding these? This is Islam. Why isn't this part of Islam common and known amongst the people? Very few subjects or topics are constantly put out there, and those are the same type of publications or books that we see. We don't actually see when we say Islam is a way of life, but we only talk about Salah, Siyam, and Qiyam. So we will have to have you, especially scholars like you are very rare, who are actually talking about the system rather than just talking about the rules of Siyam and Qiyam. Not that those things are not important. They are part of Islam, and this is also part of Islam that needs to be discussed. So, Jazakallah khair for being here. It's always an honor when you are here, Sheikh. And inshallah, we will see you very soon. Jazakallah khair for your time, and for all of the brothers and sisters who are watching, inshallah. Now we are going to go to the next session. The next session that we have is also very unique. We have Muhammad Ukkashah, Sheikh. He's coming, subhanallah. As you know, he's also a scholar. who studied in Yemen, studied in Egypt, studied in Medina, many different places, and some of the amazing scholars he has studied under. He is going to come and he's going to discuss where is the social justice. It is an honor to have people like him. And so inshallah, give us 2 minutes and we'll be right back. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Don't miss the next one.
واقرأ وحرك نشوة الإيمان وعي القلوب بقول بارئها الذي يجلو القلوب برحمة الرحمن رتل وزد من منهل القرآن واقرأ وحرك نشوة الإيمان وعي القلوب بقول بارئها الذي يجلو القلوب برحمة الرحمن واحفظ من القرآن في أجزائه وابرز وكن من حامل القرآن هم في الأناس مثالهم أترجة
21st century. See, they are sitting under the shade of the tree in 21st century. Can you believe it? They have 150 students here. This is where they teach, under the shade of tree. And then you see the wind is blowing, the birds go to their eyes and all that. You can see the students, none of them has any, bench table where you can put your notebook on it and write your lesson. They have to do it this way. So I am appealing on you, my brothers and sisters, if Allah bless you, you can come to the rescue of the Muslim children so they can have access to this basic life necessity. It's called knowledge. Say that these are Muslim kids. These are Muslim kids. They have the same rights on us like our own children has over us. See under which condition they are learning their deen. We want to be able to give them Islamic knowledge. And he said that these parents love Islam, they want Islam for their kids, that's why they are sacrificing the luxury of their kids. If you go there, you will see the government school is built nice and everything, but they teach everything there except Islam. So these people, they do not want that for their kids. So they rather have their kids to sit under the shade of the tree. Sometimes the sunlight hits them on the eyes, but despite of all that, if they can learn Islam, that's good enough for them. So the matter is up to you now. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, you can help us. By doing that, you will secure yourself a room or spot or house in Jannah. I encourage you to do it. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum. Saying, oh Allah, I beg you to send nice brother so that we build some nice classes so we can learn our deen and become a Muslim. Amen. Amen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا وآتوا اليتامى أموالهم ولا تتبدلوا الخبيث بالطيب ولا تأكلوا أموالهم إلى أموالكم إنه كان حوبا كبيرا وإن خفتم ألا تقسطوا في اليتامى اليتامى فانكحوا ما طاب لكم من النساء مثنى وثلاث ورباع فإن خفتم ألا تعدلوا فواحدة أو ما ملكت أيمانكم ذلك أدنى ألا تعولوا وآتوا النساء صدقاتهن نحلة فإن طبن لكم عن شيء منه نفسا فكلوه هنيئا مريئا ولا تؤتوا السفهاء أموالكم التي جعل الله لكم قياما وارزقوهم فيها واكسوهم وقولوا لهم قولا معروفا وابتلوا اليتامى حتى إذا بلغوا النكاح فإن آنستم منهم رشدا فادفعوا إليهم أموالهم
كتاب الله دستوري كتاب الله دستوري وخير الخلق أسوتنا
بسنته انجلى نوري لهدي الحق أرشدنا
كتاب الله دستوري وخير الخلق أسوتنا بسنته انجلى نوري لهدي الحق أرشدنا كتاب الله دستوري وخير الخلق أسوتنا بسنته انجلى نوري لهدي الحق أرشدنا لزمت محاضن القرآن فذكر الله يسعدنا عرفنا إخوة الإيمان وللأخيار صحبتنا تميزنا بكل الفن وتجمعنا محبتنا وصدق القول نعرفه وخير الخلق يعرفنا تعالينا على الأحقاد مع المخطي تسامحنا تنافسنا بحفظ الآي وهذا ما يميزنا كتاب الله دستوري
حط غرام ما فيها ولا غنم جاريتات ما عندي بس تجيبون كم جاريتات كم شغلة جوادر والله هذا البيت نقعد فيه يخر علينا دعكم البارح على نهار نطلع من بلينا كليتنا والله تخر علينا البراكير ريد سفنجات النام علقة مطار لباس هواء هدوم لوح طغنى عني بطارية نام على العتبة جوادر خيام كل شيء لباس ابواب
طيب على شو عم تتدفوا؟
والله لو من الشارع اكياس وحطب لا نتدفى
عندكم صوبة؟
لا
ما عندكم صوبة. شو بتشغلوا الحطب؟ هذا شو بتشغلوا؟
على حجرات نتدفى عليها.
طيب شو بتطلبي من أهل الخير؟ شو يبعثوا لي؟
جوادر ومازوت وكل شيء.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
ولنبلونكم بشيء من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون إن الصفا والمروة من شعائر الله فمن حج البيت أو اعتمر فلا جناح عليه أن يطوف بهما ومن تطوع خيرا فإن الله شاكر عليم إن الذين يكتمون ما أنزلنا من البينات والهدى من بعد ما بيناه للناس في الكتاب أولئك يلعنهم الله ويلعنهم اللاعنون إلا الذين تابوا وأصلحوا وبينوا فأولئك أتوب عليهم وأنا التواب الرحيم وما
in Afghanistan. But this isn't particularly interesting and fascinating that everyone that putting their efforts there, they will get the reward, but the donor will get it as well. And this hadith, the profound hadith which gives you hope, that Prophet ﷺ, if anyone is building a house for Allah, a masjid, a place of worship, a place of gathering, a masjid, may Allah bless everyone who is involved in this project. May Allah bless the people who are building with so much love and compassion. And inshallah, this is a progress report. Once complete, I will personally visit and give you the update and show you their dua that they're making for you. Not only with their mouths, but with their hearts. Barakallahu feekum. May Allah bless you for building this beautiful masjid.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
والسماء والطارق وما أدراك ما الطارق النجم الثاقب إن كل نفس لما عليها حافظ فلينظر الإنسان مما خلق من ماء دافق يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب إنه على رجعه لقادر يوم تبلى السرائر فما له من قوة ولا ناصر والسماء ذات الرجع والأرض ذات الصدع إنه لقول فصل وما هو بالهزل إنهم يكيدون كيدا وأكيد كيدا فمهل الكافرين أمهلهم رويدا.
نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون تشهد الأيام عنا والسنون فاسألوا الأكوان عنا من نكون تشهد الأيام عنا والسنون فاسألوا الأكوان عنا من نكون لا لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا فإذا البرق تجلى فارقبوا شمس النهار واركبوا الرايات تصلى برياح الانتصار فإذا البرق تجلى فارقبوا شمس النهار واركبوا الرايات تصلى برياح الانتصار مسلم جاء كبرق أزرق يسبي العيون بأسه حل بكفر إننا منتصرون مسلم جاء كبرق أزرق يسبي العيون زال بكفر إننا منتصرون لا لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا فإلى الله مضينا عن حمى الدين نذود إن أبى العز أبينا هكذا طبع الأسود فإلى الله مضينا عن حمى الدين نذود إن أبى العز أبينا هكذا طبع الأسود سوف نبقى بثبات تقتدي به الجبال يطرد اليأس ذليلا من عزائم الرجال سوف نبقى بثبات تقتدي به الجبال يطرد اليأس ذليلا من عزائم الرجال من عزائم الرجال لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا حين نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون حين نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, all of you are well aware of what is happening in the communities and society in general, in the cities that we live in. Every single day, we, especially for the last 2-3 years, justice and social justice has been on radar every single time, especially when it comes to inner city African Americans, people of color, all these different discussions. And to the point in the last 3-4 years, we are even seeing formation of different organizations, movements being formed in the US. There is talk of, could there be a civil war? Could there be this? I mean, all kinds of discussions have been happening in the last 2-3 years because of the kind of events that have taken place in the last 2 or 3 years that we are observing in the cities, Chicago or anywhere else. So this is obviously a hard discussion, a discussion that we need to have. And who better to have this with other than scholars of Islam, scholars who have studied the deen, who understand the deen, who are responsible to convey the message of this deen to others, and those who have the experience, who've been overseas, who have understood they're on the ground, they know the realities of what takes place not only in the US in general but the inner cities. So it's always very important to have people who are both scholars and those who understand the realities on the ground and have them together. Aware scholars is a rare commodity, dear brothers and sisters. Many times we have scholars who may know things, but they're just repetition. So now we have Sheikh, scholar Muhammad Ukkashah here with us. Alhamdulillah, you know that he was here with us 2 weeks ago. It was an amazing, and it was honor to have him then, and it is honor to have him here. Ahlan wa sahlan, welcome Sheikh Muhammad. Oh, okay, there he is. He's having connection problem. But this is the background. The Sheikh has already he has studied in many different parts of of the world. He studied in Yemen. He studied in Egypt, and he was a student of knowledge both even here in this country, and he became Muslim. If I'm not wrong, I think he was at the age of 24. I think when he had accepted Islam. Although he is visually impaired, he was not born in that way. But subhanallah, you know, as I always say, that the scholars, I think for instance, Sufyan al-Thawri rahimahullah, was known that he actually went blind later on in his life. I always mention Imam Bukhari rahimahullah, who was born blind. The dua of his mother, subhanallah, made him who he was. So, you know, we've never had, our ulama have always taken anything that was maybe for others as some type of a handicap. But subhanallah, ulama have always used that as an opportunity to get closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I know I was reading in his introduction also that, you know, he because of that condition that he was in, he was trying so hard to make sure that he memorizes as much as he can, because he may not be able to look at the books and things like this. So here we have Sheikh Muhammad is back.
Voiceover off. Okay, voiceover is now off.
MashaAllah.
السلام
عليكم ورحمة الله. كيف حالك يا شيخي? How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, how are you?
والله الحمد لله رب العالمين. Sheikh, ahlan wa sahlan, how's everything going? How's New York? You're in New Jersey or New York now?
I'm upstate New York.
Upstate New York, subhanallah, mashallah. And what masjid are you in? It seems like you're in a masjid.
Yes, I'm in Masjid Mutakabbir.
Mashallah, inshallah, I have to put that as a point to visit one day. All these places that I have to go, Sheikh, I keep making promises to people, I gotta start fulfilling those. So Sheikh, first of all, really it is an honor to have you. As I said, scholars who are aware and people who have been in the struggle, who've seen the struggle, who've seen, it's very rare to have scholars like that. Sheikh, tell us what is social justice? Why is it so important? I mean, why is justice so important?
You doing? Oh, that's you. Bismillah. I don't know if I'm on the Facebook, yeah? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm on that? Yeah. On Facebook, yeah? Bismillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sallam. I told the staff there, the other week that the Salatul Maghrib comes in for us about 4:30. We'll stop about 4:45. We're going to push it to 10 minutes to 5. Then we'll stop and pray, and then we'll come back at y'all. That's me?
No, okay, so if you can speak up a little bit, because we can barely hear you, Sheikh.
Okay, hold on. Open Facebook. What about now?
Yeah.
Okay, what about now?
Yes, it's very clear, mashallah.
Okay. That's a video? Yeah.
Go ahead, Sheikh. I don't know how to use it.
Yeah. So, and I was telling Victor, the Maghrib comes in for us like 4:31. I had to extend it on. Stop in 4 to 5. We're going to push it to 10 to 5. So we can pray, and then I'll come back in. I'll just leave my room open. We won't shut it. And we'll come back and finish wrapping up.
No problem, inshallah. Let me know when you need to go for salah and we'll arrange it, inshallah. No big deal. We'll figure it out.
No, inshallah. The question you asked about the topic, finding social justice through the Sharia. It's a big topic. I'd like to talk half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, want justice at all. Talk about terminology. You have to talk about Tawheed, things that are.
Sheikh, if you can just speak up, please.
Okay. What about now?
Yeah, if you can speak up, that's all. I think the mics are good. Just if you speak up, inshallah.
Okay. Say, so how about this? Is that good?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, inshallah. You sure? It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead, Fadda.
Say, yeah. So my point is that it's not enough time to go through all the things that would effectively allow somebody to understand the topic and to understand all of the ins and outs. But we're going to try to make it understandable, inshallah. When you talk about justice, that's one thing in our society, they say justice. But in the Deen of Allah Ta'ala, there's a different meaning to justice. Like, for example, we could talk about someone getting killed or someone being violated. We say in our society, we want justice. So if that person goes to jail, we say, okay, justice was served. And that person maybe don't get their property back. Or, of course, if the person has been killed, you can't give that person his life back. So, is that really justice? But in the Deen of Allah Ta'ala, we know one of the concepts in Islam is that there are 3 conditions for repentance. Returning something back to its original state after you violate it. The first one is nadam. You have to feel bad about it in order to repent. The second one is Allah, on faith, on them. You stop the sin, stop the violation. The third is za'ama la yu'ud ilayhi abadan. You never go back. You make this type of commitment. I'm not going to do it again. All of the scholars in Islam, past and present, they said the 4th condition is applied when you violate somebody. If the sin, the wrong, it includes the human being. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
It's 4. Is this quality 4?
The quality is 4.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
So I think they're trying to
what
fix.
About now?
Yeah, it's clear. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Okay.
But we lost you on the as far as the picture is concerned. I mean, you're not on the video.
What about now?
Yeah, if you can move that maybe a little bit to the left of you or the camera. Or you're right, I guess this way.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
It's very good. I like the shirt, by the way.
Okay. Alhamdulillah, thank you. Can you still hear? Yeah. Okay. So the point is that when and the religion of Islam, when we talk about repentance, what time is it? Islam. 4:33. 36. Let me know when it's 10 minutes till. We'll stop the prayer. In our society, we're saying again, when they say justice, when a person is killed, of course you can't give that person his life back. And when someone has something taken from them, the property, many times they don't get that property back. You guys have a lot of background noise, like you're outside. Are you outside?
No, I'm inside.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm inside.
I hear a lot of cars and okay, tell you. But for us, Islam, the 4th condition of repentance, when a person wants to return back to Allah, the Mighty, the Sublime, when they want to repair a violation, the fourth condition is you have to return the thing back to the one that you violated. So when it becomes a human being, then that's when the justice is really going to be looked at with regards to the violation of that person or that person's property. And so, for example, it said, if you took something from a person, you return it back to them. If you talked about somebody, you backbit them, then some of them say, now you stop backbiting them, you praise them, you say good about them. But what about if you kill somebody? There's no way you can return that person his life back. He's dead. So for us in Islam, some things there's no justice until the day of judgment. There's no justice for some things for us in Islam to the day of judgment. And so when we talk about justice with regards to the Sharia, then people have to know what is the Sharia. That's the first thing. Because many people today, when you say Sharia, they think beheading somebody. They think killing a person because he's a Jew or a Christian, which is far from the reality of Islam. They think when you talk about somebody being stoned because of adultery, as they make these kind of claims, push somebody who's a homosexual off the top of a building or a mountain. They said this is the Sharia. But in reality, as not George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, it's known in the Library of Congress here in Washington, D.C., that there's articles inside of the Library of Congress that they still have to show what they used to make the Constitution, to draft the Constitution. One of them was a translation that Thomas Jefferson purchased from Great Britain, a translation of the Quran translated by Muhammad. And he used some of the civil legislation, some of the civil laws to draft the Constitution. So much of what we have in the Constitution, let it be known, is from the Sharia with regards to people's disability rights, civil rights, human rights, marital rights, children rights, custody rights, even the roads being paved. This concept, they said, came from the time of Umar ibn al-Khattab, when he would remove a rock or a stone or something from the roadway, fearing if someone were to hurt their foot or twist their ankle, he will be responsible as the leader. So when we talk about the Sharia, people have to understand what is Sharia is legislation, like we say abolishing or vetoing or passing a law, then all of those terms are what we say in Arabic Sharia. So when you talk about some of these injunctions, first of all, some of them will only be applied in a Muslim country. That's why the whole fallacy about ISIS or ISIL or all of these playing games and jargons they use, it's no way they're Islamic State, because in order to have an Islamic State, all of the scholars of past and present agree the people must firstly be willing to live in that state. Secondly, the people must pick uncoerced the leader. And then thirdly, the people live willingly under those rules and regulations. So some things could not be practiced. Therefore, some types of justice can't be given or received because you live in a non-Islamic country or a non-ruled or established country. So that's one thing for us in America to get out of our heads, ruling or establishing the society, getting justice based on the Sharia. That can't happen in a non-Muslim country all the way across the board, because some of those rules will only be after the Muslims accept Islam willingly, then they pick to live in that society, and then thirdly, they pick that leader and they willingly live under those legislations. The second thing is that some of them, as we mentioned again, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth,
Or as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, هَلْ جَزَاءَ إِحْسَانٍ إِلَّا إِحْسَانٍ. Will a person be rewarded excellence for anything other than excellence? وَجَزَاءُ سَيِّئَةٍ سَيِّئَةٍ مِثْلُهَا. And the recompense for evil will be equal to the evil that that person did. So this is what's called justice in the sense of you reap what you sow, or you get what you earn. And so when you talk about the issue of somebody's life, for example, somebody gets murdered, you can never say, okay, that person, the defendant or the person, the suspect has been caught, proven guilty, he gets life in jail, justice. No, it's no justice. That person will have to come on the day of judgment. As the Prophet ﷺ mentioned, all people will come. It's not exclusive just for the Muslims. This includes everybody. That one that got wronged, even to the issue of the Bahimatul An'am, the animals, they will get their right on the day of judgment. Because some rights you can't get in this life. As it relates to us and this society and other Western societies, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made everything based on our ability. If we can get some type of haqooq, rights and resolutions concerning things that are owed to us, then we do. And those that we can't, then we're not responsible for that. That's the society responsible. And some of those things, unfortunately, we just have to take as a loss. And as we mentioned, on the day of judgment, those things will be settled. Wallahu yahkumu baynahum yawm al-qiyamati fima kanu fihi yakhtalifun. Allah will deal with them on the day of judgment wherein they differ. Time is now. 44. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned these type of injunctions in the Quran. And this is what I have to mention at this point as it relates to your question about how do we get justice out of the Sharia.
Sure. No, I guess also I'm asking, of course, obviously we cannot implement Islam here. That I understand. It's very clear. I mean, this is not a Muslim country. When we're talking about establishing Islam, we're talking about in Muslim lands. But Sheikh, what is when we're talking about social justice, also, with what is taking place in the Muslim communities, or let's say especially in the inner cities, how what is the role of Islam in this? In as Muslims, let's say, what is our role as Muslims in order to stop the social justice? Is there a role that we can, the justice that is not happening, is there a role as Muslims that we can play?
Is there a role for us in the inner cities with regards to...
when it comes to justice, period, when there is oppression taking place, what is our role as Muslims?
Yeah, and I'm repeating this because the people in the masjid here, they can't hear you because I have their ear pods on, so I'm repeating this for the people that are sitting here, so that I'm not just talking one way and they don't understand, like, why am I saying what I'm saying? So when we talk about establishing justice in the inner city or in the Muslim community, here in America, again, you have to be blunt and say, but we're in a non-Muslim society. And I have to include that when we talk about the justice. I can't say in a Muslim country, this is like utopia. Because the Islam and the Deen and the law Islam, this for the whole of the world, the Islam has to spread. وَمَنْ يَبْتَغِ غَيْرَ الْإِسْلَامِ دِينًا فَلَنْ يُقْبَلَ مِنْهُ وَهُوَ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. Or we choose the way other than Islam, will never be accepted, they'll be of the losers. Allah Azza wa Jal mentioned this part about the religion. So we're talking in general, but in particular to the Muslim community, but we're in a non-Muslim society. And talking about the non-Muslim, because even for the non-Muslim, we have to want their haq. When we say justice, that means what's due a person, they have to get their due. This is the part of the Islam that the world needs to know. And not that we're Muslim and they're non-Muslim, we don't care about them, that's their problem, this our problem. No. So please pardon me when I talk outside the box, although you're asking me in this way. As it relates
no problem. That's what I want you to do.
Our role. as it relates to our role, the first thing we have to be visible, have to be in a way where we interact and we can explain to the people what is Islam, because for them, their only introduction is through what they see on TV. They have no idea what we are and what we believe. No idea that many verses in the Bible have been revealed all over again in the Quran. They have no idea. So that's the first role of the Muslim. We have to be part of the, not society only, but our communities where we live. We have to make some type of rapport where we can open the dialogue and they can begin to learn what is a Muslim, what is Islam. That's the first thing, to make them comfortable with that dialogue and not that they're offensive or feel intimidated with that dialogue. The second thing is that then, as Sheikh Uthaymeen mentioned about the issue of politics in a non-Muslim country where the Muslims are the minority, he said if there's a maslahah, if there's some type of benefit to be rep for the Muslims. So like on the, some people would debate, can you be a president? Can you be a mayor? Can you be a governor? Because of the values of the society. But guess what? We live in that society. But nobody, I think, will debate about the lower branches like committee man or the person who was maybe
administrative policies. Nobody would disagree.
Yeah, like this. Yeah. So this is one of the things when we talk about the role of the Muslim in a non-Muslim society. And Sheikh bin Baz wrote a book about this back in the, I believe in the 80s. It's translated to English. You know, Muslims living in non-Muslim societies as minorities, and it had a lot of good benefits as to some of those things. So that's the second thing, after being visible, to establish some type of interaction on that level in the community with people who are locals, the different associations, the churches, the synagogues, the recreation centers, the sports centers, the schools, the colleges, the high schools, the middle schools. You know, as they say, we have to go all out. We have to be on the front lines with this. Now, I'm not saying they're activists and for everything you say, okay, we're involved, like the issue of some of the leaders that said dealing with homosexual rights, like civil rights. No, we can't have talbis. We can't mix apples with oranges. We have to keep apples with apples and oranges with oranges. But you understand in my context what I'm saying about being involved.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Thing is that we have to generate some type of economy between the Muslims, some type of economics, because, you know, everything costs money. In order to get involved on the legislative level, in order to lobby, in order to be in a position where our voice counts, we have to have some money to put up. You understand? We have to have things to add to the society where people want to come to us because they see the benefit that is coming from the Muslims. You know, so
Sheikh, let me ask you this question. You know, I mean, look, how, you know, the question would be from a lot of the people who they would say things like, you know, how are we as Muslims, what should be our role? Shouldn't we, when we see oppression and things like this, shouldn't we be saying that Islam, how Islam solves the problem and how Islam will actually bring justice, rather than going back to the same systems that are actually cyclically oppressing people?
Okay, hold that question. Let us pray, and then we're going to come back to that question, inshallah.
Okay.
For us, inshallah. And we're going to stay online. We're not going to close out.
Yeah, no
problem. It's not to lose you. Yeah, inshallah.
Inshallah. So, inshallah, brothers and sisters, the Sheikh will be back. They are going to pray Maghrib. And first of all, it is, you know, I would like to actually say Jazakumullah khairan to the whole community. I mean, they are sitting in the masjid and they're watching us live. That itself is a favor from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that people are watching us in different masajid and things like this. But, you know, it's a question, you know, that brothers and sisters, whoever, those who are watching, send us your questions because we will lose about 10 minutes with the Sheikh. So we want to make sure that at least utilize that time, write some questions down in some of the things that he mentioned. What should be the role of the Muslim? What should be the role of, for instance, I always say, when he was talking about, for instance, even resources, brothers and sisters, inner cities, I always call them, this is gold for Muslims. This is where the da'wah really is, are the inner cities in the US, because people who have seen oppression, people who are going through oppression daily, when they see justice of Islam, what the kind of role that they can play versus us, especially the immigrants. Second, I think it's high time to actually talk to the masajid and the Muslims and organizations, that I think us as Muslims, we need to invest in the inner cities. We need to invest in the inner cities. We need to build a masajid, or we need to build institutions that gives access to the masses in the inner city to Islam. It's a necessity that da'wah must be done. Brothers and sisters, we build all these huge masajid, 12 million, 10 million, 14 million. It's unbelievable, and money has no meaning. But the only thing that we think about it, our own, just communities, maybe in the suburbs and things like this, while the inner cities, masajid are suffering. You go to some of the masajid, they barely have a proper roof. While we can actually support, by supporting these masajid, we can actually support the work of da'wah and many other things that the Sheikh was talking about, that we need to connect with the people, we need to discuss with the people, we need to bring Islam and discuss Islam openly and clearly to the masses, because if not, this is not possible. And while we are discussing this topic, if you guys have any questions, you guys can put out some questions out there before the Sheikh comes back, because we're waiting for the Sheikh Muhammad to actually come back from Salah. They are in New York, so they're an hour ahead of us. This is we should have actually, we keep the salawat times in mind, inshallah. Do you have any questions there out there? Not yet. Oh, there is a question there. Okay. I'm just waiting for the question to come up. There's a question that is being asked. What is social justice? Can you define it? That's, inshallah, when the Sheikh comes back, he will define what social justice is. Inshallah. We know what social is and we know what justice is. Look, brothers and sisters, here's the thing. What is justice? Justice, in Islam, when you put something in place that it does not belong in, that is called oppression. Ya bunayya la tushrik billah inna shirka la dhulmun azim. Again, the Sheikh they are going to pray Maghrib, so this is why I'm taking for a few minutes until he comes back. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that, right? Ya bunayya la tushrik billah inna shirka la dhulmun azim. And this is saying that, look, oh my son, do not make shirk with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and this shirk is the dhulmun azim. What does that mean? That means that when you put something that does not belong in its place. For instance, imagine somebody thinks that they're smart and they take the fish out of the water and they say, oh, it's living in this small little container. Why don't we give it, put it in a bigger place, and it has more place to run around. And you do that and the thing dies. What happens? You misplaced it. You didn't put it in the right place. And that's called oppression. And so oppression will continue. Oppression will continue to happen as long as we don't go to the right source for justice. We know when human beings are in power, when human beings are ruling and they're the ones who are making laws, that we know that human beings they will be biased. They are limited in the way they understand things. There are going to be racism. There is going to be all kinds of oppression, because any human you go to, they will think about themselves first, then others. As I said in some of the other sessions, I was talking about judges here even. Yet many of the judges are being told to go to different places, in the country, like Florida, for instance, I think California also, that they want people to go there, and they want them to, and this was on NPR, that they want people to go there and learn how not to be biased, because they are worried that no matter what, when they are passing judgments, they are biased in their judgments. What does that mean? That means that they are worried that the judgments that they are passing are biased, which means these are oppressive. For instance, we were talking about social justice issues. For instance, the plea bargaining. Inshallah, hopefully we get into this a little bit with the Sheikh, but that's one topic that we need to talk about. Majority of the people who are in prisons are poor and colored. Why is that? What happens? Why is it that there's so many people, huge percentage of people are in jails? Because something called plea bargaining, where people they're not given the right resource, they're not given judges or a good lawyer, that they don't have the money to hire one, and so when they go to in courts, judges or their own state lawyers that they're appointed to, they just say, look man, they've got 1,000 cases that they have to worry about, and so because of that they're not worried. They'll just come and tell you, listen man, just accept this. Instead of getting 2 years in jail, you'll get 3 years, but it'll be a felony on your background. But you just get 3 years and you'll be out of jail. A lot of the people, they just take that. It's called plea bargaining. They'll take it and they'll just say they'll run with it, because they'll say, okay, I'd rather just be in jail 3 months than be here forever. But the guy is not guilty. But there's no one to actually defend him. Or the lawyer that is appointed does not have the time. He's got 1,000 cases on him that he's defending because he's a state appointed attorney. So that's another thing, right? That's called plea bargaining, and that happens constantly in the system. And because of that, thousands of people end up in jail. And that when you go, and then what happens? People are not given jobs, because when they come out of these jails, they have a felony on them. That's another problem. Then they can't get a job because of the felony. They can't get student loans because of the felony. Then it's almost forcing people back to going to jail. And that's what we always see, is a lot of the people, because they say, look, I don't know how, there's no way to make money to survive, and people are taken back, people go back to prisons. So this is why justice is so important, brothers and sisters. Subhanallah, justice is what makes any nation successful. And when a nation is based on justice, that's a nation that survives. That's the nation that thrives. And this is the reason why we always go back and we say, look, it has to be, when we talk about the ruling systems, why we always discuss Quran and Sunnah, is because there is no other way that justice can be implemented. Inshallah, I think we have a few more minutes. They should be back. Any other questions regarding this issue while we wait for the Sheikh to return, bi'idhnillah ta'ala? By the way, there are a few very good books while we are talking about. This is one of them here. This is called Price of Inequality, Joseph Stiglitz. I don't know if you guys have seen this book. Actually a pretty good book that you can study, read and understand the kind of topics that we are talking about. It's called The Price of Inequality. Joseph Stiglitz he also wrote on globalization and the race to the bottom, for instance, that how people, very few people have always become so rich while others are always suffering. So we have the Sheikh back. Inshallah, we will get back to the topic, inshallah, bi'idhnillah ta'ala. And thank you, brothers and sisters, for the patience, inshallah. تقبل الله يا شيخ, تقبل الله. We can't hear you. I don't know if. Hello, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Sheikh, can you hear me?
Say it. We're still online.
Yeah, we are online and we can see you.
Call and they might have knocked us out. I hope not. I heard it.
You're still here.
Really? I don't hear nothing.
No. Go ahead. We can hear you. You're live.
Yeah, they just came on. Yeah. Salam
وعليكم السلام. وعليكم السلام. تفضل أخي.
Salam alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. Go ahead, Sheikh. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is a picture. I believe the brother is even speaking. Is your iPads are working or not?
Yeah, they said the noise when they're paired. Yeah. You see a button to.
No, we can hear you, Sheikh. We can hear you.
There's no sound like the camera. Yeah, I heard the call. We was praying. Flow. Let's see.
Your iPads are connected.
Salam alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. تفضل شيخ.
ما في شيء.
You want to hang out and
Go ahead, أخي. We can hear you.
Let's try that.
Sheikh Muhammad, can you hear me?
أيوة اسمع.
يا سمعت شيخي. سمعني ولا؟
أسمعكم.
لا فضل شيخ فضل.
طيب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم وعلى آله وأصحابه السلام التسليم كثيرا أما بعد. The last question you asked before the break, before the salah, what's our role when we see injustice in the society or in our communities? What should we do? Is that correct?
Yes, go ahead.
No. What's up, Kat? Yeah, this already previously was answered in different ways. You can apply some of what we already mentioned because the interaction is one of the most important things. I give you, for example, back in I would say the late 80s, 90s, particularly in that community you asked me about the last time we talked about the people in the Sunni or Salafi communities. What happened when the people seemed to be thriving and things were like moving in a direction, then they became stalemate or even going backwards. One of the things that's relevant to this question about what to do when you see injustice and how should we and what's our role as Muslims be involved. Are you there?
Yes, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Tell you, we were told this was like part of the doctrine of being upon Islam, being upon Tawheed, being upon Sunnah. We were taught in a way that people literally divided us from our non-Muslim relatives. And you will have people that will say, for example, that's my aunt, she's a kafir. Or, that's my mother, but she's a kafir. And it was promoted in such a way that many people cut off their relatives on the premise of we're Muslim first and they're kafir. Now, if we fast forward to 2021, 22, after the death of George Floyd, after this whole issue of Black Lives Matter, which really that slogan originated in the suburbs of St. Louis, Florissant, when Michael Brown was killed. That's where that statement was born, the birth of that statement. Then people took it, manipulated it, used it for other things. My point is that when you talk about dealing with injustice in the community, and you talk about what's our role, we have to make sure that we understand that all those people that are part of our families that are not Muslim or not Muslim, they're still part of our families. Allah Azza wa Jal prohibit us, the Almighty, from breaking the ties. And this includes making sure that they're inclusive when it comes to injustices, when it comes to the rights that they're due as human beings, the rights that they have as neighbors, the rights that they have as relatives, the rights that they have in our communities. So we have to make sure that things like that have been cleaned up. These misconceptions, these, I'm going to say, give them the benefit of the doubt. They meant well. In some cases, we can say maybe. In others, it was, really like a tool to further divide the community. So this is a hurdle we have to get over if we're going to talk about what's our role. Because some people believe we have no role to the non-Muslim. Only thing we're concerned with is the Muslim. But we live in a non-Muslim society. We work with non-Muslims. We're neighbors with non-Muslims. As we said again, many of us that sort of convert, revert, we have non-Muslim family members. Our mothers, our fathers, our siblings, our aunts, they're not Muslim. You understand? So that has to be fixed in order to deal with injustice in the community. And to assume our role, we have to get beyond this type of feeble-minded, which is really the opposite of Islam. When you talk about having this as even an idea that the Prophet ﷺ would go to the non-Muslims. They were not even his family members. He would go to them and would be concerned with them. And you know the story of the people who may have been oppressed or wronged. The Prophet was the first one to stand up to make sure that they were treated right. They were treated with that which was due them as a person, as a human being, be it Jew, Christian, fire worshiper, whatever you have. So this is what we need to do. We need to get over these misconceptions or these backwards ways that we were taught, these plots to divide. We need to close the gap on that. Make sure that like-minded people that may have been tricked, but they realized that was a trick. They've made Toba. People that didn't believe like that in the first place, to gather with those type of people, to make a roundtable discussion as to some of the things of the communal, and then start trying to make some type of agenda, some type of plan to deal with them like the rest of the society should be doing, and to bring what we have to offer, what will be a benefit for us as well as the other people in our communities. That's our role. I think that's how we should deal with the injustice that we see around us, for starters.
You're saying is that we need to create inroads into the communities that we live in. This is this is, of course, this is an agreement. It's just like, I guess what I was asking Sheikh is that, usually what happens is that Muslims it's just that we don't. So much injustice goes on in front of us, right? I mean, we are so used to, especially, I guess, I'm talking as an immigrant. A lot of times when we come here, we see what's happening in front of us.
Hold on 1 minute, Sheikh Muhammad. 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Try to angle this mic to the speaker so that y'all can hear what he's saying. Yeah, the mic that's in the stand, the phone. Yeah. Hold on, Sheikh Muhammad. Because this, what he's saying, is very important too. No, not this one. That one's for me. The one that's in the stand. If you could rotate it to the speaker on the phone, then we can hear what he's saying together. Because what he's
Sheikh Mohammed, can you hear me?
okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, 1 minute, Sheikh. Try to put the mic, bring the mic on the stand close to where the speaker is at. I'm trying to get this other mic, Sheikh, so that people in the message hear what you're saying. But this is very good. This is very good information that we're missing. You see? So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Is it close? Yeah. The speaker? How is the volume? We have two speakers. I mean, two mics. One towards the device, and I'm holding one.
No. It's good.
Okay.
So my question was, Okay, so the question was, Sheikh, is that, especially being an immigrant, I came to this country, for instance, I was 12 years old, and from day one, we were always told in many ways that, okay, look, what happens to everybody else is not your problem. You came here, just utilize the resources. You gotta study, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, make your money, and just worry about yourself. Certain communities were already kind of red zones. We were told, don't go there, things like this. In many ways, almost criminalized. That, look, we have no idea. For instance, I mean, the first time I actually even went into the inner city was probably I was 16 years old. 2 years later, and that was also because of the kind of brothers that I was with. I was able to, I had access. I was able to get into the inner city. So, and that in many ways continues till today, right? I mean, we have huge amounts of, huge immigrated community, the community that came here. But I can almost swear to you that 90%, if not 95, if not 98% of the Muslims who have come here to this country have never visited a masjid in the inner city. That's one thing, and never worry about the justice issues, the social justice issues, or that are taking place in the neighborhoods, whether it's inner city or it's even the neighborhoods that they live in, because they say, look, man, that's not for me. I just got to send money back home. What do you have to say to the Muslims like that? Well, now we're talking to second, third generations, and they all continue to do the same thing.
You see why I wanted to take you off the Bluetooth to see this, that people could hear. It's like so powerful, man. Powerful, and
May Allah bless you, man. You don't know like the level of respect, love that I have just in this week, because this is hard to find people like you.
It's hard to find people, brothers like you too.
I was hoping to people understand so you don't have to like stretch it. Are you comfortable? No.
It's I'm getting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey. For sure, this is against what the topic is, justice through the Sharia. That's the first thing. It's the opposite of our topic, because again, Islam, our deen, is something that even if it be an animal, you can't abuse an animal. And humans are much higher in degree above animals. That's why when Allah Azza wa Jal wants to reprimand or make an example of how low the humans have went, he uses animals. He uses animals. So Tabaraka wa Ta'ala mentioned about those who have knowledge and they don't use it. مثل الذين يعني هم التوراة كمثل الذين يحملون يعني ماذا يحملون أسفارا. The example of those who were given the Torah and they don't use it. It's like the one who's going on a long journey with all his books on the back of the donkey. The donkey can't open one muqaddimah, not one preface of a book. He doesn't even know he has Sahih this, Sahih that, Mus'haf, this, that, Tafsir. He has no idea. Tabarak wa Ta'ala mentioned كمثله كمثل الكلب إن تحمل عليه يلحظ أو يترك عليه يلحظ. The example of one follows his desires to the utmost is like the example of the dog. If you hold him on a leash, he's going to thirst. And if you let him go, he's going to thirst after his desires. Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala mentioned the issue of يعني خنازير يعني apes and swines. What's the point? Allah mentioned about people when they go astray, whom can an'am aw adallu. They're like animals or even more astray. So this in Islam, Allah has prohibited that you misuse and abuse animals. Why? Because the issue is not just worry about ourselves. Long as it don't affect me, let's make our money, we good. No, that's not the spirit, Ruhi Islam, the spirit of Islam. And the second thing is that that's a doctrination that the immigrants learn from the colonial masters before they come here. I have some friends that work in immigrations, and they told me that they are taught and they're given movies to watch. And they show them, like, the good neighborhoods. Of course, the people are Caucasian. Nice cars, nice houses, dogs running in the yard. The lawn is mowed and, manicured, no trash. Hi, hon. Okay, I'm going to work. Goodbye. Just like this. And then they show the other movies. People who are dark, Negro, Dominican, African American, running through the alley, jumping over the fence, police car going the other way, somebody shooting, this one hiding in the backyard. Allah Muslim. So before people even get off the plane, or as we say in the old days, the boat, they already have this stuff in their mind your business, become, affluent, and this is how you do it. Stay out of the inner cities. Don't worry about those people. They are minister to society, and that's how we're going to play it like the rest of the American population. So this, wallahi, is lawyer to jahal. This is like the highest level of ignorance. And you also have to remember that now those masajid in the inner city, many of them are ran by immigrants. Many of them are controlled by immigrants. but they live way out in the suburbs. Many of the convenience stores where they sell all the muharramats were ran by immigrants, those same people that we're talking about, but they live way out in the suburbs. So we ask ourselves, is this totally a mistake? Is some of this by design? And when we answer those questions, then it'll be easier to come back to the table and say, how do we deal with it? But we know one thing for certain, two things for sure, it's definitely against the Sharia, the Islam that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent to us, and it's definitely an injustice. Not just to the perpetrator of that action, not just to the perpetrator of that idea, not just to the one who feels genuinely they're doing the right thing by staying out of that intercity and minding their business and making money, but to the victims of that as well.
Again.
I wish I could see your facial expression. He told me the last talk, he said, man, they were amazed, impressed with you. You should have seen Sheikh Muhammad's facial expression when you were coming back with the answers. They said, but he asked you, didn't he? I said, yeah, he did. SubhanAllah. Jazakallah khair. May Allah help us. Ameen.
I can barely hear you now.
You barely hear me?
Wallah, Sheikh, this is... Huh? We can't hear him.
You can't hear us?
Yani you're coming in and out, period. I mean, and it's very, very low volume, Sheikh. Wallah, this is...
No, this is very low volume. Coming in and out. Let's see. What? It's right there?
Yeah, keep that mic close to you, maybe. Keep it real close to you when you talk.
This one.
I don't know if it's the mic, I don't know what it is.
Check the up. Okay. It's this way here. It's there? Yeah.
Could be the internet.
What about now?
Yeah, but it's very low, to be honest with you.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
These are, subhanAllah, brothers, sometimes, we have to deal with these things.
Hello?
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, it's good.
This better.
We gotta fix this, Sheikh, because these are conversations we really have to have. These are not conversations we can have with anyone. So we gotta fix this.
Yeah.
Because we have, how much time do we have left?
Okay.
We have done. Okay, so we are, unfortunately, we are out of time also, Sheikh, because of the Salah timing, and we have to also go for Salah now. It's 4:25. But we need to fix these technical issues and figure out however way we can help each other, Sheikh, because we really need you to connect to a good internet service, something that we can do in order to make sure that you can, as I said, these conversations are crucial, Sheikh, to understand what is the role of the Muslims here, inshallah. So unfortunately, brothers and sisters, we will have to go to the next topic here. This is very unfortunate, wallah al-azim, sometimes, but we have to deal with it. Inshallah, we are going to bring Muhammad Ukkashah back. Believe me, this is a promise. This is someone who has been in the community for years and years, and somebody who has deep understanding of what goes on. He knows the U.S. history. He's a scholar and a teacher. We really need people like this to help us understand the situations and actually guide us in trying to understand the real role of the Muslims in this country. Brothers and sisters, one thing before we go on, because we have to take a Maghrib break also, and I'm sure some of you have already taken that break, but what we want to say is that, brothers and sisters, it's very important that we realize as Muslims that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent us to this country in order to give da'wah, in order to call people to the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we could have been put anywhere. Some of us could have been in Mecca or Medina or this or that place, but subhanallah, Allah chose us to be in this country, in this spot, in this place at this time for a reason. And that is the role that we really need to realize. If not, we will be questioned on the day of judgment for the actions and for being irresponsible. And the only thing we worry about is the dunya, subhanallah. Yeah, Sheikh, if you have few words, if you can say it, please say it, because we can hear you. Just say a few words before we go.
Alhamdulillah. I would just like to say that the internet, I don't know, that's out of my hand. You know, we have internet here. I don't know what is the problem. If it's because of the storm or weather, Allah knows best, but I apologize if anything on our behalf. The second thing is, yes, we'll make a part 2 just for this topic at your convenience.
Oh, we have to.
Maybe we'll use another platform. I don't know. We'll see. But this is the issue that only the people that are concerned are going to have to sit down and talk about. People that want to criticize, people that want to prevent, people that want to stand in the way, then this conversation is not for them. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help us purify our hearts, to guide us to what is right. Wallahu musta'an. Sallallahu alaihi wa sallam, Muhammad. Jazakumullah khair.
Inshallah, brothers and sisters, we are going to take a break for Maghrib. Inshallah, we will have Brother Khalil and we will be talking about Ahl al-Dhimma, inshallah. Coming back soon, take a break. Let's pray of Salat al-Maghrib. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
الوزيد من منهل القرآن واقرأ وحرك نشوة الإيمان وعي القلوب بقول بارئها الذي يجلو القلوب برحمة الرحمن رتل وزيد من منهل القرآن واقرأ وحرك نشوة الإيمان وعي القلوب بقول بارئها الذي يجلو القلوب برحمة الرحمن واحفظ من القرآن في أجزائه وابرز وكن من حامل القرآن هم في الأناس مثالهم أترجة فلنفسهم خير وللإخوان وهم البدور إذا ادلهمت ظلمة إشعاعهم متجدد اللمعان ما خاب من كان الكتاب إمامه نبراسه الهادي إلى الديان سبحان منزله بليلة قدره درب الهداية واضح التبيان يتلوه أحمد للدنا وهي التي عطشت لقطر هداية هتان سبحان منزله بليلة قدره درب الهداية واضح
They are sitting under the shade of the tree in 21st century. Can you believe it? They have 150 students here. This is where they teach, under the shade of trees. And then you see the wind is blowing, and birds go to their eyes and all that. You can see the students. None of them has any, bench table where you can put your notebook on it and write your lesson. They have to do it this way. So I am appealing on you, my brothers and sisters. If Allah bless you, you can come to the rescue of the Muslim children, so they can have access to this basic life necessity. Is called knowledge. Say that these are Muslim kids. These are Muslim kids. They have the same rights on us like our own children has over us. See under which condition they are learning their deen. We want to be able to give them Islamic knowledge. And he said that these parents love Islam, they want Islam for their kids, that's why they are sacrificing the luxury of their kids. If you go there, you will see the government school is built nice and everything, but they teach everything there except Islam. So these people, they do not want that for their kids. So they rather have their kids to sit under the shade of the tree. Sometimes the sunlight hits them on the eyes, but in spite of all that, if they can learn Islam, that's good enough for them. So the matter is up to you now. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, you can help us. By doing that, you will secure yourself a room or spot or house in Jannah. I encourage you to do it. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum. Send, oh Allah, I beg you to send some nice brother so that we build some nice classes so we can learn our deen and become a Muslim. Amen. Amen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا وآتوا اليتامى أموالهم ولا تتبدلوا الخبيث بالطيب ولا تأكلوا أموالهم إلى أموالكم إنه كان حوبا كبيرا وإن خفتم ألا تقسطوا في اليتامى فانكحوا ما طاب لكم من النساء مثنى وثلاث ورباع فإن خفتم ألا تعدلوا فواحدة أو ما ملكت أيمانكم ذلك أدنى ألا تعولوا وآتوا النساء صدقاتهن نحلة فإن طبن لكم عن شيء منه نفسا فكلوه هنيئا مريئا ولا تؤتوا السفهاء أموالكم التي جعل الله لكم قياما وارزقوهم فيها واكسوهم وقولوا لهم قولا معروفا وابتلوا اليتامى حتى إذا بلغوا النكاح فإن آنستم منهم رشدا فادفعوا إليهم أموالهم
كتاب الله دستوري كتاب الله دستوري وخير الخلق أسوتنا
بسنته انجلى نوري لهدي الحق أرشدنا
كتاب الله دستوري وخير الخلق أسوتنا بسنته انجلى نوري لهدي الحق أرشدنا كتاب الله دستوري وخير الخلق أسوتنا بسنته انجلى نوري لهدي الحق أرشدنا لزمت محاضن القرآن فذكر الله يسعدنا عرفنا إخوة الإيمان وللأخيار صحبتنا تميزنا بكل الفن وتجمعنا محبتنا وصدق القول نعرفه وخير الخلق يعرفنا تعالينا على الأحقاد مع المخطي تسامحنا تنافسنا بحفظ الآي وهذا ما يميزنا كتاب الله دستوري
حتى غرام ما فيها ولا غنم، جريتات ما عندي. بس تجيبونا كم جريتات كم شغلة جوادر، والله هذا البيت نقعد فيه يخر علينا. دعكم البارح على نهار النصر انبلينا كلنا والله تخر علينا البراكير، ريت سفنجات ننام علقة، مطار، لباس، هواء، هدوم، لو احتغنا عني بطارية ننام على العتمة، جوادر، خيام، كل شيء بدنا، لباس، ابواب.
طيب على شو عم تتدفوا؟
والله من الشارع اكياس وحطب لا نتدفى.
عندكم صوبة؟
لا
ما عندكم صوبة. شو بتشغلوا الحطب؟ هذا شو بتشغلوا؟
على حجرات نتدفى عليها.
طيب شو بتطلب من أهل الخير؟ شو يبعثوا لي؟
جوادر ومازوت وكل شيء.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
ولنبلونكم بشيء من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون إن الصفا والمروة من شعائر الله فمن حج البيت أو اعتمر فلا جناح عليه أن يطوف بهما ومن تطوع خيرا فإن الله شاكر عليم إن الذين يكتمون ما أنزلنا من البينات والهدى من بعد ما بيناه للناس في الكتاب أولئك يلعنهم الله ويلعنهم اللاعنون إلا الذين تابوا وأصلحوا وبينوا فأولئك أتوب عليهم وأنا التواب الرحيم إن الذين كفروا وماتوا وهم كفار أولئك عليهم لعنة الله والملائكة والناس أجمعين خالدين فيها لا يخفف عنهم العذاب ولا هم ينظرون وإلهكم إله واحد لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الرحيم.
أول ما نبدأ كلامي نبدأ بسم الله نبدأ بكلمة التوحيد لا إله إلا الله نبدأها بالصلاة على الصادق الأمين نبدأها بالصلاة على سيد المرسلين اسمعني يا أخويا باش نحكي لك حكيتي أنا تونسي عربي والإسلام هو ديني قلت علي متخلف قلت علي رجعي قلت علي ظالمي قلت علي خوانجي بربي الحكومة قل لي وشني ذنبي كيف حطيت القرآن والسنة بين عيني تحب تروج لحكاية الإسلام الحداثي إسلام السروال الطايح وإسلام الجبميني 55 سنة للنظام علماني قتلت سرقت نهبت وخليت الشعب يعاني أنا مسلم مسلم سني مانيش يهودي ونصراني باش تحكي لي حكاية فصل السياسة على ديني كلمة واحدة قلناها القرآن دستورنا كلمة واحدة قلناها الرسول قدوتنا كلمة واحدة قلناها السلف منهجنا كلمة واحدة قلناها خلافة وعد الله
Have you ever met a community and people and you think they're angels and their efforts, their love for the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, their ikhlas and sincerity makes you question your own faith, your own effort towards the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Islamic Oasis in partnership with Qamar is building a masjid, Darul Hidayah Masjid, in a very remote community, in a very remote place. In fact, you see their houses, their lifestyle is like 200 years old back. In fact, in medieval time, that's how they live. They don't have road to their village. No doubt this will be Darul Hidayah for the community in Afghanistan. But this is particularly interesting and fascinating that everyone that putting their efforts there, they will get the reward, but the donor will get it as well. And this hadith, the profound hadith which gives you hope, that Prophet ﷺ, if anyone is building a house for Allah, a masjid, a place of worship, a place of gathering, a masjid, may Allah bless everyone who is involved in this project. May Allah bless the people who are building with so much love and compassion. And inshallah, this is the progress report. Once complete, I will personally visit and give you the update and show you the dua that they're making for you. Not only with their mouths, but with their hearts. Barakallahu feekum. May Allah bless you for building this beautiful masjid.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
والسماء والطارق وما أدراك ما الطارق النجم الثاقب إن كل نفس لما عليها حافظ فلينظر الإنسان مما خلق من ماء دافق يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب إنه على رجعه لقادر يوم تبلى السرائر فما له من قوة ولا ناصر والسماء ذات الرجع والأرض ذات الصدع إنه لقول فصل وما هو بالهزل إنهم يكيدون كيدا وأكيد كيدا فمهل الكافرين أمهلهم رويدا.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome back. And welcome back to the conference. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. We've been at it since almost 1 o'clock, discussing many different topics with many different people, many different people, scholars, teachers, brothers, subhanAllah, with so many backgrounds. And now we have for you Brother Khalil, inshallah, a PhD candidate. I'm really happy that inshallah that he will be finishing this soon, bi'iznillahi ta'ala. And someone who knows, subhanAllah, when it comes to Sharia, you will be surprised. Discussing the matters of Sharia, discussing usuli issues. Many times we reach out to Brother Khalil also to discuss what his understanding is and what he thinks should be done. So we are back. We are going to discuss minorities in Islam. Yani Ahlul Dhimma, in the Sharia. What are the rules, rights, regulations? A lot of people are confused about this, right? And people always compare this, the Western model to Islam and things like this. So we're going to discuss all of that and whatever we can, put questions out there, and we'll send it to Brother Khalil, and inshallah he can answer them. So Brother Khalil, what are we talking about here? What does it even mean, minorities in Islam?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. That's actually a very good question, because leading up to this, I was doing some looking around, and you think about it in your own context, me being a minority within the context of the U.S. Minority, the actual term and definition of minority is actually very diminishing, if you will. It's kind of like a term that diminishes a group of people based off of different reasons or whatever. But in the Islamic state, in Islamic terms, these are the people of the covenant of the Prophet ﷺ. He made different pacts and contracts with most notably the people of the book, Ahlul Kitab. These are the people who are known as Ahlul Dhimma. A Mu'adid, a person who is a general non-Muslim in the Islamic State, is also recognized. And they have to pay, jizya, they have to pay a certain tax that's levied on them per capita. So this is a different classification of, I hate to use the word minority,
no,
but
because
they have,
minority in a sense, like, look, when we talk about minorities in the West, we are always talking about, okay,
that's what we do.
People of color, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what that means, minorities. Yes. Okay, so the Indians, the African Americans, the Arabs, these are the minorities. That's how they go by the color.
Yeah, exactly.
So how do we what is the distinction here? They go by color, what do we go by?
So for Islam, we have these different classifications of people, and I only brought this up because for Muslims, they're using this term on us in different contexts, and what it does is it degrades us, mentally. It puts us down. If I come to you and say you're a minority in the group, that means you're less than the majority. This is one of the This is one of the fallacies of democracy. One of the big problems of democracy. So that's why I brought this up, just because Muslims, we have to have a clear conscience when it comes to it, because when somebody comes to you and say that you're a minority, a lot of times they're trying to put you down, and we don't want to do that, because if we actually look at the reality as a Muslim, we're a majority if we understand our Aqidah as one holistic ideology. So
you've been connecting it to Muslims around the globe.
Connecting it to Muslims.
So that's how we look at it.
Even in some of our Muslim countries, they try to do this to distinguish us or to separate us. So this is the issue at hand when it comes to minorities. So in Islam, we have Ahlul Dhimma, people of the book who were organized a certain way. You also had, across the expansion of the Islamic State, different incorporations of different groups of people who existed within the Islamic State, who were organized a certain way. So, Imam Shafi and Imam Maliki, for example, said that any non-Muslim in general, specifically the Ahlul Kitab, the people of the book, Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians, were Mu'ad, and then Imam Ahmed ibn Hanbal said that these were specific, to the Christians and the Jews. So it depends on the expansion of the state, what was going on, and how they constructed different treaties.
So it also has to do with,
absolutely, it has to do with different treaties. There are a lot of different examples throughout Islamic history that classifies, the people within the state, minority groups, if you will, who classify different groups in different ways, depending on, the status, depending on their international situation or situation with neighbors and so forth. There's a lot of different contexts. I was reading Abu Dawood not too long ago, and somebody came to the Prophet ﷺ. He was a non-Muslim and came with the news of another prophet, A'udhu Billah, and the Muslims got angry and wanted to kill him. And no, he said, these people are protected. You know what I'm saying? He kicked him out because what he was saying was garbage, but these people are protected. So we can't kill them. The Muslims want to kill them.
I mean, let's look at it from because so we are talking. This is a conversation within a context, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a context which is there is a state.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. There is an actual state where actual Sharia is being implemented.
Absolutely.
Right. Because nowadays, even if we go to Muslim countries, we would be considered minorities. Right? They have their own, and we have. If I go to Turkey, for instance, I'll be a minority because I'm not Turkish, right? Even though it's a Muslim country. So we are talking about within the Muslim. We're talking about where Sharia is actually implemented.
Yeah.
So in that state, you may have people who are Muslims and non-Muslims.
Absolutely.
And they are considered citizens of the state.
Yeah.
That's the first thing.
Yeah.
So they are citizens.
They are citizens. They are citizens under their certain status, and
they have the same rights as any other Muslim.
The same rights as any other Muslim. So I wouldn't go as that far. So the Muslims obviously have rights under Sharia, Islamic law. A lot of times, the Prophet ﷺ, he met tribes, for example, the Jews in Yemen, came to him and he created a treaty with them. And he's basically said, okay, you guys are obliged by your own, laws and your own court systems and so forth. So you organize these minority groups depending on the context. And what happens a lot of times is, when we levy the jizya on them, which is, a tax, then they are protected. So the main thing is protection of minorities. And this
so if you cannot, so we as Muslims, do we pay tax? So we pay zakat.
We pay zakat. Yeah, there's a difference between zakat and jizya.
Oh, taban, there is. So as Muslims, we're paying zakat.
Right.
That's 2.5%, whatever it is. And then you have those who are living, who are non-Muslims, they are paying. Do we know the percentage? What numbers? Anything?
No, it fluctuated throughout the history of the Islamic State. So and it's per capita, meaning that if you have 2 Jewish people in a certain wali, if you will, then only those 2, Jewish entities are, taxed according to whatever the treaty is. As opposed to a general taxation method, or something along the lines of business or things like that.
For instance, I mean, so everyone is taxed, any men, women, children, or is it just fighting age men? Is it older people, or is it general that anyone who's non-Muslim there's tax on them?
No, generally it's those who can pay the taxes. There is different. There are specific instances. Even at the death of Umar ibn Khattab, he was assassinated by somebody who was a dhimmi. You know what I'm saying? And on his deathbed, one of his last words was, "Do not overtax them." He said, "Protect." He said, "Whoever becomes the next Khalifa, protect the non-Muslims and don't overtax them more than what they can bear." So it's all organized differently depending on the situation, but it's usually per capita, meaning that whatever minority representation is in that group or that specific place, then those who are able to pay the jizya is obligated to pay.
So. So Sheikh, what is how is that different than, let's say, the Muslims who are living in this country? What are the rules and regulations for the minorities in this country?
Well, I mean, minorities in this country are treated, again, I should say, well, the concept came to marginalize those immigrant waves that came throughout the history of the United States. So we have, excuse me, the white male dominant hegemony, if you will, or race, whose purpose of the benefits of the United States is for. And then you had anybody else who's considered a minority. Not only a minority, but marginalized, meaning that they don't have the same access and they don't have the same rights, if you will, of a person who's considered, white American. So if you look at any group, African American, Spanish, Indian, Pakistani, whatever, throughout history, there have been different, immigration quotas, if you will. And I know that's one of the questions that was sent, before the show started. But it's all organized basically. If you think about it in terms of power, if you think about it in terms of power, you want to maintain power in one, specific dominant group of people.
Want it to be, everybody
then,
has what.
Right, exactly. And then you have whatever's left for the minorities. It's funny because what happened was, as America was being built, all these different immigrant groups actually naturally came together. But then there was, different means and situations, implemented to keep them divided. So me and you can always think of each other as
separate.
Exactly. Because if you look at it, if all the minorities group in America came together, we would be the majority.
That's interesting. Yeah.
So
that was always to avoid that kind of
absolutely by design. It was by design.
So how does that work? Now this whole minority situation that we're going through. What is the what the population, right? I mean, the numbers are that I guess by 2050 or something like this, where the whites will no longer be the majority.
Right.
So then what happens? Who are minorities now? How does that work? Because according to them, minorities means, okay, like you said, they don't lump sum. They don't put us in this lump sum. Right? They just say you are subject.
Right.
But if the whites are no longer dominant, then how does that work? I mean, who are minorities and who are?
Well, yeah, I mean, so that's where the lines continually become, unclear. I think that's why there's more and more division around the world. You're talking about 2050 projections. You probably looked at Pew.
I was looking at Pew
research.
Yeah.
I mean, look at their numbers. As Muslims, we're 1.8 billion strong throughout the world, with the median age of 24. So they know and they understand that the Muslims worldwide would be a minority in the soon future, inshallah. But I mean, that's a question for the white folks. Maybe that's why they're building spaceships to go out to Mars and stuff like that. But I will say that I think that there's a lot of fallacy with white people as a whole, and I'm saying this in a nice way. There's even within the context of the white dominant race, there's still a minority group of whites who control wealth, resources, access, the real tangible power. You see what I'm saying? So all these number games that they play, they've been playing it since the beginning of the time. The fallacies of democracy, 51% majority rule. That's all number games that they like to play in politics and economics. So
that's funny though, because when it comes to actual voting rights, or when they're looking at numbers, they're usually looking at numbers and they're saying, okay, 51%. In that case, there's no minority. Right. It's just 51%.
Yeah, and I mean 49% is a large number to deal with, and organized in the right way. Then you can have an impact, but it's also about money and capital at the end of the day, how you can organize resources. And this is why the understanding of jizya and zakat is important, because you read in the media and you read in a lot of books who look at Islam as an alternative way of life, and you see a lot of people who say that this is an oppressive mechanism, when it actually really is not. If you look at the rights of people, non-Muslims in Islamic State, they are protected, and that's like
whether they are big in number or small.
Whether they're big in number or small in number, it doesn't matter.
Even two, like you said.
Even two, if you have two or 2 million, the purpose is, first of all, you as a Muslim state is there to protect them, and protect their interests, and if you're doing your job as an Islamic state, as a Muslim leadership, then you don't need these mechanisms of oppression like taxation. I'm going through it now, being in the IRS audit or whatever, and I know a lot of people who are having a hard time with taxes. Just the simple system that we have here in the U.S. But it can be oppressive for some. People got to close down their businesses. The past couple of years have been hard for a lot of businesses.
Right,
a lot of people
because of taxes too.
Yeah, and all of that, all of that assistance that was given. Uncle Sam is like, having his hand out now.
That money back.
Yeah, and a lot of people are suffering now. So Yeah, in Islam, it's there to protect the rights of the minority, if you will, and not, you know, not to oppress them, and not to gain an advantage over them to take their resources and stuff like that.
So what role does ideology play in the minds of the minorities? For instance, I mean, I'm not just talking about Islam here, and I'll come down to Islam, but let's say, for instance, the moment, let's say the Black Panthers, that they adopted an ideology, communism, and all of a sudden, they connected them to a worldwide movement, which is communism.
Right.
They didn't look at them as black minorities doing their thing.
Yeah.
But rather it was, you're a communist.
Yeah.
It was not even anymore you're black. So what does, I mean, on the top of that, let's say if you have a powerful ideology like Islam, what happens to the mindset of minorities?
Well, it depends on the leadership of Islam. You know, what their agenda is for minorities living with, outside.
No, I'm saying even the ones who are living here, for instance, like if we, like you said, look, we don't look at ourselves as minorities.
Yeah.
We look at ourselves as part of the global ummah.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we don't know the ideology. We're not connected as an ideological people.
Yeah.
Right? We're just connected as, we ourselves look at ourselves as minorities.
Right.
But what if its ideology was the basis of what would be the case here?
I mean, it could propel you to, heights that you can't imagine. It gives you that connection with the global ummah, like you mentioned, and it also gives you a sense of pride, but not in the way of nationalistic pride. This is an ideological pride is different, because it's all rooted in the Tawheed and the belief of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, one ummah and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What happens, when you travel outside the U.S., and people see your American passport, they see you connected to a big, state, a big entity. Right. Same thing that would happen with us if we identify as Muslims who are leading the world. This is the same power that you have. I feel, somewhat empowered when it comes to going through, some airports and immigrations and, custom agents and stuff like that. So as a Muslim connected to a global identity, a global power, you would definitely feel empowered. And I think it can move, you, whether you're a minority in the U.S. or a minority Muslim in China, if you have that connection,
Sheikh, do you think that if we were thinking it's unfortunate that we think that we're just minorities rather than connected to global ummah.
Right.
But do you think, I was just talking to, for instance, Sheikh Muhammad Ukkashah, he's in New Jersey, upstate New York.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how when we come here, especially immigrants, we're just disconnected with the rest of the Muslim struggle here.
Right.
Now Muslims been here forever.
Right.
So, but let's say if we had that ideological connection, how would things be different in the U.S. when it comes to Muslims?
Well,
how would we think? I'll give you another example. For instance, I was reading this book. I was reading this book the other day. It's called Muslim Minorities and things like, or Minority Fiqh, for instance.
Okay.
And it was saying that, for instance, if you have to pray, and we know that you're living in a non-Muslim society and this and that, so why don't you just combine the salah and things like that, and do this and do this and do this. And at one point, it would look like almost that we would lose our identity, period.
Yeah.
Because we were always trying to hide ourselves and not connect ourselves to Muslims and Islam.
Yeah.
Right? So, what are the dangers of not connecting ourselves to global ummah?
Well, you have just that. You have a defeatist mentality, and when you have a defeatist mentality, then you'll fall for anything. You have different media outlets out there that put Islam down. Different institutions. We know what the agenda is. Okay, so first and foremost, you have a defeatist mentality, and as a Muslim, the way I came into the religion of Islam, that's that's not the right mentality of a Muslim to have. A defeatist mentality. Whereas the opposite, when you're connected to that global entity, it gives you a sense of self-confidence, and to be honest with you, it makes the da'wah a little bit, I shouldn't say a little bit more easier, but much more easier, You know, even
da'wah, just giving da'wah to
da'wah
people.
in general, which would, you know, open the doors for the spread of Islam. You know,
Why would that be? Why is that the case?
You know, first, a lot of times I go out, you know, into these places, different, you know, places, different parts of the country I'm driving through, and I talk to, you know, even your average, you know, white individual out there in Wyoming, you know, and to be honest with you, they're very easy to talk to a lot of times, most of the time, you know, and they're very, very susceptible to, you know, to the haq, if you will. For us, it's the haq, obviously, but it's clear to us, you know, and if you make it clear to them, then, you know, I think it'll open up the doors for Islam, you know, like we can't imagine. And Islam here, you know, would spread if we have some of those barriers broken down. But, you know, you look at the other hand, every time we turn on the news and every time we see something on TV, we see the tragedies going on around the world that actually does something to us physically and mentally, you know what I'm saying? It brings us down, you know. So if we're not really connected and rooted in the Shariah of Islam, then yeah, this is the problems that we're going to face.
So we have some questions here that they were actually given to people. You know, we took some of those. Do you want to answer some of those?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, so for instance, it says, you know, how can Muslims in America be strategic about their minority status? I mean, is this even possible, or is it not? I mean, look, I guess the question is in a sense that Muslims are one of the richest minorities in this country.
Yes.
Right. Yes. So, what role does that play in how we can deal with or navigate through what we go through here?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and I'm thinking about it in terms of other groups who support their, you know, nations or people back home. You know, looked at a couple of studies that said, for example, the Chinese in America support, you know, the Chinamen back home, you know,
Cubans and all this.
Yeah, exactly. Hindus in America support Hindus in India more than any other, you know, ethnic group. Yeah, in the world. They're very.
Oh wow.
They're very connected to the Hindus in India. Actually, Indians in the diaspora, if you will. So South America, you know. All over the West and in Europe as well. So we see what's going on in the subcontinent.
Yeah, of course.
They get a lot of support from the Hindus here. You know, they send money back home, they send resources and so forth and so forth. I haven't looked at studies for Muslims, but I can tell you we struggle. We struggle with cultivating the resources or our capabilities here in the U.S. and, you know, supporting our brothers and sisters back home. Europe, I see it's a little bit better, but they still have the same challenges.
I mean, is that also because, you know, all this kind of crazy things with terrorism and this and that's been there out there in the media?
True.
You know, everyone. Yeah, for instance, Muslims in Syria, they can't send money from here. I'm sure there's no way to send money. I mean, if there is, it probably takes them, Allahu A'lam, how many hurdles before they can get their money to their families in living in these tents and shelters.
Yeah, definitely.
But India being on a so-called favorite nation status, is it easier for them to, you know, to be mobile?
Yeah, I mean, it is. So what we can do here as Muslims, we can come together here and see what we can do here to, you know, lift some of those restrictions. You see what I'm saying? For example, the people of Gaza, if you will, Palestinians come together and see what we can do to lift those restrictions so we can get resources and things to those people out there. And I'm just saying that, you know, in general, because the attitude, you know, it's more or less minorities in the U.S. and Europe. They're very fast to help and support, you know,
their causes,
right? Their people back home. Yeah. For the Muslimin here, you know, I'm not sure what the challenge is, because
I mean, obviously there's, you know, as I said, there's a lot of.
I'm talking about the mentality,
right?
You know, actually coming together and getting those resources and, you know, logistically getting them back to our people. That's a different thing. But
why is it a mental block, I guess?
Well, I mean, you know, we're in the land of milk and honey. There's so many distractions here. You know, there's so much to keep us, you know, occupied.
Is it milk and honey? I need to get some of that. But anyway, no, I understand what you mean. Of course, people come here for whatever opportunities, this and that. But then why the barriers to? Why do? See, I guess what I'm asking is that when the Muslims everywhere, even the Muslims when they come here, man, right? Mm-hmm. It's so unfortunate. Even the Muslims who are coming, let's say from India,
right?
That Muslim is disconnected completely from the Muslims of Gaza.
Right.
Even though, let's say, in a room, you might go to a masjid where the people are from different parts of the world. They're Muslims. They'll come. They'll pray together in the masjid. But they don't. The problems are completely different. Right? Like I was asking Sheikh Muhammad Ukkashah, I said, look, you'll never find, I bet you 98% of the Muslims that I know of probably have never been to a masjid in the inner city.
Wow.
I don't think so. I can that's almost a guarantee. 98% I can tell you, if not 90, maybe more than that, 98.5%.
Yeah,
right?
I can see
They've never been to a masjid in the inner city, or they don't even know how many Muslims are there, how many African American brothers Muslims are there. But so what I'm saying is this also because we have divided so much the Muslims ideologically? There is no state representing them. There is no. We are disconnected in so many ways.
Yeah.
Even in the same masjid, we're disconnected.
Yeah. I see it all the time. But first and foremost, you got to realize that we live in a very individualistic society.
Okay.
So Indian coming here, they come here and they're leaving their situation back home, and they have an opportunity here to make the best of whatever they have. And so that's going to be their focus. That's going to be their goal. And within this context here in America, you get yours and you forget about everybody else. You are the priority. It's not as communal as in other places. So that's the mentality that's adopted from the moment you arrive. It's problematic mentality.
What I'm saying though is do you think that the disconnection ideologically, let's say, right, from back home, and then when they come here, does it increase or does it decrease? Because we like for instance, even the resources that the Muslims might have altogether are not combined, because you have now a masjid who's the Palestinian, there's another masjid Nigerian, another masjid only Somalis go there, another masjid is mostly Indo-Pak. What the heck is going on? Is that the minority mindset is getting to a point where it's even declined even further?
Yeah. I think my experience, from being Muslim the past 20 years or so, is that there is a competition, with different institutions, if you will, for what interest, Allahu Alam, I'm not sure what it is, but we have to come together and we have to have that understanding that we are one ummah. Without that understanding, then we're going to continue to.
So how do we do that, Sheikh? You being from here, you're the best person to ask this question, because no matter what we try to do or I try to do, there's you're not from here. I don't know how long it takes not to be from here, but anyway, you being born here, raised here, accepting Islam here, what is it that the Muslims are not doing to do the da'wah work here properly? What is it that what's missing?
Right. What's missing?
Give me like 5 points that you would think that these are the things that must be done.
Well, it first starts with leadership. And
okay. Let's put that down. I want to put that down. Leadership.
You have to have the correct leadership. A leader who is in tune with the diversity of the Muslim Ummah, meaning that
who understands
they understand the differences, and we have a lot out there, but they are strategically not put in place. And I know a lot of different personalities that have came and gone, who were taken out by institutions and taken out by other leadership with more money and resources, who were removed from being able to carry the dawah to the people. So the correct leadership has to be in place first and foremost, before anything, in my opinion. We could talk about institutions, we could talk about different schools, we could talk about what you're doing. But the leadership is first and foremost.
So once you have, you're saying that a leadership that understands this, the diversity. If you don't have this, you don't have this at all.
Not for the Muslims. Not in my opinion.
Okay, so then if you don't have leadership, then everything else is a lost cause.
Everything else is everybody's doing
their thing.
Everybody's doing their own thing.
Okay, but do you think even da'wah, is a priority in the lives of the Muslims here?
That's a good question.
Or is it that if da'wah is done, you're rocking the boat, let's not do that? Yeah, be honest so that we can say, okay, well, here's the problem. It's not a priority.
No, not for everyone. I don't think it's a priority.
General Muslim body, is da'wah a priority?
No. We have 3.5 million Muslims in the U.S.
Something like that, right?
3.5, yeah. And I think with those demographics and those numbers and the resources that we have per capita, we could rock the boat, if you will, in a good way. But it's not happening for whatever reason.
Okay, so dawah is not priority. There is no leadership. We look at ourselves as minorities. Okay, so what happens to the coming generation? I mean, if this is the case, without leadership, without a vision, you're basically saying we have no vision.
Yeah.
There's no vision.
There's no holistic vision. We have different.
So everybody's doing their own thing.
Yeah, I think we should, have mechanisms to come together. Despite our differences, we should have, some mechanisms to come together as a whole. And look at some of the issues that we're facing. I don't see the unity, if you will.
Okay, so that's even the issue in the Muslim world itself. So what happens if we continue to live like this? What do you see the coming generations facing? Is it complete isolation as far as from Islam, or are you seeing that or they'll be just forced to integrate without having any kind of actual base?
I mean, I'm hoping that the situation of the Muslim Ummah as a whole, will bring us together, because everyone comes together when there's conflict.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Me and you and certain other people are aware of a lot of conflicts that's going on around globally. But unfortunately, some, Muslims, turn a blind eye towards it. So, I'm hoping that, the future generations and the future, Muslims to come will be able to see, that the problems around the world, are our problems as well. I think that...
Is there a necessity, do you think, if for us to even emerge, even in this country?
Absolutely.
Do you think it's a necessity the Muslims even here have to realize that, or that's not necessary? Because we have ulama, they give khutbahs and talks, and they say things like, oh, just worry about here, and then we have a huge, we have a whole generation that doesn't care what happens overseas.
Yeah.
And not only doesn't care what happens overseas, in many ways doesn't care at all about anything.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate, and I think that the way things are moving, and even looking at some of the questions that's coming in regarding how Muslims are being treated around the world as minority groups, or I should say as marginalized people, that we will wake up to a lot of the atrocities that are happening, and that will motivate us and move us to do something about it.
So here's the thing: you're saying that as long as we look at ourselves as a minority, we'll be marginalized.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, for instance,
so
in
I said
India,
in the beginning, we have to take that concept out and reorientate our thinking, around it.
Remove the idea that you're a minority.
Yeah.
Okay. So, how do I do that? Just give me, let's say, for instance, what would be a way to get that out of the Muslim's mind that look, you're a global ummah.
Well, I mean, you can look at the raw data. You look at 1.8 billion. Brothers and sisters with a median age of 24, I mean, the Pew Research Institute, they know that the future belongs to the Muslims if they want to play the numbers game. So what's happening is they know the numbers game is not going to last for them, so they are implementing all these different strategies to keep us divided. So we need those mechanisms for us to come together and unify, as Muslims. That's what the generation now had to see. The only other thing that I fear is the secularizing of the Muslims. We see what happened to the Tablighi Jamaat in what was it?
In Saudi, yeah.
In Saudi, okay. Yeah. I started to say Europe for some reason, but yeah, one of the most influential groups.
Yeah.
Non-violent, non-political.
Yeah.
I mean,
nothing to do with yeah.
Come on, it's like that's a no-brainer. But that's unfortunately what Muslims will have to deal with. Depending on how strong your identity is as a Muslim. We talked about identity before, and we understand that the Islamic identity, is.
So, Sheikh, identity itself. Let's say when we talk about Islamic identity, Muslim identity, how important is that to remove the minority concept in the minds of a Muslim?
Well, I mean, the minority concept is, with the correct understanding, the minority concept marginalizes you, creates a defeatist mentality, and is un-Islamic. Is the key. When you say Ashhadu la ilaha illallah or Ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah, that there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is the messenger, then you understand that you are a part of a family, of a global family, and you are a part of a body, and this body is under the Tawheed of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This automatically puts you into a mentality of a majority, if you will. If you're looking at it from the numbers perspective.
Islam.
Yeah. The marginalization, it'll still be there, unfortunately, with all the mechanisms that are in place to keep the Muslims, divided, sidetracked, and behind. But with the correct mentality, then we can accomplish anything.
Okay, so this leads me to another question here. We can take questions if you have it, but just give me 1 second. Sheikh, let me ask you this: what when it comes to resources, right? What do you think that if the Muslims, those Muslims who are living here, the Muslims who are coming here, if this concept of minority, that we're just a minority, whatever, is removed, what would be the what kind of balancing act, let's say, it could play with powerful minorities living here, that's the African Americans,
yeah,
right, and the Muslims? How can dynamics change if the ideological thinking is placed? What do you see happening if that takes place?
Well, I mean, with the correct leadership, African Americans as a whole, would embrace, Islam as an ideology and as a stepping stone in order to move forward and, I guess, have that, whatever it was they were looking for in terms of the access to American power and the American dream. It's all garbage. But
would they get an identity? Look, Sheikh, do African Americans, is there an identity issue within African Americans other than Islam? Let's say Islam, you put that on the side. African Americans since day one. Why is that? Because of lost history.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There's no historical
history
context.
was taken, culture was taken, language was taken. All these different aspects of who we are, who we were as a people, were taken from us. So they stripped us, of our identity, and of course we're going to continue to have these, identity issues throughout our history until and unless an ideology such as Islam, which I always say, you have to adopt ideologically. This will change, you as an African American.
And the
Whereas
identity
any minority.
Any minority. So African Americans would actually have, finally, they'll be able to connect to something that will give them an actual identity.
Absolutely, because historically the U.S. hasn't provided, for that. They may bring you in individual here, individual there. Individual here can have access to power or some influence, but as a whole, you know, it has never happened. And so something like Islam, you know, coming, you know, not the way communism came to the Black Panther, that's a whole nother discussion, but you see what happens when, you know, when we see a difference, an alternative. I mean, it was nice on paper to the Black Panthers, but obviously, you know, there's a lot of issues with it. But a religion and ideology such as Islam absolutely will propel the African American community and all minorities.
All minorities. Yeah, I'm talking all minorities.
Yeah.
But so you
but specifically African Americans, because we were brought here and we were stripped of our identity strategically, and still struggling with this today. Yeah, this is an issue. So that's.
Let's take with that questions. Let's take some questions. I have some questions here too. So can you speak about jizya and why non-Muslims have to pay it?
Jizya is a tax implemented upon the non-Muslims, and they pay it because they are protected by the Islamic State, by the Muslims. They don't have to fight in wars, for example. Their communities are protected, their resources, their personal belongings. They're all protected under the Islamic State if they pay the jizya.
Oh, so that's true. Even though they are citizens, but they don't have to fight in the wars that Islamic State is fighting.
No,
it doesn't. So they don't even have to protect the Islamic State in many ways.
No, they are protected by the Islamic Army, and their interests and properties are also protected. So that's the reason. What was the last part of the question?
And why?
And
was that why? Okay. I think you answered. What's the next one?
I had a couple of written questions.
Yeah, we have to take them. So there is a. Go ahead.
How come Muslims don't have to pay? Because the Muslims pay the zakat. There's a difference between zakat and jizya. Zakat is for the Muslims. We know that this is a very highly spiritual obligation for the Muslims, and you know, many ayat throughout the Quran, Aqimus Salah wa Atu Zakat. You know, this is something that's, you know, for the Muslims. That's a spiritual connection. Jizya is for the non-Muslims. So that's
the Muslims pay a much higher, 2.5% of the total income.
Yeah.
So while the non-Muslims, the numbers are very few, and not only that, as he was saying, the old, they don't have to pay it. The women are not paying it. Children are not paying it. It's only the fighting age men who are paying it. And but when it comes to Muslims, anybody that makes money has to pay 2.5% of the total income.
Yep.
I go next question.
Okay, I got a couple of questions on the paper. The first one was immigration versus refugee crisis that is going on now on the American border and the European border. I guess if they want me to expound on it a little bit. Well, immigration versus refugee. So as a refugee, if you come to another member of the United Nations as a refugee, if you're having political exile, violence, war, if you go to another country that's a member of the UN, they are obligated to take you in as a refugee and hear your case, if you will, and it goes through a process. Immigration crisis is, you know, you already have somebody who migrated to a land, and, you know, for whatever reason they have, you know, criminal problems, or they're not going back depending on their status and so forth. So that's the difference between both crises. I asked about America and Europe. So I would say that America, both the American, you know, ideals of immigration are falling, as well as the European Union ideals of immigration. We see what happened with Brexit a few years ago. The UK left because a lot of the, you know, ideals and policies of the European Union are struggling. And of course, with the crisis in Syria, you have, for example, Turkey, who was trying to get membership into the EU, who took in, based off of certain treaties, a lot of Syrian refugees, but they were unfortunately unable to, you know, get into the EU. So it's causing a whole mess. So I would say at the tail of it, both countries, America and the EU, are struggling with their own ideals of immigration. We see, in the Trump's presidency, how he dealt with immigrants, and unfortunately, this is all, a lot of fallacy.
I think also the issue is, why do we have so many refugees in the world in the first place?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's the thing to talk about. I mean, people are talking about refugees entering this land or that land, or even immigration.
Right.
Many people are doing this because they're trying to figure out a way out of the situations that they are in.
Absolutely.
So they're trying to get out of that, which was mostly created by them.
Exactly. When the UN was created after World War II, they knew this was going to happen. So that's why they have this treaty that, hey, if a refugee come, you must give them, you have to listen to their case.
There's a good question here I want to ask here. Immigrant versus what is it? Okay, how can Muslims? What does ideology have to do with how minorities think of themselves? But you answered that. But Bani Israel complex versus Medina model. Bani Israel living in Egypt under Fir'aun, and what they thought of themselves as nothing but slaves, versus Medina model. What do you?
I'm not sure I'm getting the question correct. So.
Medina model, where the Muslims were. It seems, I guess, the question is that how, even though the Muslims were also minority in Medina.
They were a minority in Medina.
Right? It's not.
They were a minority in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
King Najashi.
Yeah.
So that's actually a very good example of the mentality that they came with when Musab ibn Umair went to Medina. The mentality that he had of giving the da'wah to Islam, he had La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, our ideological, baseline, if you will. This empowered him. This empowered Jafar when he went to King Najashi. So this is the power that the Muslims have when they have this mentality and when they have this, shaped into their minds. This is what they can do. They can open up doors that.
Yeah, but that is a very interesting question.
Yeah,
and Bani Israel complex versus Medina model. That even though the Jews were so many in number in Egypt, but they never thought of themselves as anything other than slaves.
Yeah, I mean that's a historical problem with Bani Israel, but at the same time, it has some questionable leadership issues throughout the times of Pharaoh as well.
And then Medina model, meaning that even when the Rasul, although the Muslims are minority, but they are rulers of Medina.
Right. That's because of the mentality that was adopted by the minority. Yeah, that's actually a very good question.
So the mentality is the issue. Oh, we have to end it here. Okay. Well, again, lack of time. There is so much more to do, but we will continue discussing these issues. And I think maybe we'll actually discuss this whole idea of Bani Israel complex and Medina model as a discussion itself.
Yeah, that's a beautiful.
From different aspects of the of what happened in Medina and what happened to the Jews in or Bani Israel in Egypt, inshallah. But again, Sheikh, Jazakallah khair for coming. It's always an honor to have you here, and we will continue to discuss these type of things when it comes to Sharia rulings, all kinds of different things. And it's always good to have resources like you around, just to get you in whenever we get a chance.
I appreciate any time, my brother.
Allah, Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. We'll see you when we see you, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. We'll be back, but I guess we're
نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون تشهد الأيام عنا والسنون فاسألوا الأكوان عنا من نكون تشهد الأيام عنا والسنون فاسألوا الأكوان عنا من نكون لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا فإذا البرق تجلى فارقبوا شمس النهار واركبوا الرايات تصلى برياح الانتصار فإذا البرق تجلى فارقبوا شمس النهار واركبوا الرايات تصلى برياح الانتصار مسلم جاء كبرق أزرق يسبي العيون بأسه حل حل بكفر إننا منتصرون والمسلم جاء كبرق أزرق يسمي العيون بأسه حل بكفر إننا منتصرون لا لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا فإلى الله مضينا عن حمى الدين نذود أبى العز أبينا هكذا طبع الأسود فإلى الله مضينا عن حمى الدين نذود أبى العز أبينا هكذا طبع الأسود سوف نبقى بثبات تقتدي به الجبال يطرد اليأس ذليلا من عزائم الرجال سوف نبقى بثبات تقتدي به الجبال يطرد اليأس ذليلا من عزائم الرجال عزائم الرجال لن يطول البعد عن نصر ولن نرضى بغير النور في الليل هدى لن ننطفي أبدا لن ننتهي أملا إنا كبرق في السماء جاء ملتهبا حين نرفع الرايات سوف يعلمون أن نحن المسلمون قادمون حين نرفع الرايات سوف
الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome back. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are here with Sheikh Abdullah Abdul Majid. Inshallah, this a little bit about his background. Huh? Oh, is it Sheikh? Is it Wajid or Majid? I think we had inshallah.
Wajid. Wajid.
Wajid. Sheikh Abdul Wajid. Inshallah. Just a little bit. I think the Sheikh. I'm gonna leave some of the background with you, inshallah, so you can talk about how you came into the deen. But what I did want to say that, mashallah, the Sheikh, he came into Islam 1972. First, before with Nation of Islam, along with very close friends like Imam Siraj Wahaj. Subhanallah, I was with Siraj Wahaj just 2 weeks ago. In 1985, became Muslim, worldwide community of Islam, mashallah, tabarakallah. And it seems the Sheikh went New York, which is still place of worship, subhanallah. Sheikh, do me a favor, there is so much information here. If you can do me a favor, give me your background. Who are you? There's so much, mashallah.
Well, that's because this term Sheikh is for the old person. That's me. Okay, but I come from initially from the New York City area, from the Bronx, South Bronx, and as we mentioned, through the Nation of Islam, and then through Warith Muhammad's community, and then I moved up to the Westchester and Dutchess County area. And so I've been up in the Dutchess County area for about over 30 years now. And that's been sort of my plight up here, working in the masjid, working as an engineer with IBM, then also working in the corrections area with one of the maximum security facilities.
Subhanallah. So,
and we're in the process now of trying to, we were blessed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to have our masjid. We own it totally by Allah's mercy. And we are in the best part of the city of Beacon, which is a very upcoming city in this particular area. And Allah has blessed us tremendously.
What is your educational background, Sheikh?
Well, in terms of, I graduated from
some of the colleges in the New York area, Bronx Community College, City College. I also graduated from another institution in Long Island City with an information technology degree. Islamically, I've been attending various classes when I have an opportunity. I took a chaplaincy program at Hartford Seminary for the chaplaincy program. I took a program that was generated by Baina, I think it is, an institute. They had a nice program, and I also participated in that. And when I get an opportunity, I'll try to travel and educate myself. I didn't have an opportunity to travel overseas like many of my brothers, alhamdulillah. May Allah reward them for all the good work that they do. So many of them are my teachers, so to speak. I know many of them, and alhamdulillah, it's a mercy.
MashaAllah. So your topic is marriage. So I think a lot of people want to hear what's going on with marriage here.
Well, I was, in the process of working in the masjid and also in the facility where I work at. I was covering some things from the Quran, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in Surah Al-Baqarah, ayat 187, and he mentions this term. It says, the woman is a garment for you and you are a garment for them. And that metaphor I began to explore and expound on, and did some reading and also some research. And I was able to capture something that I found that many of the scholars had wrote about and made clear, and it was very practical. So it was very practical, and I found it tremendously beneficial. And it mentions this metaphor in terms of how a husband and wife can actually relate to each other and have a very successful relationship. And it mentions how this metaphor of the garment, they use it in very detail. It said it's a very powerful metaphor, and it brings the message crystal clear of the picture of a relationship, of a nice, healthy marital relationship. Meaning that looking at this particular aspect of the garment, you look at garments, and garments are a necessity. We have our clothes, they're a necessity for us. They have many qualities and many different functions. One of the functions it mentions, as we study the purpose of garments, as we're familiar with, they keep us warm. They keep us warm, they keep us comfortable. And a sign of a healthy marital relationship is when the husband and the wife keep each other and they feel warm in each other's company. When they feel warm in each other's company, that means in their very presence of each other is a spirit of tranquility, which Allah emphasizes in the Quran, and the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he emphasizes it in the Sunnah about how we should have tranquility. The couple, in this regard, they bring together, when they're together, their hearts of the spouse, the husband and wife, they should bring tranquility to each other, and just by their very presence, and then the whole world feels like a cold, empty void when they're not in each other's company. That's some of the information that was defined when they talk about this aspect of the garments. Also, the clothes itself is an object that physically is the closest things to our body. And they trespass beyond the boundaries of what is socially accepted in terms of one's comfort space. And so, therefore, the husband and wife should be close to each other, like the closeness of a garment, as it mentioned in one of the writings, as closest as a garment to the naked body. And they should be able to share the most intimate thoughts with each other without the fear of being judged by the other. They should be able to be open and transparent with each other. And they should be able to communicate their feelings, their frustrations, their desires, their physical, spiritual, and emotional concerns with honesty without any type of embarrassment. And these are some of the things that we can try to strive for as a couple. And this is very, very, very practical. You know, the analogy is therefore like the foremost thing the husband and wife should physically, it says we should protect each other as our garments protect us from the weather, from the cold, from the heat, and so forth. As a married couple, husband and wife, we should be protective of each other. Protective of each other, not only from the outside threat, but also from themselves. And it defies the laws of human compassion and dignity when you have, in certain cases, we find, unfortunately, you find men that may beat their wives or something like that. This is a very unfortunate thing. And what happens, and often the man may do something like this and then approach his wife for some type of gratification. And then they mention further that it's an insult to injury after someone does something like this, and then have the nerve to say to the sister that I love you. This is a terrible thing. And hopefully, you know, as Muslims, we can free ourselves from this type of behavior. You know, we're not absolutely cleared of it because we do have, I think in Queens, they do have an area or place where some sisters are housed because they've been abused. You know, so this is the reality. We are affected by what goes on in society. You know, furthermore, it is the duty to make sure in terms of this protection, if one and his spouse, we defend each other in terms of what is according to the Quran and the Sunnah. It says that at least someone should not badmouth your spouse, at least not in your presence. And if they do, it said the person should put them in their place. You know, we shouldn't just let something like that happen and not addressing it at all. So that marriage is in a sorry state when we allow something like that to happen and we don't do anything about it. Even worse, when the spouse are divulging intimate details of imperfections of the others. This is something that we should not do also. You know, we have to be careful about something like that and be mindful. You know, so in this line with the prophetic practice of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the spouse should conceal each other's imperfections. That's something we should do as Muslims, conceal each other's imperfections. And so, like the same way that the clothes conceal a physical imperfection, similarly, we should conceal the imperfections of our spouse.
Sheikh, before you go on, can I ask you a question? There's a lot of very good points that you are putting out there. Sheikh, if you look at the marriage crisis, especially even the Muslim community faces.
Yes.
Why do you think there is so much mistrust between husband and wife? Why are we in such crisis? I think Muslim community is also almost 60% divorce rate.
Yes. Sometimes I think we get away from some of the practical adab that we should be following, as the Prophet, peace be upon him, demonstrated in his life with his family. I think sometimes we are involved with economics, business, working, making money, and I think oftentimes the family is neglected. The family is neglected, and it has a very serious impact. You know, because we see in many cases where the brothers, we tend to gather sometimes, and we, you know, talk about various Islamic topics, and we really enjoy ourselves, but not always do we go back home and share this with our wives and our children. Sometimes we don't always do this, you know, and this is something that we need to be conscious of. Also, even with the children, it's even more important because if we don't take an active role in trying to teach and educate our children how to navigate through this dunya that we're in right now, how to navigate through that, because there's so much that's going against the direction of what we understand from the Quran and Sunnah. And if we're not addressing this, we're going to lose our families in many cases. We're going to lose the children that come up, because if we don't take advantage of teaching them, they're going to get that knowledge from somewhere else, and it's not going to be something that Allah is going to be pleased with, or we will even be pleased with. Sometimes I find brothers are not conscious of it because they're so engaged in trying to make a profit or whatever the case may be, and tend to get things for the children compensating for their lack of attention personally. You know, we get gifts, they got all types of computers, iPads or tablets and so forth, and phones and things of that sort, but they don't necessarily get our time and our attention, and just trying to educate them and then trying to make sure that they understand what they should be doing Islamically and how to navigate through these difficult things in the education system, and as well as in the community environment itself. Because I with some of the brothers, one time I was with one brother, and it was during Halloween, and he said he had to take his children trick-or-treating. You know, he was a foreign brother, you know, because sometimes, you know, he said, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? How do I deal with this? You know, and he sort of gave up. So these are the type of things we have to address.
So let me ask you this.
Sure.
What difference do you see when you see, like you said, foreign brothers who are coming from overseas, let's say, what they are facing with their children versus, let's say, the Muslims who've been here all their lives? Are the struggles similar, or are they?
Sometimes they're a little similar, and sometimes they are different, because many of the brothers, for example, in my community, the brothers who come from other locations, Allah bless them. Many of them are professionals, you know, and they do well. Several of the minority Muslims, I find that they may be struggling because there may be a difference in terms of education, a difference in terms of the background that one has come up in, and sometimes it's just difficult in terms of opportunity, which makes their paths a little different and their concerns a little different. Sometimes in the area here, especially with minorities, let's say like myself, one of our major objectives is dawah, and that is because most of our families are Christian. You know, even though we've been blessed, like myself, by Allah's mercy, I have 3 generations, they're all Muslim. But if I look at the majority of my whole family, they're not Muslim, they're Christians. You know, when we come from that type of environment, you know, whereby my brothers who come from different countries, they're not. You know, they come from Islamic countries, so they don't have the same struggle in that sense. But there's a commonality that both of us are in jeopardy of losing our families away from Islam if we're not careful and vigilant, because we see that the same impact on all the children is there. Because even if a brother comes from overseas, his children go to the schools here and so forth, they're being indoctrinated in the same way, and they come out often with a similar mentality, which we have to be sensitive to. And we have to engage with the children and find out where they are, so that we can try to bring them to the best of what we understand about our deen.
Sheikh, how much does the education of the brother before, I'm not talking just about his professional education, but the education within of Islam, the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in your experience, how much, because they lack that, breaks the marriage? And they may be professionals, they may have all of that, but then when it comes to Islam, they don't have much, and that actually becomes a reason for destruction.
Sure, it definitely does. It definitely does. I find that sometimes brothers can get lost, so to speak, in that tide of those things that are away from Islam. And however, oftentimes, when some tragedy strikes, people tend to come back and they get a little closer, But it's something that I think, from a practical way, that we have to sort of come together and in ourselves and have some type of regular continuity to make sure that we can fortify ourselves against the weaknesses that we may have in terms of education of the deen. And I think a lot of it starts off with very practical things of what we do and how we treat our families, because the family is the foundation. You got the husband and the wife, then you got the children, and then from there on we go to the community and the society and so forth. I think some of the ground root foundations is something that we have to put in place, and we have to be mindful of it, that it doesn't slip away.
Yeah. Okay. So here, the thing. There are some questions already coming in. It says here, living in a society, obviously a kufr society, surrounded by kufr, are we in a losing battle in terms of maintaining modesty, chastity, and marriage?
Are we in a losing battle? With Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we're never in a losing battle. It says that the pessimist looks at every opportunity as a difficulty, and the optimist sees every difficulty as an opportunity. We have huge opportunities as Muslims, and we have the best of Islam. We have the best deen. We have the best book. We have the best prophet. We have to go to work. We have to put some effort in, and once we are able, by Allah's mercy, to engage ourselves, our total selves, in terms of our heart, our mind, and get focused like that, I think the opportunity is there. Islam works 100%. It works 100%, and it's tremendously effective. And I don't believe anything can stop it if we're sincere and we're working. We can't just be having lip service, saying that we believe in Allah, but we have to have commitment. We have to be aware that Allah sees us, that we are accountable for what we do, what we don't do, and so forth. Once we know that, then we engage. We engage, as the Prophet, peace be upon him, says, save yourself and your families from the fire, which fueled as men and stones. We have to work to do that. We have to work to do it. It takes effort, and we have to be very practical. It starts right in the home with the salat and so forth, teaching the children. And there was a piece I'm reading about the Prophet, peace be upon him, how he dealt with his family, how he expressed tremendous love and compassion. At the same time, he did not allow them to neglect their responsibilities Islamically. But he achieved that by winning their hearts and getting close to them in that way and teaching them what they need to know as Muslims. And then they began to respond in a way where they would be shamed to disappoint him. And that's the way we should be with our families. A husband should be able to establish a relationship, the wife establish a relationship with the children, as we should have our relationship established with Allah, that we don't want to displease Allah, and we should be shy to displease him. Our children should be the same way with their parents, because then we don't have to worry about them when they're not in our presence. But this is work that we have to do. It's not something that's going to be easy. It's very challenging.
No, believe me, I understand. But Sheikh, at least here, I mean, we were having a conversation the other day with, Mufti Nadim, for instance, and some of the other scholars, that how many of the Muslim youth also are lost in a sense that they, atheism is in rise. Everybody's, you have everybody's looking at, it's agnostics, for instance. We have ex-Muslims, we have supposed even now atheist Muslims. You're an imam, you're facing you face same problems, or at least you are dealing with the problems of the people in the community. How what are you seeing in the youth there, and what do you think is missing? Is it lack of look, just a little bit more here, lack of education of the Muslims? Is it that the Muslims who they have to learn all of these things in order to be able to deal with their Muslim youth?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they have to learn all those things to deal with the Muslims.
I mean, they have to deal with how to counter atheism and counter being agnostic, and I mean, all of these things are necessary. Now, what's the deal?
Well, again, for example, when we have programs throughout the country, if I've noticed, you might find that very few of them are for the youth. Most of them are for older people. And the most frequent, the most numbers in Islam are young children. Yeah, young children. The greatest population are young children. Yeah. And I don't think that we are as close to our youth as we need to be. And
why is that? Why is that?
That's a good question. I think we're not paying enough attention, to our responsibilities in regards to that. Because when it says, as we mentioned, save yourself and your family from the fire, you have to have continuity with the family. We need to sit down on a regular basis with our children. We need to be aware of what they're engaging in, but we have to also win their hearts with the same strategy as the Prophet, peace be upon him, dealt with his family. I was reading something, and it says that the Prophet, peace be upon him, he didn't use a harsh word. Some of these things sound very simple, but I think they're very challenging in the household. Very, very challenging. But I think we have to really be close to our children. We have to create a situation where our children will come to us when they don't understand or when they need clarification. We have to know what they're being taught. We should ask, we have to know who their friends are and things of that sort, but we have to do it in a good way with a great deal of hikmah, so we don't push them away. It's a major task. I think it's a major task, and I think we really have to get focused on it. Because
the marriage.
What happens?
Let's ask about questions, because people want to ask questions regarding marriage, and they're saying I'm moving to children. Okay. What would you say to people who say that because the Quran says men are a degree higher, they have the right to control them?
Well, we understand that the men and women have the same responsibilities. The men have a responsibility, and it's not in terms of a control, from what I understand of Islam. It's more of a compassionate type thing, and if we operating in everybody is in their lane, it should be no problem. Unfortunately, there's a Islamophobia about how the men are controlling and they're dominating, and unfortunately, some cases we do those things. It's unfortunate, but it's a lack of understanding sometimes. I think it's a lack of understanding.
Shouldn't man not be controlling? And should not be dominating? I mean, what does that mean? I mean, a man should not be responsible. Man should not be take care of his family, and if he sees something wrong, he should not be correcting.
No. He's the imam. The man is the imam of his household. He's responsible. He is in control, but he does it in a way that is going to be pleased with the law. That's what the law is going to be pleased with. He's not harsh. He's easy. And the Prophet was easy. He was able to treat everyone in the best way that fitted that particular person. And there's things that we have to learn. We have to adapt to these type of things. If I'm controlling, my family should feel good with my control because it's in a way that pleases Allah. I shouldn't control things in a way that's going to be offensive and damaging and hurtful. I should be easy. I try to be conscious of what I read in the Quran and what I follow from the Prophet, and it's a task. So I have to be very conscious. We have to be conscious of what we're doing as Muslims in terms of our care, in terms of, because it says every one of you is a shepherd and responsible for his flock. We have to care for them with gentleness. but with hikmah, and also protect them from going in the wrong way.
SubhanAllah. Next question. This is a very good answer, Sheikh. Jazakallah khair. What brothers need to do to listen to their wives' long talk?
Well,
a lot of hikmah.
So brothers need to be patient. Brothers need to be patient. You know, I was speaking with one of my dear brothers in New Jersey, Imam Abu Muslima, a very good friend of mine. And I saw him one day, and he looked like he was worn out. I met him in a bookstore. And he says to me, you know, everybody's taking and nobody's giving. And he said the brother approached him and said that he's having a difficult time with his wife. And the Imam says to him, be patient. And the brother said, Imam, I've been patient. How long do I have to be patient? The Imam said, you're not dead yet, are you? So, we have to be patient.
That's a long time, Sheikh. You want us to go to Jannah.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, we have to be kind and we have to touch the hearts. I mean, when if our wife is sensitive, I having to work talking, then what can I say? It's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Of course, but it's worth it.
Yes, it is.
That's what we say. Hopefully, it's that relationship is so much worth to you that you are able to take challenges, and also you have patience on them.
Sure.
Because the fruits are much more.
It says that marriage is like a bed of roses, but roses also have their thorns.
Sure.
So we have to be mindful about that. But alhamdulillah, if we have our sincere intentions and seek Allah's help, Allah helps us. Allah helps us. I've been blessed by Allah to be married to a wonderful Muslim sister for 49 years already.
Allahu Akbar.
And my 49 years is like 49 days. Not that I don't get beat up once in a while, but it's been beautiful.
I thought you were going to say 94 years. Never mind. MashaAllah.
No,
49. This is amazing to see somebody married 49 years. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. But it's no longer rare, Sheikh. The marriages are they built on the wrong foundation from day one?
It can be if we're not careful.
I'll give you an example. We had a family. Sometimes families come in and then marriages happen based on how much money the brother makes, and the looks, or the brother is looking for the looks, and something happens. Either the sister loses the looks, or the brother loses the job and doesn't have the money, and then everything just falls apart. Can you address that, Sheikh? What should the Muslim couple be looking for in reality?
Well, in terms of that, I always there's a couple of things. One is when we get married, we need to understand there's a couple of beneficial things that we can do, some tools that we can utilize. One is that the married couple has to have acceptance with each other, meaning that acceptance meaning as things change, you still accept each other. Maybe the sister's not as pretty as she was when she first got married. Maybe the brother lose some of his six-pack abs or whatever the case may be and put on another 15, 20 pounds. We still have to understand, we have to accept the other because things are going to change. Things are going to change, no doubt about it. Things are going to change, and we have to be able to adjust with the changes. Another thing is that as a husband and wife, we have to have appreciation for each other. Everyone wants to be appreciated. Everybody likes to be appreciated, children, the wife, and so forth. We need to be conscious of the sensitivities of each other so we can share that appreciation. One of the challenges for us as men is attention. I don't think many of us escape when our wives said, "You're not giving me enough attention. You're not giving me enough attention." These are things that we have to try to manage. Another one is affection. We need to establish a degree of affection in our relationship that's beneficial for both of us. And also, we can't survive without patience. So these are just some of the tools that we have to use in our married life to secure our relationship and trust in Allah. Always use Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as the final common denominator. That's what I find most beneficial, having Allah as the final common denominator. So we have this difference, and our differences shouldn't be something that's negative. It should be something that's complementary. But when we have the differences on the issue, we take it back to Allah and His Messenger, and I think the one who is closest to that, the other one should yield their position if we wanted to have the best relationship. I think that if both of us are sincere with our deen, I think anything that we do, we can straighten it out. And I think it takes a couple, the husband and the wife, both join together to focus on the family, focus on the children, to help us survive through the challenges that we have to deal with.
I mean, how do we develop patience, Sheikh? What do you?
Well, see,
you did mention fearing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but
Sure. Well, I work in a correction facility. Sometimes you ask people something, they'll say, "1 day at a time," 1 day at a time. But it's not easy. Patience is work. Patience is work. It's not just sitting back doing nothing. We have to groom ourselves in terms of our iman, because a person is only going to do what they know, and if you haven't grasped that, you're not going to be able to deal with that situation. I tell brothers, when a crisis comes, you cannot take your iman suit off the rack and put it on and deal with the crisis. It's not going to help you. It's something we have to nourish ongoing. We have to nourish it and keep it going all the time. And Allah blessed us, so we have to pray 5 times a day. And if we want to be higher than that, we try to make our nawafil, our extra prayers, our sunnah. We try to get as close to Allah as we can and seek Allah's help, for sure. And we need to share with each other as families, as brothers, as sisters. We need to share with each other. The messages should be coming together much more tighter than they are today, because unfortunately, we don't respond the way we should in terms just just making the regular so hot the way we should. Usually it's a small percentage that we see coming to the masjid. Sometimes I think people get too comfortable.
Do you see a relationship between a brother who goes to masjid often versus a successful marriage?
I think so. If I reflect on the brothers that I know that regular come to the masjid, I think I'm not with too many people that don't come to the masjid on a regular basis. I see them on occasion, but most of the ones that I'm in my circle, so to speak, they come to the masjid. But ones that don't, sometimes we even come to the masjid and they can still have issues. Oftentimes we get calls from a sister, maybe because there's a problem with a husband, but by the time the problem gets to the masjid, the problem is big, because it's like a press, so to speak. It almost go back to the question where you talked about how the men take sort of advantage or have this power over. Sometimes that does happen, and it's unfortunate, and by the time we hear it in the masjid, they seek for help. It's really big. It's really bad, or even sometimes with the children, the brother is a good provider and so forth, and he's home, but he's not necessarily paying the right attention to his children. And I've seen brothers that have a daughter, and next thing you know, the daughter has a boyfriend that's a non-Muslim, and the brother's like shook up. He doesn't know how to deal with it, especially back in this country that no such thing happened like that. But now it's too late, because the girl is 16, 17 years old. because we didn't put the right foundation down. When they were young, the Prophet peace be upon him said, teach them when they're young. Teach them when they're young, so they can respect, the guidelines. I think it was Hassan and Hussein when they picked up the date, and the Prophet peace be upon him said, no, we don't take the charity like that. That's forbidden for us. He was teaching them when they were young, so as they grow older, they can respect that and they know what the boundaries are. We have to really engage things early on. We can't wait for them to mature until they get out of control.
Next question. Okay. After the divorce, can you get married again?
After the divorce, can you get married again? Yes, from what I understand, you can get married again after the divorce, but I'm not sure what detail they're speaking about. But yes, you can get married after a divorce, but there's maybe a waiting period depending on the circumstances, and whether that is a divorce, the man is divorcing or the sister's getting a kula. There's guidelines and there's a methodology to each one of those.
Sure.
But no one has to be alone for the rest of their life, from what I understand. And we encourage, the Prophet peace be upon him said, getting married is his sunnah. And anything
there's a good question here. I have here also. It says gender roles. Yani, what do gender roles or abandonment of them have to do with it? Like, you mentioned in the beginning, for instance, you gave an example of a garment, and you said, you have to defend each other, protect your spouse, you have to protect their imperfections and conceal them. With today's situation where you have, the growth of homosexuality, LGBT, and all of these things, where men are no longer men, and what do you, how important is gender roles? Or is it understanding the gender? What is it that we need to understand?
Well, I think it's very important, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us, as we understand from the Quran and the Sunnah, is that the men marry women and the women marry men. And we're not taught that the men or women marry the same sex or jinn or what have you. We marry each other. So the gender role is very, very important. And again, this is the tide that the world is taking on, though, but it's contrary to what we understand that is correct of what pleases Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So these are some of the challenges that we have to be able to navigate ourselves through, as well as educating our children. Because if you, in the workplace, if you say the wrong thing, if you address the person in the wrong way, you're going to have a very negative responsibility that you're going to have to deal with based on that. Our children in the school, they have to understand what's going on, and they have to be able to pass these classes and these courses and so forth. And they have to understand, even though the criteria that the school may set, they have to still know what is correct from an Islamic perspective and what's not, even as they pursue and get past some of these things. The gender role is very, very important. It's more visible now than ever before, and things that we understood in the past that were acceptable or not acceptable, all these things change. If my grandmother could come back now and see what's going on, she would probably be in shock. Things change so aggressively, but this is the nature of people. We change. That's why it's clear that the human being is not capable of determining what's good. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has to tell us what is good.
On the grandma issue, Sheikh, you think the sisters are carrying their belt?
Carrying their belt, she said?
Yeah. We got to sue them some whipping. Maybe do you think if some whipping was happening, you think the men would be men? What's going on?
No, when they carry belts today, they get locked up. You can't.
That's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it requires us to dig deeper and have a much clearer understanding on how to approach things. We have to adjust with the times. We have to look at the challenges, and we have to dig into what Allah and His Messenger is saying to us, and dig out the jewels to deal with these situations, because they're difficult for sure, no doubt about it. You hit somebody, you're going to go to jail. And unfortunately,
I mean, the children. For instance, Sheikh, the sisters always complain that the brothers are not mature enough. They don't act mature. They're like children. They don't go to work, or they don't take care of the house. And then when the sister tries to take control, then they say, "Oh, you're trying to be the man of the house," and things like that. How much of that has to do with what they themselves saw in their own homes?
Say that last part again.
How they saw their own parents deal with things.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Well, that's a concern. There's sometimes we find in a relationship, the brother may say to the wife, "You're not like my mother. My mother did everything for me." Or the sister may say, "You're not like my father. He treated me like a princess." Which meaning she's saying he doesn't do that, and he's saying that she doesn't do that. But they call this a vertical comparison, which shouldn't really be used, meaning that you're comparing your husband with your father. I'm comparing my wife with my mother. They said we should make a horizontal comparison and see how they dealt with each other. Because that's more of a fair assessment of that situation. But sure, I can't totally disagree with some of the sisters, because some brothers are not responsible in terms of that way of being as mature as they could be.
We got another question coming up. Go ahead, Sheikh. How is marriage defined differently according to Islam and non-Muslims?
How is it defined differently according to Islam and non-Muslims?
Yeah, how do the Muslims look at marriage versus kuffar in general?
Well, the Muslims should look at marriage as not only a contract between themselves and their spouse, but we should always be conscious that we have a contract with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is part of the relationship that increases our opportunity to maintain a good, stable marriage. So we have three entities. We have the husband, the wife, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or in the Quran and the Sunnah. We have all these things that's should work for our benefit. As opposed to non-Muslims, they get married, it's the wife and the husband, and that's it. So our opportunity for success should be much more increased if we're paying attention to our deen.
Question: how long have you been counseling?
Oh, I don't know. Just a little while.
Mashallah, really, I think if somebody is having a problem and watching this show, I really think, mashallah, they would have something real to take home. Jazakallah khair, sister. Wallah, Sheikh, you really, mashallah, Sheikh, even when I'm listening to you, I'm also gaining many insights. Subhanallah. All right, let's go to the next question. Can a Muslim marry a non-Muslim?
Yes, according to the deen, a Muslim could marry a non-Muslim, but we are we are guided by the fact that the non-Muslim should be a religious person. It shouldn't be an infidel or atheist and things of that sort. And before we get married, we should be some research. It should be some research.
A man can marry a Jew and a Christian woman.
Yeah,
not the woman.
But not the woman. No,
yes,
not the woman.
Because
because as the Prophet Islam says, save yourself and your family from the fire. So that if the husband is non-Muslim, he can't lead them and help them get to the Jannah.
See, that's an important point, Sheikh. I mean, the way the man is supposed to be, that even a non-Muslim woman who's married to him should be guided. While today you have Muslim men does not have enough to guide his own Muslim wife.
Yes, and that's very unfortunate situation, because we're not realizing our responsibility. And once we don't, once we if hopefully the sister can get that message to us, but the husband have to understand his response. If we say you are shepherds and responsible for your flock, you have to be able to put those things together to protect them. You know, as I was mentioning, I was listening to my brother Siraj one day, and he was mentioning about this aspect of a shepherd, whereby the shepherd takes care of sheep. The sheep are undisciplined, and they go all over the place. As you have a lion who's the predator, and he's aggressive and he can get his food. An antelope who can run fast, but a sheep can't do any of those things. So a sheep needs a shepherd. The sheep has, and the sheep tends to be undisciplined. They go here, they go there, but they're precious to you. So you have to understand how to manage that, you know? And so our families are precious. We have to try to manage it to the best of our ability. We have to get the tools of Islam that we are given, if we just pay attention to them, to help secure our relationship. If we're neglectful of that, then we're going to be the victims that affects the same thing that affects everyone else is going to affect us in the same way. It's not going to change. We have to establish the right Islamic foundation in our relationships, for sure, without a doubt. We need to put it first.
It says, what would you say to revert sister who don't necessarily have the familial support of finding a husband?
That is a challenge. I would say, you know, it's something that is very difficult, I think, because you have so many more sisters than you have brothers. I think that we need to get more involved in our communities to make sure people have the best opportunities in terms of finding a husband. We need to let brothers know. We need to have a methodology that this whole piece is easier, because we all have daughters. You know, my son has 5 daughters.
MashaAllah.
So I'm concerned that they get a husband. They get it. All of our daughters, and we want them to have a good husband. So we have to really, in terms of nourishing our community, to be able to create these opportunities. I asked the Sheik one time at a conference, I said, Sheik, I said, how do we deal with the situation that there's so many Muslim women that are unmarried? You know, how do we deal with that? You know, and there are less brothers and there are more sisters. And the Sheikh says to me, he says, the responsibility of the Muslim women is the responsibility of the Muslim men. And he kind of left it at that. Yeah. So this is work that we have to do to try to resolve that issue, no doubt about it.
Next. Imam, how do you approach a situation with 2 different cultures? Husband thinks his wife should help him with money. She's fat, attractive, and he complained about everything always. I don't understand the question. I don't know if.
Well, the first thing we shouldn't be complaining. Number one, you know, we should you know, we can always want more and we can always want better. We should always be content and grateful to Allah for what we have, because whatever we have, somebody always has less. You know, somebody is displeased because his wife is a little overweight. Somebody else doesn't have a wife. You know, I mean, we have to be conscious of what Allah has blessed us with, and we go from there. You know, our marriage relationship, Islamic, Allah says in the Quran, the men and the maintainers and the protectors of women. We're not like the non-Muslims where my wife pays 50% and I pay 50%. That's not the way that Islam goes. It's not the way. You know, that's our responsibility. The maintenance is our responsibility. When you mentioned about how the men have a degree over, that degree over is related to the responsibility that we have as men. We should be handling that Islamically, and because we're handling that and conscious and trying to obey Allah, that's where our little degree comes from. But it's not a 50-50 situation. My wife got to pay half the bills, I pay half the bills. No, that's not the way it should go. Even though we in a very tough society, economically things can be challenging. So the sister might say, "Oh, honey, I think you need some help. I'm gonna go to work." And if the husband doesn't have a problem with her working and she helps out the family, as brothers, we should say, "Alhamdulillah, thank you, sister." But it's not a 50-50 situation. We are responsible. You know, I give my wife a salary. She gets her own money, but I give her a salary too, or a stipend, or whatever you want to call it.
This is interesting.
You know?
Let's not talk about that now. But okay, let's go. MashaAllah. All right. Is it haram for a woman to stay single all her life, or is it a must for women to get married in Islam?
As we mentioned before, the Prophet, peace be upon him, says that his way is getting married. And one who intentionally doesn't want to get married is not following his sunnah. Now, I was reading something and thinking about the program, and it mentions how a woman can also propose to a man. You know, it's not forbidden in Islam. You know, but no, everyone, inshallah, you know, may Allah bless everyone with a beautiful mate that will help them get to the Jannah. But everyone should have a positive perspective in terms of being married. You know, it's unfortunate that we went through some experience and we don't have that. You know, may Allah make that easy for us that we can get over that. Because we should, I can't imagine not being married. As the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, the greatest joy a man could have in the whole wide world is a good, pious wife. You know, you have good transportation, good neighbors, and so forth. A good, pious wife. You know, I mean, for sure, it's a reward. It's a blessing. You know, and I think everybody should have the opportunity of having a good marriage, inshallah.
Inshallah. Any more questions? One more coming up. Layla Mozi says, what to do when a spouse changes than how they were before nikah?
What to do when the spouse changes? Well,
I mean, isn't that, I guess, is that subjective, no? I mean, what does that mean? Like, for instance, people do change. Responsibilities happen, situations happen.
Change is definitely going to come about one way or another. Change is going to come about one way or another. If
Sometimes
you're talking
more
about
problems come up, a person changes,
sure.
People sometimes become rough.
Sure. Well, if we're talking about problems, it's advised that we try to first and foremost turn to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then we should also try to resolve our problems with the husband, with the spouse. Try to resolve your problems at home first before you go outside. You know, then if you have to go outside, it mentions that you can seek help from some of the elders or go to see the Imam in the masjid. But we shouldn't take our issues to people that can be of no benefit to our situation. We should
that's a very good point, Sheikh. How do you, how do you measure that you don't go to someone that's going to destroy you? Yani, rather than fixing the marriage, they actually become the reason for more problems. Rather, I mean, how do you choose the right person to go to?
Well, I think it's close to, as the Prophet, peace be upon him, says, be mindful of your companions. Be mindful of your companions. If the person that you know is not one who causes you to remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then I would be a little leery about going to that person. That person may be not a person of Iman, maybe have weak faith or something. But I want to go to somebody that I know that's serious about their Islam, and I will see what advice they may have. If I believe that that person can help me with my situation.
Do we have any more? That's a mashallah. Any more? Okay, Sheikh, we have because we don't have any more time, but inshallah, this will not be the last one. You have to come back, Sheikh. We have to figure this out. I think maybe we'll be in touch with you. We'll have Brother Victor or other team members. We'll be in contact with you. It was an amazing conversation, Sheikh. Wallah. I mean, I learned so much from this conversation. Subhanallah.
Thank you for your invitation. May Allah reward all of us and for our good effort, inshallah.
Where is the masjid that you're at, Sheikh? What is the name of the masjid?
Masjid Rasheed in Dutchess County, Beacon, New York.
And you are the Imam there?
Yeah, my brother-in-law, Imam Hassan, Mukmin,
Mashallah.
and myself, we've been there for 30 years.
Mashallah, mashallah. I'm sure it's a very successful place, and I can see why you guys were able to take the whole place and buy the place and make they have you have a very good team, Sheikh. It's very clear.
Alhamdulillah.
And again, Jazakallah khair. It was an honor to have you here, and I promise you this will not be the last time. May Allah protect you, preserve you, raise your status in the dunya and the akhirah, and inshallah we will see you again. Biiznillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Inshallah, we will continue now. We are going to discuss the final discussion of the day, which is, well, we just finished with marriage, but we're going to talk about women and Sharia with Dr. Abu Talha and Sister Sarah Muhammad, inshallah. Just give us a few minutes, and I'm sure this is going to be a very enlightening discussion, just like the one we just had. I will be right back. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
اطلب العلم أخي فهو درب به نور به ترقى به تحيا عالما حرا فخور
اطلب العلم أخي فهو درب به نور به ترقى به تحيا عالما حرا فخور اطلب العلم أخي فهو درب به نور به ترقى به تحيا عالما حرا فخور
سل إماما عاش في العلم دهورا ودهور يطلب العلم ببذل حتى ضمته البحور
سل إماما عاش في العلم دهورا ودهور يطلب العلم ببذل حتى ضمته البحور صابرا في العلم صبرا حتى سموه الصبور يخرج العلم بفأل مثل ريحان الزهور صابرا في العلم صبرا حتى سموه الصبور
يخرج العلم بفأل مثل ريحان الزهور
اطلب العلم أخي فهو درب به نور به ترقى به تحيا عالما حرا فخور اطلب العلم أخي فهو درب به نور به ترقى به تحيا عالما حرا فخور
كن إذا سموك اسما لتكن مثل الحضور كن رفيقا كن عظيما كن كما تلك الصقور كن إذا سموك اسما لتكن مثل الحضور كن رفيقا كن عظيما كن كما تلك الصقور
راقيا بالعلم نحو النجم مزدان
See, they are sitting under the shade of the tree in 21st century. Can you believe it? See, they have 150 students here. This is where they teach, under the shade of tree. And then you see the wind is blowing, the birds go to their eyes and all that. You can see the students, none of them has any, bench table where you can put your notebook on it and write your lesson. They have to do it this way. So I am appealing on you, my brothers and sisters, if Allah bless you, you can come to the rescue of the Muslim children so they can have access to this basic life necessity. It's called knowledge. Say that these are Muslim kids. These are Muslim kids. They have the same rights on us like our own children has over us. See under which condition they are learning their deen. We want to be able to give them Islamic knowledge. And he said that these parents love Islam, they want Islam for their kids, that's why they are sacrificing the luxury of their kids. If you go there, you will see the government school is built nice and everything, but they teach everything there except Islam. So these people, they do not want that for their kids. So they rather have their kids to sit under the shade of the tree. Sometimes the sunlight hits them on the eyes, but despite of all that, if they can learn Islam, that's good enough for them. So the matter is up to you now. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, you can help us. By doing that, you will secure yourself a room or spot or house in Jannah. I encourage you to do it. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum. And oh Allah, I beg you to send some nice brother so that we build some nice classes so we can learn our deen and become a Muslim. Amen. Amen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان وله الجوار المنشآت في البحر كالأعلام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome back. Before I go on to this session, I am sure you guys were hearing the last session. It was, I think, one of the most amazing sessions we had. And amazing scholars, amazing teachers, subhanallah. And now to follow with two more amazing individuals. And alhamdulillah rabbil alameen, we have now Dr. Abu Talha and Sister Muhammad Sarah. Welcome to Islamic Oasis Conference, first of all. And an amazing, inshallah, a topic, women in Sharia. I think this is what, a topic that is, it seems the issue of women have been the issue since the beginning of Islam. The kuffar in general have always tried very hard to always use women, as a tool to either to put down Islam or to create problems. Now, here we are going to discuss this topic and hopefully try to clear the role of women in Sharia. Dr. Abdullah, welcome, and Sister Sarah, welcome. So, why is this such a difficult topic, Sister Sarah? Or is it? Can you hear me? I don't think she can hear me. Sister Sarah, can you hear me? I don't think she's frozen.
She looks frozen.
Let's go back to
Okay,
Abu
Assalamu
Talha.
alaikum.
Yes. Dr. Abu Talha, what's going on here? Why is this such a difficult subject?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and jazakallahu khair for this conference and this very important topic. And I believe it should be the other way around. It should be that the woman under non-Islamic systems is the one that should be criticized, should be under scrutiny, rather than Islam. But unfortunately, due to the fact that Muslims in the last 100 years have been a little bit feeling a feeling of minority or being oppressed, or in the background of the background of the world order, if you will. So everything under Islam had been almost under attack or scrutiny, including women. But the truth of the matter, as we will show tonight, inshallah, it should be the other way around. The position of Islam, or the perspective of Islam on women, is one of the highest perspectives, one of the most dignified, one of the most honorable. And I don't think that women had any plight compared to the plight that Islam gave the women. So it should be the other way around. But as I mentioned, why? Because the Muslim Ummah, excuse me, Muslim Ummah had been in decline for the last few decades, and that that make the many issues of Islam being scrutinized, being under criticism, and sometimes even under attack. That's my position on that.
Okay. Sister, is she there? She's not on there. No, by the time we get her down. Abu Talha, look, I heard this morning, I was hearing a presentation on Al Jazeera on the woman in India, for instance. And the Delhi of India is known as the rape capital of the world. Okay, this is the largest democracy in the world. The latest victim has been a 5-year-old girl that was raped by multiple people, and all her bones were broken, and she died. And the debate in India right now is, and even I was surprised, even at the anchor from Jazeera said, why do you think that the punishment should be death for the person who did what he did?
Well,
I mean, what in the world is going on?
Okay, brother Shirazi, let me put things in perspective first, so that then we can get a good, fruitful discussion. Show how Islam views women, what's the plight of women in Islam, and then of course we will be able to compare and see the reality. Starting right from the very beginning, and here I had some things to mention about even the creation. Right from the very beginning in Islam, it made it very, very clear that Allah Azza wa Jal created man and woman from the same source. So there was in Europe, leave alone India. Of course, India at the time in the medieval ages was not even there. In Europe, there was a big debate for a long period of time whether a woman has a soul like the man, or she is a soulless, without soul. And that's very ridiculous. At the time when Allah Azza wa Jal write in the Quran, when He revealed it to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, declared that هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها, created you from one soul, and from this soul made two pairs, man and woman, male and female. In another place, it talks about the discrimination. This is the issue, the big issue is how women were treated in Jahiliyyah before Islam and how they today, where Allah Azza wa Jal made the issue of the plight of women a point of really criticizing current societal structure. Like when there is a surah Takwir where Allah Azza wa Jal makes this big event in the world about the sun is being removed away, the stars will fall down, the mountains will be moved away, the camels will drop their babies, the animals will be dispersed, and all of this, he says, and then when the woman
I think we're having an internet issue. It's frozen. Hold on. Give me 1 second. We can't hear you. Huh?
Like,
I can't hear you. Oh, she's not on either. I can't see her.
Talks about al-maw'uda, a little girl, but the little girl is a woman, buried without any guilt.
Okay, we can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yes. If you can, the whole thing, because we missed the whole thing.
Okay, fine, thank you. Well, let me, what I was saying is Islam, really the perspective of woman Islam starts right from the very beginning, from the time Allah Azza wa Jal talked about the creation. When He talks about creation, He says man and woman, male and female, were created from one source, النفس. خلق منها زوجها. Allah Azza wa Jal says both are created from the same soul. This had been was a debate in Europe for a very long time, that woman, does she have a soul or she is soulless? That's Christianity. Judaism, they say, well, the God made man different as being a transmitter of all, and the woman is only a receptor. So she had to receive the orders from man. This is a main Jewish understanding of the perspective of woman. Not only that, in the very interesting, what's called the eternal sin, who is responsible for removing people out of Jannah? Most of religions and people that talk about women, the devil or shaitan or Iblis deceived woman, and she convinced Adam to eat from the tree, and then they both were kicked out. The Quran says no. The Quran says الشيطان وسوس له. He conspired or inspired into Adam. قال يا آدم. Look, فوسوس إليه الشيطان. This is the ayah. فوسوس إليه الشيطان قال يا آدم هل أدلك على شجرة الخلد وملك لا يبلى. And he convinced Adam, and Adam had his voice heard with his wife Hawa, and they both were kicked out of Jannah. So the eternal sin, that woman is responsible for the sin, this is a myth. This is a myth practiced by all religions and systems, but Islam makes the record straight. One more thing in this issue about the eternal justice. Eternal justice. In the Quran, when Allah Azza wa Jal talks about the final justice, which is on the day of judgment, He talks about male and female equally. Look at this ayah. Even unfortunately, some of our Muslim scholars don't even look at that, where He says, إن المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات والقانتين والقانتات والصادقين والصادقات والصابرين والصابرات والخاشعين والخاشعات والمتصدقين والمتصدقات والصائمين والصائمات والحافظين فروجهم والحافظات والذاكرين الله كثيرا والذاكرات أعد الله لهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما. This is an issue that when it comes to the eternal justice, Allah makes it clear by the name, male, female, prayer, fasting, giving sadaqah, giving zakah, doing good things, mentioning Allah Azza wa Jal, both men and women. Allah could have said, "Oh, you who believe," as He did many times. But in this, very clearly stating, there is no difference whatsoever when it comes to men and women. And then the issue about discrimination. Today, racism, the biggest racial discrimination or discrimination in the world is gender-based discrimination. You discriminate against women for all types of things. In the army, women abuse and sexual abuse and financial abuse, armies in the world. It's in the US, it's in Britain, it's in France, it's in Canada, it's all over. In work environment, in commercial environment, you abuse women to display her body in order to sell one car of Toyota or something else. This is crazy. Now Allah Azza wa Jal, right from the very beginning, He mentioned about, look, the plight of woman has to be preserved. The honor of woman has to be preserved. From the day she is born, you cannot discriminate even against the birth of a woman. Today, brother, check the statistics on abortion. Most of the abortions, when they find out that the baby in the womb is a male, they hesitate million times before they abort him, vis-a-vis girl. And these are statistics worldwide showing that the rate of abortion when it's a baby girl is much higher than the abortion with males. And that's exactly what Allah Azza wa Jal talked about in the Quran. وَإِذَا الْمَوْءُودَةُ سُئِلَتْ بِأَيِّ ذَنْبٍ قُتِلَتْ. What guilt has she committed as a woman to be killed right at infancy or before birth or at birth? Why? Why is it that when you have a girl born, ظَلَّ وَجْهُ مُسْوَدًّا وَهُوَ كَظِيمٌ? This is jahiliyyah, that's ignorance. That's absolutely unacceptable to be to frown out and to be displeased. Why? I have a baby girl born instead of a baby boy. Today, even in the so-called highest advanced societies in the world, unfortunately, that's what they call them, they still discriminate against a woman. In places like India, which you mentioned, when they talk about honor, because the woman, well, look, the honor is not because she's a woman, a male or female. The honor because the people they misuse their potentials and their power, and they try to oppress a person like a woman by all means. Islam had come to protect that woman. Now, the most interesting thing that the people today criticize us for in Islam, this is the inheritance. They don't, oh, Islam does not give the woman equal chance in inheritance. Look, what I have said this time and time again in many places in the world, wherever I go. At least Islam defined a certain portion. Whether it's small or big, that's not an issue. But there is no law in the world, not in Britain, not in Europe, not in America, that designates a certain well-defined portion for either a woman or a man.
A man dies with billions of dollars behind him, can donate all his money to one of his kids, or to his wife, or to his to a dog, or somewhere. Islam said, look, there is a wealth behind, it has to be divided. And Allah Azza wa Jal in the Quran gave the woman part of the inheritance. As a mother, she has the right to inheritance. As a wife, she gets part of the inheritance. As a sister, she gets part of the inheritance. As a daughter, she gets part of the inheritance. So with all of these, if you combine them all, you will find at the end of the day, the portions are distributed in a just manner. Because the woman, at one point of time, she is a daughter. At another point of time, she's a wife. At a third point of time, she's a mother. At another dimension, she's a sister. In all of these cases, there is a portion for her. It doesn't matter now. That's not the point to say how much. We can discuss that later. Now, in another place, where Allah Azza wa Jal makes no difference between male and female to conduct business and contracts. Now, there is a surah in Surah Al-Ma'idah. It begins, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَوْفُوا بِالْعُقُودِ. All you who believe, all of you, whether it's a man or a woman, you have to stand up behind your contract. And contract is the core of business in the world today. You cannot make a business deal without a contract. Buying, selling, renting places, investing, it's a contract. When Allah Azza wa Jal says, أَوْفُوا بِالْعُقُودِ, it means He designates the woman, He allows the woman as much as the man to make the contract. And she does. And finally, when it comes to marriage, and that's another portion which the people criticize, or they would love to criticize Islam for that. But on the contrary, Islam had made the only possible relation with a woman or with a man is through a valid contract of marriage. You cannot now, and the reason I'm saying that this is a protection for a woman, because out of illegal sexual interactions, most of the time or very often, there is a baby to be born, and this baby is carried in the womb of a mother without a legal contract, which means she will be responsible for the rest of her life for taking care of a baby who has come out of a certain marriage, and the man is gone. The man, he just did whatever he did, and he left. There is no contract, there is no binding, there is nothing that obligates this person to pay even a penny for the milk for the baby. Whereas Islam says, no, you cannot do that. You cannot. If you need to get a baby in the womb of a mother through an act of 5 or 10 minutes act, you have to have a contract, you have to pay for that. At the beginning, not after. At the beginning, you have to contract with the dowry, with all of this. All of this is established. I remember Trump, he is the craziest president in America. At one point of time, he was saying, look, do not get engaged in any marriage until and unless you specify in the contract what the woman can get out of the marriage. Now this is Trump saying, but he doesn't know that Allah Azza wa Jal, He said that in the Quran, آتوهن صدقاتهن نحلة. Give the woman their belonging, their right. It's not a favor by Trump or someone else. It's a right. That Allah Azza wa Jal established all these rights, and then we can talk more and more and more. But the plight of woman in Islam, there is no religion or system or capitalism or democracy or secularism that had given to a woman a plight right from the very beginning. In the top of all, today, brother and sisters who are watching us, look, when you look at the commercials today, ads, commercials, 90% of these commercials, they abuse the sexuality of the woman to sell a pack of cereal, to sell anything, which is absolutely ridiculous. That's degrading to a woman in general. I know one of them makes a buck here or there, but in general, it's a degrading for the entire population, the 50% of the human race is being abused, dishonored with this type of abuse. That's absolutely unacceptable. And unfortunately, we as Muslims, instead of taking proactive action and showing the people, look how Islam raises the level of a woman to the highest possible level, we stand in many cases trying to defend or not even able to defend. And I love the way Sayyid Qutb puts it at one point of time. He said, we are not in a position to defend Islam. Islam is revealed by Allah Azza wa Jal. It is the other systems who should defend themselves and protect themselves against what Islam is saying. We have nothing absolutely to defend. And the most honorable case in Islam is the case of a woman, not the case of, in all cases are honorable, but the case of a woman vis-a-vis what's happening in the world is absolutely, in Islam is very high, very honorable, very dignified, and may Allah Azza wa Jal protect our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, and the rest of the women in the world as well.
Sheikh, why is that? Why is it that the biggest, the loudest mouth whenever they talk about Islam is always the issue of women, and unfortunately the Muslims themselves are not able to defend? What is it? Just lack of education? We don't want to know what our rights are and what our women's rights are?
No, see, let me tell you the background. The background is when the Western civilization started growing up a little bit, one of the most attractive thing that they did is what's called the liberty. And liberty is an appealing word. You don't feel and realize how much impact, negative impact it has on the people until you get hit with it. So this issue of liberty, and of course, when the women were the most oppressed in the Western society, or had been the most oppressed, putting back in the houses, cannot work, cannot have their own belongings. And that's how it was for hundreds of years. And so now they gave this so-called liberty, and then out of a sudden a woman is liberalized, has no limits whatsoever. And now they started saying, oh, see, we have this liberty. Muslims, can you have a liberty? So some of the Muslims, they started looking, oh, what do we have? Can we actually liberalize our women? Look, the issue of liberty at all, the whole issue of liberty is an invalid issue, because a human at any point of time needs laws to be guided with. And this is the reality. But the liberty is, instead of being guided or constrained by the laws of God, the Creator, who knows us, who created us, they became subjugated or enslaved to the laws they make themselves. And Western philosophers today, when they talk about the woman liberty, they always point that women had been liberalized, or so-called liberated or given liberty for the sake of the man's sexual appeals, for the man exploitations. So it's male chauvinism is the one that stripped women out of their clothes. It's male chauvinism that allowed these women to come out to the factories at the time where they can be abused. It's male chauvinism that drove, in fact, this was very well written and stated at the end of the First World War, when men were killed in the war, and then they pushed women out on the street to look for food, and many of them, they came with babies without being able to feed them. So now they take this, which is the most shameful issue, instead of protecting their honor, they want to dishonor the rest of the women in the world. And the most honorable women are the Muslim women, which will always show and stand tall. This is not how women should live. So they say, oh, the best thing is strip Muslim women out of their honor, out of their dignity, so we all be the same. And
what is, can you define honor? I mean, because, you know, what is honor?
Honor is number one is to realize that I am the servant of a creator who created me. I have not made myself. I am not made out of evolution, and there is a God who is absolutely great, superior to anything on the world, and I belong to him. So my honor is extracted from the fact that I am the creation of Allah Azza wa Jal. So woman and man, both they derive this honor from the fact that I am a created being. And this creator, he knows exactly what makes my life good, just, and what makes my life bad and oppressed. That's the highest level of honor. Now, if you strip me out of that, so now I become my own, I'm driven by my own instincts or by the mood on the street. So the street mood defines how I'm going to walk, what I'm going to dress, what I will eat, how I'm going to invest. Then I will be stripped out of my highest level of honor. That's the definition of honor. I'm not talking about pure physical body honor. That comes secondary, because somebody has to define it to me. Who's going to define whether I am decent or indecent? Whether if I follow what the media, the social media says that I am decent? No. Or what the street says? Of course not. Or what the wealth in my pocket is going to define my character as being an honorable person or not? I need something beyond me to tell me how I could be an honorable person, whether man or woman. And who's going to tell me? Shirazi? Because you may have your own shortcomings. Or the sister Sarah, or who's going to tell me? Because we both are the same, like each other. But when you come and tell me, look, there is a creator who's Allah Azza wa Jal. He is the one. He tells you, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. That's where the word honor. Allah says, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. We have honored the children of Adam, including male and female, because the female has come initially out of the body, not the soul, out of the body of Adam, but the soul is one from Allah Azza wa Jal. When Allah says, I made you honorable, because I made you, because Allah, I made you. That's it. Anything else becomes a talk, become philosophy between me and you, and we can differ on that. The only thing we cannot differ on is the fact that Allah Azza wa Jal, the one who created the people, He says, I made you honorable, and you sustain this honor if you follow my guidance. فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى. If you receive my guidance, you follow it, then you keep this honor. If you stay away from this guidance, unfortunately you lose it.
Sheikh, where did these, we have, this idea that women cannot work. Can you give me some examples? Like you said, the idea of contracts that everybody, you're talking about the issue that the men and both women can have contracts. Where did this come from? That women cannot work, women, have to be in like I saw this guy the other day. For instance, I'll give you an example. Hadith of the Prophet that said that it's, of course, it's good for women to pray in a closet. I understand that. I mean, if she's at home, it's better even for her to play inside the home, in the room. I mean, this is the issue of honor. But that they use that to say that women, cannot work, or women cannot go to the masjid. Where did this come from?
It comes from the tradition, the stupid Arab traditions in like places like Saudi Arabia, like some parts of Pakistan or Afghanistan. I don't know where. It comes from tribal traditions. stupid, ugly traditions. These people, if they look, the first martyr in Islam who stood up to the tyrants of Mecca with her body, with her strength, with her soul was Sumayyah. Was Sumayyah. The first woman who stood behind the Prophet ﷺ in Mecca and struggled against all the elites was Khadija alayhi salam. And when she died after 6 years of the da'wah, the Prophet ﷺ called it the year of grief, Am al-Huzn. She said, she the one supported me, she the one stood behind. What do you mean supported you, stood behind you? That's not only verbal. She was a woman who really worked out in the streets of Mecca, like Sumayyah, like all of the rest of the sisters who were in Mecca. That you take this number one. Number two, when after the death of the Prophet ﷺ, most of the hadiths that had to do with family relations, where did they come from? From Aisha radiallahu anha. How? Yes. Aisha she didn't have a Facebook to write on the Facebook so people can see it. She was meeting with Sahaba, with people, and telling them about the hadith, about the narration. This is, and the highest level of work is not the money making. It's the intellectual. If you are really intellectually active in the society, that's way beyond the money making. And after all the history of Medina, when the state was there, it never showed or portrayed women are being deprived, being pushed behind the work. There are many hadiths that talk about women selling their camels, selling their cows, selling their sheep, selling their stuff, their dates. That was a normal life. But that life, that way, that interaction did not have the degradation, the degraded type of action. Woman does not go out to display her sexuality to attract men. Men do not go on the street to look for a woman who is coming to sell part of her products in order to take advantage of her. That issue did not exist. Why? Because each and every one knows his role. I am out on the street in order to accomplish a task. And that task, either da'wah, intellectual, or financial, or business, I do my work and go home. But today, that's where I keep saying, today, when a woman goes to work in a company, she expects to be harassed. She expects to be abused. And the only time she declares about that is when she feels that she can achieve something. This is what happened with Cuomo, the governor of New York. He's maybe 200 years old, this man. He's absolutely ridiculous. Taking advantage of a secretary or a woman in his office. Many women, not one or two or three. That's what happened with Trump. That's what happened with Clinton, Bill Clinton. Simply because he's in an office waiting for a girl to come and work and then to abuse. In Islam, woman goes out, but she knows that she has a tie, a link with Allah Azza wa Jal who protects her, and she will never be abused. So these are two separate issues. Now, anyone who claims that a woman is obliged to stay at home in order to, because she cannot go out, is absolutely away from the Islamic teachings. However, we know today, I know, and you know, many women in America, in Europe, in many places, if you give her a preference, mind your own home, and you are absolutely supported financially, I will be happy to do that. I, as a man, as a human, not necessarily, if I am supported financially completely, I don't have to work, and I have all my needs covered, I will do it. I will do it. I will mind my writings. Now, Islam came and he said there is one portion of the humans, in this case the woman, she is financially protected, first by her father, second by a husband. She's absolutely protected, absolutely supported. Now, she wants to go beyond that, that's up to her. But tell me, what's the percentage of women who really know and understand that they are absolutely financially supported, not supported as a gift, but as belonging. That's my wealth, my money is my wife's. And she can take care of her all other issues, including family, including house, including friendship, including da'wah, including what would be a better choice. But to say, no, you cannot go out to work, that's not up to me. That's not up to me.
Sheikh,
That's not up to the society.
You know, this whole issue of trying to take a stand against liberalism and feminism and everything else, you know, in trying to do this, are we losing the context of Islam? Meaning that, look, when we said, like you just clarified, that Islam, obviously you can work, you make your own money, you get inheritance, all of these things. But in trying to keep our children, our women protected from, let's say, these ideas of liberalism and feminism, are we doing a disservice to Islam by not presenting Islam properly? Meaning, we just say, oh, the feminist women, they want to work. They want to work. Oh, this is what you want to do. This is feminism. Oh, this is liberalism. This is so and so. But then we lose in touch with all of the stuff that you're saying.
Well, no, it's
so how do we put things in proper context?
Yeah, in proper context, we look at how Islam built a society. Well, Islam is in charge of building a society. I'm not talking about Islam is in the back end, trying to survive, to be protectionist, to be on the defense. This is an absolutely unacceptable view. I'm talking about when Islam builds a society. Islam is building personality. Islamic system is making the economy of Islam, the social justice of Islam, the life of Islam. Then Islam has no problem, absolutely, in as I mentioned, the uqud, the contracts, the woman practices whatever she wants, way beyond what the Western societies have given their women or deprived their women from. It's not in response to what they say. That's why I started. The Islam should be on offense, not on the defense, on the offense. And these issues, because some among Muslims, traditionalists, who said Arab traditions, Persian traditions, Indian traditions, which means tribal traditions, they impose that. And today, we, as if we are trying to say, oh, this is Islam, so we have to jump above Islam, so we give our women right. That's not true. That's not true. Islam as is defines the roles in a very, very elegant manner. It does not leave anything out. It defines a woman is the creation of Allah as much as the man. A woman cannot be discriminated against right at her birth. You cannot distinguish or discriminate between a male or female at the time of birth. It's haram. This is what the Quran says. Even before Western feminism, before all of these stupid things that happened, Islam came up with this, and they said this is how Islam looks at man and woman. This is how Islam treats the both sexes of both genders. That's how Islam does. Now, the Westerns, they abused the woman so much during the medieval ages, and now they revolted all the way to the other extreme. So it's neither right, neither the first extreme or the other extreme. Islam is a just middle system that gives the things in coherency. So what I'm saying here, I'm not trying to say, oh, you know, you allow women to work, I do too. No, that's not what we are saying. We are saying that the Muslim woman, as much as the man, they do have a system that protects and guarantees their honor, whether they're at home or they are on the street. Why? Because we are the creation of Allah Azza wa Jal and we follow His guidance. If I walk on the street, I walk as a human, a person who is going to work, not going to look for a woman to abuse or to enjoy the attractions or a woman as a man. That's why the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Allah Azza wa Jal says, قُلْ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ يَغُضُّوا مِنْ أَبْصَارِهِمْ وَقُلْ لِلْمُؤْمِنَاتِ يَغْضُضْنَ مِنْ أَبْصَارِهِمْ. Tell the woman to lower their gaze and the woman to do so. You are going on the street to make a business, to make a work. You are not going to make sexual engagement there. And that is really defining roles in a very well-defined manner. Why would Quran say to the woman and the men, lower your gaze? Because you are at home? No. You are out in the street. You are on your work. What do you mean يغض البصر on my home to do my eyes like this, not look at home? No, when I go on the street, on the work, in the war, in the front, there will be women and there will be men. So mind your own self. Do your own business. You are not out on the street to look for abuse or rape like they did that in India and like they do that in the south side of Chicago, like they do it in downtown, like they do it in the trains after midnight. They rape women and they abuse them. These are facts. These are statistics. Get out of your home, mind your business. Don't try to abuse others.
You put something which really took my attention. I mean, you said, look, we looked for the intellect and not the money. Yani, this is very interesting. And I mean, it's not. Yani, how much emphasis do we put in intellectual work, and whether it's a man or a woman, Sheikh? I mean, I know it says. I'm putting it as a question for both. You said that, look, we the highest form of, I mean, producing something is the intellect. Can you expound that a little bit more?
Yes. Look, no matter how much money you have or you don't have, at the end of the day, it is what mentally, intellectually, you collect this money or you spend it. At the end of the day, the wealth, the real wealth is not the wealth of the home or the real estates that you have, is the intellect behind that. Because if you don't have intellect behind that, you could lose it easily. If you don't have intellect when using this wealth that you have gathered, this could kill you. This would kill you. This would really deprive you of your even ability to use this wealth. So the intellect is the highest level that a human can get. This is what Allah Azza wa Jal honored the people with. He honored them with knowledge, and knowledge is the product of intellect. That's when He created Adam. It says, وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا. He taught Adam the names. He gave him knowledge, and with this knowledge, He preferred him. He gave him status above and beyond the angels. And He asked the angels to bow down to this person because of the intellect. So the intellect is the highest level that a human can get into while he is alive. With this intellect, he can recognize his God. With this intellect, he can understand the guidance given by Allah Azza wa Jalla. With this intellect, he can produce and he can make things good.
So, Sheikh, if so, you said intellect is the actual value here. So, if you look at the woman's situation here, there is 90% of what we can say here is only that their bodies are used, their nakedness is used in order to produce money. I mean, is it not? Wouldn't it be the message that we give it to the woman in the West that your intellect is considered almost nothing? Versus I mean, is this a message?
is-
We are
it is
not
a
doing the
message
work
that
to
it's
give
a
this
fact.
message.
Yes, it is a message. It's a fact. It's not that what I am claiming. These are statistics. Statistics, data on the ground. Data is the king. If you have the data, you are king. The data shows without any hesitation, without any problem. Data shows that women are the most abused individuals or entities in the world, among people and among animals, among trees, among environment. There are lots of abuse happening, but the most abused entity in the world are women, because they, which is I call it now the capitalism and male chauvinism that's generated by that, had targeted women, had targeted the bodies of women, and left the intellect behind. And there are, of course, intellectual women who grow above that and beyond that, and they make really they are so strong. Alhamdulillah, that's the reality. But that's not the majority. The majority are the abused. In fact, when you look at the statistics, the pays, when you pay women less than men in general, in the world at large, including the highest sophisticated societies like in America and in Europe, that means you will push these women to come and accept any raise, any money above and beyond what she is being offered. What is for? Not for the intellect. Because for the intellect, she could have earned as much as the man. There should not be difference. See, this is the philosophy behind that. If it's, I am as a woman going out to get some money and good payment, I should have gotten it from the first place, because I graduated from the same school. I got higher grades than the man. But then they put me on the scale, which is my ability. That's the scale of the woman. Maybe 15, 20, 30% below the man. This is data. This is just let any woman check it out. Every time a president in the United States comes out in some of his plans is to raise the level of women payments above, to make it equal to men, or at least comparable. The same thing they do with the African Americans. Both are deprived. They call them minority. Look, the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard, that women are minorities. What do you mean minorities? They are much larger than men, percentage-wise. In America, the number of women, the percentage of the society, female society, is higher than the men. And they are minority. Minority what? Minority because of what they call their rights and their pay. Why? But they are graduating from the same schools. Same Stanford, Berkeley, UIUC, Northwestern Chicago, MIT. They graduate from the same school, the top schools, and they get paid less. Now, how is it that a woman is going to get higher pay? Not based on intellect. Not based on intellect. She has to sell. She has to give in. She has to cave in to get a little bit raise, more than the system gives her. So the system is abusive from within. That's our message to the Western world. Look, your system is abusive. Islam is not abusive. Islam, right from the very beginning, says, how is it possible to enslave people with and to deteriorate their intellect and to undermine their intellect and focus on their bodies and their looks? Look at the job market, brother.
Hold on. Stay with me there. This is amazing. Why have we, the Muslims, with such focus on intellect and growth of intellect and development? Where did we go wrong? I mean, look, even the universities that you mentioned MIT and UIUC and all of these are all in the West. I mean, this is somebody can put that out there saying that, look, where are we with such value given to the intellect?
Well, brother, I admire the development in the West in the intellectual part. This is we cannot hide that. MIT, Stanford, Harvard, top schools, top research. Absolutely. How did this come up? There was a system behind that. There was a state, a well-defined state that came up into existence at the eve or after the civil war that took place in the Western Hemisphere, in the United States. There was decades of civil war until they came to the conclusion, let's build a state with well-structured state. I disagree with their laws and constitutions because they are not derived out of the Almighty Allah Azza wa Jal, but nevertheless, it's a system. We, the Muslims, for the last 100 years, we lost the backbone of a system. So today, we live with our own individual understanding of what Islam should be. But we do not have a societal structure, a model like the model created in Medina by the Prophet ﷺ, which is called the Islamic State. And after his death, continued under the name of the Caliphate or Khilafah. That was a system. A system, a state responsible for making sure that all the goodies of Islam, all the intellectual parts of Islam, all the strength of Islam is being used and utilized. Today, we live in a world where each and every location in the world where states do exist are trying their utmost to keep Islam away from regulating the lives within the society. One reason for their work is because if Islam is implemented in a model, it will expose all the fallacies that they live in. That's why in Mecca, they fought Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They didn't want him to prevail because he would reveal how backward these guys were. He would expose their abuse of their women, burying them alive when they were born. And he did, of course. He exposed them, and he would prevent them from abusing the wealth of the people with usury and riba. So today we, the Muslims, we have been struggling for the last maybe 70 or 80 years to try to bring this Islam back in a model, but there is a total, almost unanimous agreement among the world powers to keep me out of this picture, out of the stage which can show and demonstrate what Islam is about. But the only thing we can talk and discuss and convince. I have a theoretical model today. True. It's a theoretical model. It's an idea. It's a thought. It's a concept. It has to be implemented. And today, no one is going to. People would tell me, "Oh, brother, thank you very much. This is good talk. Where are these women who are honored in the streets of Cairo or Turkey?" I would stand and say, "I'm sorry, there is none." Why? Because Turkey and Cairo and Islamabad and Karachi are nothing but similar to Paris and London and Amsterdam. That's how they are. They were created by them. These cities, Cairo, Istanbul, Amman, Beirut, and today Riyadh, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It was in the hiding for the last many years. Jeddah, now they are being in the making of all of these stories just to look like these the new civilization of capitalism and democracy. Unfortunately.
Sheikh,
but that's
do we have any questions? Let me start taking some questions because we have. I have 5, but let's. Is Islam in Islam a man is allowed to have 4 wives, but a woman is not allowed to have 4 husbands? Why?
Well, number one, as I mentioned, I don't want to go against my own philosophy. Once I understand that I am the creation of Allah Azza wa Jal, man or woman, then the guidance and the discipline is for the God to give the limits of this boundaries of marriage. And so this rule is by Allah Azza wa Jal, who knows me and who knows my wife and the rest of the women. That's number one. So that's number one. It's because it comes from a God who is not biased for men or against women or for women against men, because he's in fact in the Quran clearly some kuffar, they accused this God of being a male chauvinist, which is not true. He's a God. That's number one. Number two, just if this question came from a sister or not, just imagine a woman has two husbands and then there is a baby to be born. Whose the baby is? There comes the mixture of the race of the people, and the marriage has come to protect what is called the instinct of kind of gender. There is an instinct within humans to continue the human race in a very well defined, solid, straight manner. So this will be absolutely chaos, and that's how the creation is. Woman is the one who carries the baby, not the man. Number three, in typical situations, very common situations in the world that took place during the First World War, Second World War, many other world wars, you'll find the ratio men to women becomes very low because of the mass destructions and killings, and that makes unbalance in the society. This type of rule brings the life back to balance. In fact, what I remember reading one book about how after the First World War, the rate of children born out of marriage without support came to the absolutely maximum, was absolutely high. Now why? Because there is no regulation for this case. The only regulation is what they call it fornication and sexual activities outside contracts. So this becomes more abusive to the woman than being in a marriage contract, even with multiple women, rather than being just subject for sexual work. Besides, in the marriage, it's not only the sex that's involved; it's the caring, it's the children, it's the life, it's the support. There are all types of relations exist in a marriage life, besides the what's happening today in the West. In the West, again, going back, I love statistics and data. Statistics and data in Europe at large and in America and also as well, the rate of relations outside marriage between men and women is way beyond the rate of relations between women and men outside the marriage, which means, and that's very painful. That's very bad, and we have seen it today in the abuses, in the rapes, and all of these issues. That's because of the limitations which people went against the laws of Allah Azza wa Jal. Allah says, look, you need another wife, you can afford it, you can support two families, go for it. You cannot stick to what you, in fact, this is very clearly stated in the Quran. If you cannot be just for all, stick to one or none. One or none. You cannot simply go and seek marriage because of instinctual heat or whatever, which is very, very intermittent. It's not permanent. It's transient. Because of transient feelings that you need another woman, you go and get another wife. Islam says no, don't do that. And when I say Islam says don't do that, it's not only a philosophy. Because in a system where there is a social system implemented by Islam and the Islamic State and the Khilafah, If I will go and look for a second wife, let's say my first wife will, let's say, take me to the judge and will claim to the judge, this man who is going to get another wife, he is not able even to support me and my children. And will give that evidence, the judge will stop me.
Oh wow,
because
I didn't know that.
The judge knows, because see, when we say these are the laws, this is the Islamic rules or ethics. When it says فَإِن لَمْ تَعْدِلُوا فَوَاحِدَةً, if you cannot be just, then it must be one who's going to determine if I can be just or not. It's not up to me, because I will always think I am just. Even if sometimes if I go and steal somebody's wealth, I'll say, you know, this guy is absolutely ridiculous. He collects billions of dollars and he's not giving it, so no harm of taking him. I'll justify myself. You cannot leave justification to the individual who's committing the act. I am committing the act. I cannot be the one who's committing the act and who is making the judgment. It's not up to me to say I am just. I have enough justice.
A judge can actually stop you from marrying because he says you're not capable.
Of course. See, and I will stand. I can challenge any scholar today with this rule, because Islam, whenever it gives a rule or a concept, it does not leave it to the individuals. Even the prayer. Look, anything better than the prayer? The highest level of Islam, of rituals, is prayer. You cannot leave it up to me. I said, you know what? I don't feel like praying now. I'll pray maybe 2 years later. The judge will drag me out of my home, will drag me and threaten me. You have to pray. It's not up to me. I cannot be the judge of my own acts.
Question number 2. Hold on, Sheikh. Can you please address the topic on divorce? If women can get it, and for what reasons? Also, can women be forced in marriages? This is a very hot topic since the last 2 days.
I love this question. And you will love it, brother Shirazi. I will answer it. And whoever asked this question, and I prepared for this question an ayah. Although, look, this is, I know you are laughing. I should be laughing more than you, because this topic was given to me only today. So I had to browse through my knowledge, my intellect, my ayat. And when I was
that's why it was given to you, because of that intellect. Anyway, go on.
That's abuse, brother. You are abusing me.
You can abuse intellect, Sheikh, no problem.
Okay, Jazakallah khair.
Because you're a man. Women we won't abuse.
I love this type of abuse. Look, you remember the ayah? Let me find it here.
Oh, by the way, 1 second, Abdullah. Can you get me that book, Sheikh, The Strange Death of Europe? I just wanted.
What's that?
I just wanted to give you. Just go ahead. Go answer that question. But I wanted to share something else with you.
Okay.
Here, before you answer that, I just wanted to. This is the book. I know a lot of people don't like the author, but you know, it says The Strange Death of Europe, and the book is talking about how the West is, in general, especially Europe, is dying because it can't have children.
Yeah.
And because of what is going, and they are worried that the Muslims will take over Europe by 2050. It's a very interesting book. But go on. I want the answer on divorce, Sheikh.
Okay. Here is an ayah where Allah Azza wa Jal says, يا أيها النبي قل لأزواجك إن كنتن تردن الحياة الدنيا وزينتها فتعالين أمتعكن وأسرحكن سراحا جميلا. This ayah says, O Prophet, tell your wives, if you have some preference in life تردنا الحياة الدنيا, you have preference for the life وزينتها and the beauty of life and some luxury, then let me allow you to live in a very decent manner. أمتعكن وأسرحكن سراحا جميلا. أمتعكن, I will give you whatever pleases you and let you go and release you in a very nice manner. What this ayah means, it means that at some point I want to, now there is a reason for this because there was issues, but the ayah is general. So now let's say Abu Talha, I find that I find myself capable, I want another wife, okay, and I can prove to the judge that I can be just. But then my first wife says, that's not the life I prefer.
Oof.
That was the ayah. That's not the life I prefer. I prefer another way of life. I prefer living with a man who is absolutely committed to me. I don't want to live with a second wife. That makes me feel not good. The ayah, although it's for the Prophet, but it applies to us. It gives this understanding that the wives do have a choice, a preference. They have preference. And that, this ayah, I will take it in the Islamic state and make sure that it will be a law. It will be a law. At any point of time, there is a marriage, a new marriage, second marriage. There are two things. Number one, the justice, which I have spoken about a few minutes ago. The judge will determine my justification, my ability to be just. Second, my first or second or one or two, or maybe I have three wives. I need one more. Now the three wives, they will say no more. We cannot. We could handle ourselves, but not with a fourth one. We want to leave. We want to leave. This ayah stands tall to say at any point of time, now whether it's the marriage or not, look, whether this ayah is very general. It says in kuntunna turidna al-hayat ad-dunya wa zinataha. You find that the life with Abu Talha is terrible. He works from 8 to 5 or more. He has another business. He has da'wah. He go like, what time is it now? It's 4 in the morning. I'm giving a lecture with a conference, and my wife was waiting for me, and then she said, oh, okay, this is, what type of life is this?
This is Abdullah
Malkawi, Doctor. I cannot say no to Brother Shirazi. I have to give this. Then I do it twice, 3 times a week. And she said, oh wait, I cannot handle this anymore. I said, okay, you need to live in a better situation than mine. Then let me see what are your needs. أمتعكن. أمتعكن means, it means I will give you the absolute maximum possibility for luxury. This is the Prophet. Now the Prophet was poor, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But this أمتعكن means with all my capabilities, I will make sure I can give you whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes you وأسرحكن سراحا جميلا. And I will not take it against you. I will do it with love, without hardship, without harassment. It's not a bad divorce. It's not a divorce where we go to court and we fight. Tell me what is it that you want and I will make it happen and I will allow you to leave. This is Islam. See, this is Islam. This is Islam. It's not the Islam that I'm going to marry against your will, against your wish, and I will suppress you, and I will not even feed you. And if I was paying you $100, let's say every week, your allowance, which is very bad term, Now I will make it 50 because there is a new wife, and you used to have a good meal once every week. Now every 2 weeks because of this. She's, I'm not interested in this life. I can live better. Okay, you can go. Without any.
So,
without
Sheikh,
any
with this, okay, so if the woman, because I want to discuss this in detail. I mean, I'll take a few more minutes from you, but so if the woman goes, obviously she can't have divorce, but she can have khula, right? That's.
Well, these are terms, but she
right.
asks.
At the end, she's
like
asking for divorce. I understand. Okay.
The ayah says that I will give it. So the husband should follow the footsteps of the Prophet.
Okay. So.
Okay.
So if the man says no, I don't want to give you khula, or whatever the case, can the woman, let's say she's living in a miserable situation, obviously if she wants divorce, there is misery, something is wrong. Does she have does that khula depend on the judge doing it, or she can say I don't want to be with this woman, period, or this man, period?
It has to be with the judge. It has to be in a court, otherwise it will be chaos. Otherwise it will be chaos. Everyone running out of the husband. Trust me, these days, no one will have a wife. The wives will go.
Okay, so but she has the right. She has to go to court. I agree. So the judge has to do it.
Yeah.
And what when if you have
the Prophet himself, he was the judge. He acted as both a prophet and the judge.
So
it cannot
just to get the kid, because the internet went down again on your side. But can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So
no.
So she goes to the judge, obviously because it's a contract, and she goes to the judge and she says, "Okay, I don't want it." The judge can say no.
The judge can say no. He's a judge. He can say no. True, but that will be against the rule. That will be against the rule, which can be derived from this ayah. This ayah is very clear, and that should be just. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little slow. The internet is slowing down a little bit.
Okay.
Now you're frozen.
Hold 2 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. We do apologize, brothers and sisters, for that delay, and also for not having Sister Sarah. That she was one of the main guests of the show with Dr. Malkawi. But inshallah, next time we'll try to bring her on again. But I think there is. We are actually still trying to connect her, but there are technical issues that we can't control. Inshallah. We are waiting for Abu Talha to get back. Brothers and sisters, the reason I'm asking these questions over and over and over, because we work with the community constantly. We deal with all kinds of understandings and schools of thoughts and things like this. So whenever I get a chance to talk to the shayukhs, teachers, I try to get as much clarity as possible, and this is what I'm trying to do here. So Abu Talha, if you can continue on the issue of judges. A judge can say no, but that you said that's not the norm.
It's not the norm. It's not the norm. The judge judges can be abusive as well. I mean, judge can be abusive, and that could be corrected. But the judge can say no. He may pass a rule which is wrong, but still that's typical in court systems. Hopefully it will not happen, because as I said, this is what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did with his wives, and that's how it should be done.
So, Sheikh, this is obviously this is not the wrong. I mean,
is my voice still there?
Yeah, it's still slowing down, but you're good. So, can a judge usually, when they do this, when they do intervene and they say no, is that usually could be because they see that there is a family, there are children involved, there's a lot of issues that maybe this marriage can be saved, and this is why they say, hold on, there could be and see if it's fixable?
It could be. See, unfortunately, I cannot give statistics, because this system has not been implemented for a long time, and we have not lived it, and to see how it really works. But I'm really confident that when this system is implemented as it is in the Quran and the Sunnah, it will be very pleasant and more just than sometimes we think. We don't have data on that.
No, I'm saying now, when we, now when there's marriages happened.
No. Now, Allah knows how things will happen, but most of the court systems, even the Sharia court in the Muslim world, they do not use these rules which I am talking about. They don't. Because even the Sharia courts are a mix of what is in the secular states. So we do not have we do not have court systems that really the judges understand Islam and have the flexibility of using the rules as extracted from the Quran and the Sunnah.
All right, let's go to the next question here.
Today, yeah. Go ahead.
Concerning women working, is it allowed in Islam, and what kind of jobs? I think you answered it, but if you can expand on it a bit.
No. Yeah. Yes, they can work. In fact, there is no limitation for the type of job a woman can work. Absolutely not. The only thing is the environment in which you work. It has to be a decent environment, away from, free from abuse, free from abuse based on being a woman or being what's called harassments, because you don't want to be in a place you can lose your dignity, as I said. But otherwise, there is no.
Where did the Saudis get this idea that the woman cannot drive? And then people and some ulama even sit there and talk about women cannot drive. And where does this nonsense come from?
It's the tribal mentality. When see the Arab tribal before Islam was just like that. They do all types of nasty jobs, but when it comes to so-called some appearance of women in certain situations, they go ahead and they fight. This is pure tribalism, which has surfaced back. Islam was in the back seat. It's not in the driving position. So that's where what Saudis have done in the last 100 years or so.
So there is no
hadith,
there is no sources anywhere that say that women are not allowed to drive. There's nothing.
No, women used to fight in the wars with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam on their horses, on their all types of things. This is ridiculous. I mean, look, Saudis, women drive, but they hire an Indian driver who drives along with the woman.
Why you have to choose pick on Indians, Sheikh?
Because that's what the majority of the drivers are from India or from they were pushed from.
Question number 2. Follow. Let's. Do you?
They don't trust.
Okay. Do you think men scholars need to be the first one to provide the ummah with female scholars by helping their wives, daughters, and sisters to take that path?
I believe that it's not Muslim men scholars or not. I believe the building of the Khilafah that will make sure that the number of women scholars is as large as possible.
As large as possible. I mean, you're saying let's build a system that will naturally produce the largest amount.
Because you don't. These things they don't work by individuals. Individuals can do 1 or 2 or 3, but you need mass. You need to increase, just like the time of Andalus, the time of Baghdad, the time of Damascus. The women scholars were almost as plenty as men scholars. Natural. This comes natural in the systematic manner.
Subhanallah. So that's another thing.
So today,
Islam. I think he froze again, but internet isn't. Okay, next question. Some scholars say it is haram for a woman to pray in the masjid. She should pray in the closet. Are they correct? This is a question, really? Subhanallah.
It makes me laugh. I would wonder what to do then. The hadith where the women they complained to some men that people who were in front of them, some Sahaba, who had their thawb, their dress was so short that when they make sujood, his
their backside will be
exposed.
Yeah.
So the woman told some other men, يعني استروا صاحبكم, cover please your friend, have better clothes. So they were praying right next to them. There were not even there were no partition like today we have partition. They prayed in the masjid, right behind the woman. The last line, men or children, then immediately the women were there.
Yeah. Next one. Can I get that one more book? Scholars, women scholars, please. How can we, as Muslim women, help ourselves as well as the next generation to keep our ideas clean from the Western propaganda and many pressures that even when we know we still fall into the trap?
Just until the Islam comes, get into harakat to understand Islam perfectly, so you can at least you raise your intellectual level. I find it very difficult to my own intellectual level individually. I need to be in groups, well-defined culture, so I can raise my intellect. And the same applies for the women. Women or men, brothers or sisters, should be engaged in a well-defined small sessions where you learn the intellectual derivation of Islam, the intellectuality of Islam. That's the only way you can do it. Schools don't have it, universities don't have it. General Islamic schools don't have it. They will just feed you with information. You will be just carrying information. You need to make this brain run like an engine. How to run my brain as an engine? You need to be in well-defined sessions. Talk
Next
to Brother
question.
Shirazi. He has
By the way, that's another answer. One of the sisters was asking, what do you do in order to learn? I know Abu Talha said that obviously we need a system that can produce that kind of qualities and in that quantities, but join halaqat, join work in order to learn, brothers and sisters. We have to teach, we need to educate ourselves and understand things. If not, it's not possible. So next question. So can Muslim families enter the system to adopt the kids, to provide an option to those Muslim kids instead of them getting lost? What kind of question is that? Okay, anyway.
Well, the word inter-system, that's the general vague statement. It can be schools, especially that's where the kids are being educated, in small community centers, provide training or camps for the kids. They have to be engaged. Yes, of course, they have to be engaged, but more so, it has to be, the community has to provide the environment as much as possible, like Oasis, like many of the community centers, Islamic centers, they do that. We need to increase the Muslim schools. I'm talking about the West now, which is at least more convenient than it's in the Muslim world, to increase the activities which involve the kids, teaching, training, helping, bringing the culture of Islam to the kids in a normal manner, of course. And I think women are much better than men at doing that. At least in experience, that's how it was.
All right. Any other questions? Yeah, one more question. Hold on. Isn't there any khula cases happened at the time of the Prophet ﷺ or the khulafa?
Well, of course, because the khula is derived cases at the time of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the khula, this is not derived out of nowhere. So we can at any point we can check the history of fiqh and to find cases. I don't have any right now in my brain, but I'm pretty sure there were some cases of this issue. But
okay,
I'm not able to recall any now, but it had to be derived from cases at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi
wasallam. Okay, I think we are done with the questions, because if we keep going, we will continue on these questions. It's
Fajr time now.
Time. We have to end the timing because okay. So Sheikh, because if not, it will continue on and on. So Abu Talha, first of all, Jazakallah khair. And second, Sheikh, we all know about the death of your brother. First of all, yani, Allah yarhamu, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give him the highest place in Jannah, and give sabr to his family and to you and to everyone that knew him. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, wallah azza wa Allah ajrukum, number one. And number two, for coming today, I know you were scheduled for a complete different lecture, but to do it in such a hurry and then to come and cover this, wallahi, it was an amazing session, and this is one of the reasons why we continue to depend on you and to call on you to continuously support the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with whatever resources that you can. And wallahi, it's always an honor to have you, and inshallah we cannot wait to continue this session, but on economics, tomorrow. We will pick your brain tomorrow, inshallah. Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. May Allah protect and preserve you and raise your status in the dunya and the akhirah. And also, before we finish, brothers and sisters, I would like to also, this is another book, if you guys want to a little bit, The Noble Women Scholars of Hadith, you know, because a lot of people are asking questions regarding, can women study, can they become scholars, can they become this and that. Yani, subhanAllah, look at this. This is all the Noble Women Scholars of Hadith. And of course, they are mufassirin the same way, and then they're historians the same way, and then there are all kinds of different sciences that the women studied, but this is just one example of it. So grab it, read it, and when you see the names of the women in it, go and look for them even more in detail, inshallah. So tomorrow, we have another amazing day coming up. We will have Sheikh Abu Talha back. He will be talking about economics. As you know, the situation in Turkey is very bad. Inflation almost 58%, although they are claiming it to be 28%. All over. Syria is suffering because of this. Bread prices are going up and down. Collapse of different economies are happening. Burkina Faso, as you can see, many places. So we will discuss economics with Abu Talha and what we need to expect and what should we be doing as Muslims. Second, we will be discussing with Imam Tariq Abdul Rasheed, Islam, Allah's rule versus democracy. And then Brother Jabir Najjar will be here talking about foreign policy. And we will be also having Abu Ata Allah from Indonesia. He will be joining us and discussing foreign policy with us. Then we will have Taji Mustafa. Many of you know him very, very well, knows the Western world knows him. He will be discussing immigration policy, inshallah, talking about why are we even in a situation such as refugees and others, and what is Islam's take on this. And then Brother Mazen Abdul Azim will also be here, and he will be talking to us about Maqasid al-Shariah, but more closely Maslaha Mursala, inshallah. So another great day coming up. Stay tuned. Come back tomorrow, energized, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
سنخوض معاركنا معهم وسنمضي جموعا نردعهم ونعيد الحق المغتصب وبكل القوة ندفعهم. سنخوض معاركنا معهم وسنمضي جموعا نردعهم ونعيد الحق المغتصب وبكل القوة ندفعهم وبكل القوة ندفعهم. بسلاح الحق البتار سنحرر أرض الأحرار ونعيد الطهر إلى القدس من بعد الذل وذا العار. بسلاح الحق البتار سنحرر أرض الأحرار ونعيد الطهر إلى القدس من بعد الذل وذا العار. من بعد الذل